Buongiorno from the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza for the annual visit of the European Le Mans Series to this beautiful part of northern Italy. We're in the Royal Park, 5.7 kilometres around this place, so fast. It's called the Temple of Speed for a reason, and glorious conditions despite, well, one of the loudest thunderstorms I think I've heard in recent years last night, and it really did throw it down. It's left some of the infield areas here at Monza very, very damp indeed. The track's going to be fairly green, therefore, so it might take a little bit of time to rubber in for the first 15 minutes or so of the 4 hours of Monza. The cars are out on track currently for their now traditional 10-minute warm-up before we get things rocking and rolling at the top of the hour, which will be 11 o'clock local time. Thank you for joining me, Johnny Palmer, and Graham Goodwin. We'll be taking you through every single phase of this race, and I feel, judging by yesterday's Michelin Le Mans Cup race, Graham, that there may be several phases.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. It's a packed field. It's going to be 42 cars to start the 4 hours of Monza, if everything stays as it should in this warm-up session. I will explain the absence of the two that would have made up the 44 that were on the original entry just shortly. But lots of action already this week. It's very hot indeed out there, Johnny, and it's going to get hotter as we go through this race. We've had temperatures way into the 30s for most of the week, but as you quite rightly say, some of the edge of that taken off last night by a very dramatic thunderstorm. Not the first we've had this week in Monza. Don't think we're expecting any of that today. Sunny skies throughout, barely a cloud in the sky. In fact, as you look over to the Alps in the background there, what a fantastic backdrop to this fantastic circuit, this Temple of Speed it really is.
Yeah, so this is the opportunity for those teams that clearly haven't been running in the kind of green conditions on the track to just get a feel of where the track is right now, having had sustained running earlier on in the weekend, 2 90-minute free practice sessions. Qualifying's very short and sharp though, and you'll convert your car to be quick on a single lap speed. Now it has to be good across, well, a number of stints, and these LMP2s are doing about 45 to sometimes even 50 minutes during a stint. LMP3s will comfortably do an hour, so we shouldn't, if things stay green, need any more than 3 stops for the LMP3s, and it'll be a similar situation for the GTs as well. But in the prototype classes, tyres at a real premium. Remember, it is a single tyre class now, LMP2. Good years for those cars, Michelin's for the LMP3s.
And remember that also the LMP2 teams be adapting to this new specification for LMP2 this season. Also had a test day, by the way, on Wednesday, so a bit more running for the teams there that wanted to do that. They have had a fair amount of running this week. They've been getting their heads around both this Monza circuit and the specification their cars are in. It includes, of course, 3 guesting cars that we'll see not just this weekend in the 4 hours of Monza, but next weekend in the 6 hours of Monza for the first ever race around this circuit from the FI World Endurance Championship. And we've got 3 guesting LMP2s taking the opportunity to try out the circuit with their cars in this format for 4 hours of action to come very shortly, Johnny.
We've already got some crossover between the ELMS and the WEC, because Car 88, at least 2 of their drivers are competing in the World Championship as well, they being Alessio Rivera and Francois Perrodo. And during the last round, we have had, I think, the 88 car leading the championship, but it's swung back again now to Miguel Molina, Matteo Cressoni and Rino Mastronardi, who lead by 14 points from the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari, which will start from pole position.
It will, with a driver change, and we'll explain that one too when we get a chance to see the 55 car. The 88 car, remember, missed the first race this season, illness for 2 of the 3 drivers, but that's kind of just taken the edge off their attack at the start of the season, pretty obviously, but they are going to be title contenders, no doubt at all about that one. And you're right, they, amongst other drivers, if not teams, on that double duty. This is the number 20 car, Team Virage. Dramas yesterday for the team, with one of their cars out in the most dramatic fashion possible. A huge shunt in the Le Mans Cup. Mercifully, the damage limited to the cars only, but multiple cars involved at the exit of Ascari, and accident triggered by the same driver who actually triggered a similar accident last year.
Right, yeah, Patrice Lafargue.
Indeed.
In the EDEX Sport car, which, he'd had a moment coming out of Ascari, quite a big one, which left the car briefly backwards and rolling down the track in the wrong direction. Then it swung around again to sit stationary in the middle of the track. CD Sport car reacted just about and swung right, but poor old Matthias Luton behind in the Virage car also steered right, but there was Armco barrier there, and it was a massive shunt. Unfortunately, Mark Crader hooked up in it as well in the Grain Market car, and at least two incredibly badly damaged LMP3 cars, but thankfully drivers were okay and out very, very quickly.
I must admit that a couple of colleagues had the opportunity to see the in-car from Mark Crader's camera this morning and came back pretty white-faced after seeing what Mark had experienced.
Yeah.
Back to today though, and one of our squadron of orange coloured cars, the 26 car. Roman Rusinov, Franco Colapinto, Mikkel Jensen. Roman's new helmet for this year matches the car. It was Franco Colapinto with fantastic effort. His first LMP2 pole position in the European Le Mans Series.
Yeah, so let's catch up actually with some events from yesterday in LMP2. As we mentioned, a cut and thrust 10-minute session which left the 26 car out front. Let's head to Hayley Edmonds.
I'm joined here by Mikkel Jensen, driver of car number 26 for G-Drive Racing. Now, with Nick de Vries and other duties this weekend, you're obviously happy to be back behind the wheel for G-Drive?
Yeah, it's great to be back. We didn't get what we wanted last year here in Monza. Roman got spun out in turn one, we damaged our car and had to retire, so we come back for revenge this time.
So you're even hungrier for a result today?
Yeah, definitely. I like to get to Monza. I won it in P3 in 2019. Didn't get to win it last year, and now I go for another win this time.
That's an important event for G-Drive, because after the win in Le Castellet, the team reduced the gap, of course, with WRT. I mean, is taking the championship lead the goal for today?
Yeah, definitely. It puts some pressure on me as well, because I come to help the team for this one-off round, but high expectations. I think we have the car to win today, so that's definitely what we have to do.
Mikkel, what do you think will be key to winning here today?
We just have to do no mistakes, no penalties, be good on the strategy, on the fuel and everything, and then I think it all just has to come together, and hopefully no unluck with FCYs.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mikkel Jensen chatting to Hayley Edmonds. The win he refers to 2 years ago was with Jens Pettersson for Euro International, the Italian team, the American team with very much Italian background for the number 11 car. So yeah, he has good memories from 2 years ago, not from 2020.
No, and sadly, it's the number 11 car is one of the two cars that will not be starting after a big accident for the car in practice. This car most certainly will, though. This is our pole sitter in LMP3, complete with its new Nemo livery. That's what I'm calling it anyway. And it was again Lawrence Hurt that was the class of the field. It's been right on the pace all year. I think we're going to go down to Hayley Edmonds in the pits now. She's got Lawrence to talk about just how quick he's been all week.
I'm joined here by Lawrence Hurd, driver of car number 4 for DKR Engineering. Your third LMP3 pole in a row. Objective is, of course, your second win, I imagine.
Yeah, pretty obvious. I would really like to make it another win, and it would really bring us back into the contention of the championship, so it's a pretty clear goal for us today.
It's not going to be an easy task. You've got a new teammate, Mathieu de Barbuat. I mean, how are you working together?
We've started this weekend. It all went pretty good so far with Mathieu. He's really doing well this weekend, and I'm very looking forward to the race with him.
Thank you very much, Lawrence.
Lawrence for his last win coming out the last round in the south of France at Le Castellet, but his teammate then was Jean-Philippe Desraux, who obviously not in the number 4 car today. So Mathieu de Barbois will be the only teammate to Lawrence. So that seems to be the way they like to do it at DKR Engineering. You can run with 3, but you don't have to, and it's not too much of a stretch. It does mean a busy afternoon, and it tends to be more the thing to be done in LMP3, although the guesting LMP2 cars that are WEC regulars, they're all 2-driver lineups, mainly because the purpose of that and them being on the entry is that the bronze drivers, and silver in Sean Galeil's case, gets as much driving as possible. Mentioned about the 55 Spirit of Race car getting pole. Let's hear from one of their drivers now with Duncan Cameron to start started.
I'm joined here by Alessandro Perghidi, driver of car number 55, the Spirit of Race. Now, you stepped in last minute, of course, for Matt Griffin. You got pole at home here in Monza. The team is still looking for its first 2021 victory. I mean, do you have any pressure today?
I not feel the big pressure, honestly, but I will try to do my best. We will try to win at home race. For me, it's the home race, and it could be very nice to achieve a victory here, but at least be on the podium upstairs there. So I'm looking forward to be there at the end of the race.
Could you just tell us what it's like to drive a GT car on such a high-speed track?
It's something that is very particular. We are not used to drive at this high average like we do in Monza, so it's nice because it's something that is challenging for us. You have low downforce, high speed, and you have to maximize the speed on the corner with not a big grip.
It's a tough field out there today. Who are your main competitors?
Yeah, the field is very competitive. All the field is very competitive. Porsche is quick. The sister Ferrari is quick as well. So it will be very tough for us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Alessandro Pierguidi, who was a champion in the European Le Mans Series in 2019 with Lucich Racing, obviously in a Ferrari when he raced with Nicholas Nielsen and Fabien Leverne. He will know this place inside and out.
He does, and as Haley said in that interview, a late replacement for Matt Griffin, and if you haven't brought up with the news as to why Matt isn't here, very sadly Matt arrived here to the news that his father had passed away. Matt, we are thinking of you and the family. You're firmly part of the LMS family, have been for many, many years, and I'm sure you'll be keeping tabs on what's going on here at Monza. Our thoughts are with you and yours.
Yeah, priorities very much elsewhere at the moment in the Griffin family, but when you're happy to come back, of course, we'll welcome you with open arms, and the team will as well. But in the meantime, Alessandro Pierguidi very much doing the business and putting the 55 car on pole position. Its first pole of the year. We've had 4 different pole sitters in GTE to date, and I wonder whether we can keep that going on into Spa and to Portimao at the end of the year. So warm-up is done. The cars are now being released from the pit lane for a second time today, and this is to allow them to get round to the grid. And the grid formation that was decided yesterday on single lap times, and that there should be a split as well separating all of the 3 classes. Very much that the LMP2s will be in their own block at the front, and remember there is a mixture of LMP2 entries. All the cars are the same specification, so principally Orecas, all Orecas, when you take into account that the Aurus, which is badged from the Russian limousine company but is an Oreca underneath, and they're all powered by the same 4.2 litre V8 Gibson engine. But within that, you get a Pro lineup, which has to contain a silver, and then the Pro-Ams, which are, for example, the 21 Dragon Speed car that will start as the best in the order, alongside the Racing Team Turkey machine that will be started by Sally Jolic.
It's a neat 50-50 split as well, 9 in each of the, if you like, the subclasses, with the withdrawal, or rather the exclusion, I guess you could say, of the 32 United Autosports car. That came, news of that confirmed yesterday. It comes as a result of Fred Yoplanutet testing positive for COVID-19, so that team not permitted to start the race. Get well soon, Job, and we won't be seeing Job next weekend either, I'm afraid, for the FI World Endurance Championship with the Racing Team Nederland effort. Any full course yellow deployed during the race will last 2 laps. So some clarification there, so if you're watching, I know a lot of you do. That is confirmed by race control. 2 laps at least for a full course yellow.
Yeah, and also remember that if we have to go safety car, and I think we had to go safety car 3 times in yesterday's Michelin Le Mans
first
Cup
hour.
race. Yes, it was a busy one, and if you didn't catch it, then it is available on the archive, but don't go there just yet. You can save that for midweek. It's definitely worth a watch. But in ELMS, there is this thing called a wave by now as well, but it'll happen later on in the race, just to make sure that the other classes away from LMP2 are not disrupted, depending on where the leader in LMP2 is, because very often in the past we've had a GT battle that could be seconds apart, and the safety car forces maybe a minute between the top 2 GT cars, and the wave by is in the regulations now in order to try and prevent that. It's quite complicated. If we get there, we can explain it in more detail. But Roman Rusinov, who is therefore labelled as the starting driver for G-Drive Racing, we heard from him during our broadcast yesterday, given the responsibility to lead this pack of 42 cars down to the first corner. And I seem to remember he didn't get away particularly well last year, and that's sort of why there was then this schmozzle at the first corner. Mikkel Jensen, interestingly, says he was spun out. Not sure necessarily the stewards agreed with that, but they didn't have a chance really to ping Rusinov's car, because it was then stranded on the curbs and had done damage to at least one of the radiators in the side pod. They couldn't fix that during the race, and that's what ultimately put the 26 car out.
Great to see Mikkel Jensen aboard that car. Real talent, and a talent, again, another of these talents that's come through this pyramid with Michelin Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series. Success for Mikkel there, and a key part of a key story in sports car racing in the last week or so as one of the drivers for what you're going to describe, John, is a spectacular looking new Peugeot hypercar that will be gracing the grid at some point next season in the FI World Endurance Championship. So, and that's one of the undercurrents here. That's why, for instance, WRT are here in the LMS and the FIWC, looking to catch the eye of a factory team. So are the drivers. This is an exciting time to be involved in sports car racing. There's so many potential moves, so many good news stories that we'd love to be able to tell you are actually bubbling under. There's a lot going on in this paddock and paddocks around the world. Almost all of it good news.
You can tell us, Graham. There's no one listening. No, I'm sure there is plenty that you know that will become common knowledge very, very soon.
I think it's fair to say there's going to be some big smiles when we see some of these plans come into fruition for some very familiar teams.
Yeah.
Not just teams within sports car racing.
Exciting times, folks, and yeah, some big announcements of what have already happened and are yet to come as well, with additions clearly to the WEC next year and in 2023 as well. But the ELMS will continue on and very much be, well, one of its roles is being a shop window, definitely, to get drivers out there and to draw the attention of the big manufacturers once they arrive at the Le Mans and once they arrive in the WEC.
By the way, other good news for the teams involved in the European Le Mans Series this week came from the FI World Motorsport Council to confirm that these cars, and there's big fan base behind these cars, these LMP2 cars, will be in frontline service till at least the end of 2023. So the Gibson powered LMP2 cars, which have provided such fantastic entertainment across the world of sports car racing for some years now, since 2017, will continue in service until 2023, alongside that incoming hypercar class in the World Endurance Championship, here in the European Le Mans Series and in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Formation lap starts now with the green flag waved at the front and rear of the field, and with the doctor's car way back as well. That, of course, will pursue the pack on the opening lap too. But everybody so far is able to leave the grid. As I say, the LMP2s all together, so 18 of them at the front, then 15 LMP3s with a real mixture of colours and nationalities as well, heading down towards the first corner, with then the 9 GTE cars, a mixture of Ferrari, Porsche and Aston Martin, which will make up the full complement of 42 cars. And the first chicane is always a lively area. Sadly, this race meeting is being held behind closed doors once again, but if we had been able to open the doors to the fans, then they all tend to flock towards that massive grandstand at turn 1, because that tends to be where the early action unfolds. Roman Rusinov, Phil Hansen will be your front row, then the Team WRT car for Yifei Ye and Henrik Hedman for Dragon Speed USA, and the Dragon Speed car and the Racing Team Turkey car part of the Pro-Am part of the LMP2 division. Richard Bradley will start from 6th place. Guido van der Garde for Racing Team Nederland, an addition from the WEC alongside Panis Racing and Julien Canal, who will start that. Memo Rojas for Duquesne Team starts 9th alongside Alexandre Coigny for Cool Racing. It'll be Sean Galale for Jota alongside Patrick Pilet for the opening stint for Edex Sport, so that one will very much be on the move. Ultimate for Francois Herriot and John Favre for G-Drive Racing. Then you've got Real Team Racing for Loic Duval, sharing his car with Esteban Garcia from the WEC. Dwight Merriman to start from 17th in the 17 car, Francesco Draconi alongside. And then the first of the LMP3s is DKR Engineering with Mathieu de Boisbois Barbois to start that car. Rob Hodes for Team Virage alongside Eric Trouillet for Graf. Then it's Rob Weldon for United Autosports alongside Mikey Benning, who ended in the Parabolica gravel for a period of time yesterday. Adrian Schiller for MV2S and Rory Penttinen, the man from Finland. Nicola Molini for Cool Racing, the Swiss outfit, starts alongside Andrew Bentley, also for United. Tom Cloet for Racing Experience, the team from Luxembourg, alongside Tony Wells, who sadly was given a post-race penalty yesterday but still finished third. A little further down the order, you'll find the pole sitter in the GTEs, Duncan Cameron for Spirit of Race, and Francois Perrodo, John Hartshorn next on the grid for the AF Corsa Ferrari and TF Sports Aston Martin. Christian Reed, the Proton competition, WeatherTech-backed Porsche, alongside the sister machine from that team from Hollywood superstar Michael Fassbender. Claudia Schiavone in the Iron Lynx Ferrari. That's an all Iron Lynx 20th row with Manuela Gosner for the Iron Dames starting on the outside. Rodrigo Sales for J&W Motorsport, and Rino Mastronardi not in action this weekend for Michelin Le Mans Cup, but he is here for the big show, the European Le Mans Series.
As they come down towards the starts, watch for a couple of those cars at the back of GT and at the back of the LMP2 pack looking to make progress. Not everybody is starting their lowest ranked driver in the 4 hours of Monza, Johnny.
Yeah, so we are going to get some of this overlap that I was talking about, certainly in the first stint. And remember, GT cars ideally wanting to do 4 stints because their fuel load lasts an hour. Same goes for the LMP3. It is more complicated though for the LMP2s. This is a high burner on fuel because so much of the lap you're using your throttle when it's wide open, that main straight down towards the first chicane, and of course the run then towards the Parabolica as well. Under starters orders then for the 4th time this year for the European Le Mans Series. The red lights are about to be extinguished and 42 cars will blast their way to the first chicane at Monza. Lockups in the midfield, and that was, I'm about to say, Racing Team Turkey that was struggling to stop their car. As a result, Sally Jolic has made contact with the Richard Bradley Algarve Pro Racing car, and Henrik Hedman is caught on the curb as well. They are nose to nose at the first corner. I
think it was contact with Hedman, and it was actually Bradley having a completely separate incident on the inside. They've ended up nose to nose with 2 separate incidents, I think. Yellow flags there at turn 1. Up the inside goes John Falb, yeah, having a racy start.
Very good route up the inside into the second chicane, and he made it work. Picked off at least 2 cars there, so he's showing his meaningfulness at the start of this event. Francesco Draconi could well have been one that he overtook, but it is Roman Rusinov who managed to avoid all of the carnage this year at the first chicane, and leads from Phil Hansen, who was also involved in his own incident this time last year, or in October last year, when he ended up in the turn 2 gravel. But he's on the island still as Sally Jolic goes for a move on Guido van der Garde. Doesn't quite come off there. Guido van der Garde has just got by Sally Jolic, in fact, so that was the Turkish driver trying to get him back again to no avail. And are we in store for one of these supersonic opening stints from Guido van der Garde that we so often have seen in the World Endurance Championship? One particularly sticks in the mind when the car didn't qualify at all well at Spa, and within about 20 minutes he was leading the race.
Absolutely. There's been a lead change by the way. LMP3, Martin Hipper has gone by the decal car to lead the race there. Duncan Cameron making a good his escape in GTE and cashing in as we've got trouble for the number 9 Graf Racing car.
There's no rear tyre on that car, which is a major problem, and in spinning the wheels,
it's going
to do massive damage to the rear right wheel arch. That tyre's gone down so early. It must be as a result of some contact at the first corner for Rory Penttinen in the number 9 car, Graf, and it is stranded now at the Ascari chicane. Having said that, no, it's limping its way down the straight now towards the Parabolica, so there were yellow flags, they've been withdrawn, and that means as this trio of cars at the head of the order, Roman Rusinov, Phil Hansen and Yifei Ye, arrive at Ascari, they will be able to carry on racing.
I should say both the Dragon Speed and the Algarve Pro car have got going, substantially delayed in amongst the GTEs at the moment. There's Dragon Speed, a bit further back the Algarve Pro car with Richard Bradley. Let's get back to the action at the front of this race, and it is Phil Hansen doing what he can to get onto terms with the leader Roman Rusinov. This is the lead battle in GTE. 55 in the hands of Duncan Cameron. Francois Perrodo has got him as target engaged. 14 into Europol car before the further train of GTE cars, led by the 2 Proton cars, in the WeatherTech liveried number 77, then the 93. Started in the hands of Michael Fassbender. He runs 4th behind Christian Ried. All action.
All the GT cars have elected to use their bronze driver for the opening stint. I'm probably sure that was the plan at the start of the weekend, as there was some jostling of position there. Rodrigo Sales on the inside of Henrik Hedman, who of course is trying to recover, but also trying desperately not to disrupt this battle with the GTEs. But he'll want to try and side his way up the order, and can do so now on the straight. Although, when 2 GT cars go 2 abreast in front of you, have just got to wait your turn.
Yeah, they all roll the bronze drivers. Some of those bronzes, a shinier shade of bronze than others, and one of them is this man we're looking at from the rear of the 93 Proton competition car. This is Rino Mastronardi aboard the Iron Lynx car. That is the number 80. Started at the very back of the field. You can just see there the recovering Dragon Speed car going by the 93. So Mastronardi has already made up 4 places since the start. Looking now to do what he can about the 93 car. But under pressure from the back, from the rear, from Rodrigo Sales in the number 66 JMW car. Still, Roman Rusinov is fending off the chasing pack of Phil Hansen, Yifei, Guido van der Garde.
Guido van der Garde will be applying pressure on all 3 of these very, very shortly. Just get the feeling that maybe Roman Rusinov is a bit of a cork in the bottle for Phil Hansen. Could Phil produce better lap times if he were able to get by the Russian? And Guido van der Garde likewise, because that gap's definitely closing, and then opening up from Sally Jolic behind. And Jolic with company, Memo Rojas for Duquesne team, and the black and green car is tucked in behind the Turk. Julian Canal for Panis Racing, number 65, 7th, and Loic Duval in that queue as well as the 3rd placed Pro-Am LMP2 car for Real Team Racing.
This is the lead battle in LMP3. Martin Hibbert to the front here, head of the DCAR engineering car, who is under pressure now from Rob Weldon. Eric Trouillet is right there. I should say, by the way, the 9 Graf car did get back to the pit lane and is still there.
Yes. Yeah, so that's the only car not on the lead lap now, but Richard Bradley and Henrik Hedman did manage to get away from their turn 1 incident when they ended up nose to nose, but clearly a bit of give and take there, deciding who's going to reverse first or move forward first, and they've remained on the lead lap, which is obviously going to be crucial. They're a long way back, but at least they're in the frame if we do get a safety car and everything condenses again. And Henrik Hedman, Richard Bradley are now up to 31st and 32nd overall, so ahead of all of the GT cars. Battle for first continues on. You don't need a timing screen, but it's 0.3 of a second between Rusinov and Hansen. About the same back to Yifei, and Guido van der Garde is very much with them as well. And Guido won't have the distraction now of anyone in his mirrors, as we've got 4 for the lead, heading for the Varianti Ascari.
Yeah, Roman Rusinov quicker than he has been on this lap. It was Guido van der Garde with the fastest lap of the race last time around. There was damage on the front of that 24 car, but Richard Bradley goes by Henrik Hedman to take the place. So the 24 car could be in trouble later on. That's certainly not going to help the aero on this high-speed track.
No, I think if anything, the aero's making it worse, because it's not flowing across the car as the designer intended, and therefore causing those cracks to get bigger, and potentially, the future of that front right headlight is very much in the balance. It's normally securely fitted in the light pod. Headlights flashing this time for Phil Hansen, so he's making his intentions felt down into the first chicane. Had a long look at the inside there, but wasn't in a position to dive to the apex. Yifei will have been watching that with interest as well, and it means that the top 2 weren't as quick through the chicane as they would have been on an open lap, a kind of clear lap, and Guido van der Garde will inch a little bit closer.
Yep, the flashing of the lights, and Roman Rusinov would have been surprised by that. Would have been in any way almost up the rear of the Aris 01. Would have been in any way aware that Phil Hansen wanted to get by, I'm sure.
No, not at all. Just thinks he's sitting there for a Sunday morning drive at the moment. But yeah, Hansen left his braking very, very late into turn 4, the second of the chicanes, and very nearly made contact with Roman Rusinov's Aurus. Thankfully, that was avoided.
That compromises line. He's dropped back just a little off the back of the leader, but these first 4 within 2 seconds of each other, as we're now on lap 5 of this race. That's a change there. That is Rino Mastronardi making further progress and is now ahead of the number 77 and up into third place. And that's a change to the lead, isn't it?
It is.
It's
Yeah,
Francois
Perraudot.
Perraudot.
Yeah, the A of course at Ferrari has got ahead of Duncan Cameron. He was threatening to do so in the opening few laps and has now got by and also extended the lead to 1.5 seconds. So Duncan Cameron out of the frying pan into the fire, because he now has huge pressure from Rino Mastronardi and Christian Ried in the 77 Porsche. Michael Fassbender a bit further back, but only just under 3 seconds away from the sister car at Proton Competition. The leading quartet all on the main straight now at Monza, and again Phil Hansen will get an opportunity to get mere inches away from the rear wing of Roman Rusinov. Does he again think that the better opportunity will be at the second chicane, though, after a good run through the Curva Grande? They're heading through that long right-hander now. Meanwhile, Martin Hipper, who leads the LMP3 brigade in the Inter-Europol competition, the two-toe yellow and green car, just ahead of Mathieu de Barbois and Rob Weldon in the United Autosports number 2.
On board with Martin Hipper, under pressure now from the, I think, recovering effort here of the DK Engineering car. They're bringing Rob Weldon with them. So this is an interesting trio with different levels of experience. Martin Hipper, engineer by trade, and on the weekends he does a bit of race driving. It's a very quick bronze rank driver indeed, the German. Young man in the DK Engineering car, Mathieu de Barbois. This is first season in car racing, I think we thought, did we not?
Yes, done one Michelin Le Mans Cup race and then straight into the ELMS. Rino Mastronardi is fully sideways there, but has got the place on Duncan Cameron. They were side by side into the braking zone for turn 1, but the move had sort of already been made. Just had to make the corner, which was in doubt briefly, I have to say.
Masterful recovery, it's going to be said. But that has given Duncan Cameron the run around Curva Grande. He's going up the inside here. Has he got enough? He hasn't got enough to actually get past Mastronardi.
That's partly down to where the Italian was putting the car on the road, though, as well. Made sure it was very, very central, and therefore the Swiss team of Spirit of Race and that 55 Ferrari with the white front but the very deep green sides and top to the engine bay couldn't quite get through. Leaders again exiting turn 2. The laps are really ticking off at high speed. We've had just over 10 minutes now, and already onto lap 7. And 0.4 of a second remains the gap between Roman Rusinov and Phil Hansen. Yifei is there, waiting for any opportunities that they may tumble his way. But the WRT squad are there and just need to sort of stay in this vicinity for the duration of this opening stint. Guido van der Garde, frustratingly, can't get any closer to this 3, though.
Yeah, we've got car 17 under investigation for crossing the right line at pit exit. That's because Dwight Merriman has just had a quick stop in the number 17 Edex Sport car. This is the one run with Era Motorsports in the Pro-Am class. That's actually one of the 2 cars that's, if you've got an opportunity to watch on multiple screens, you can actually have the full racing car with the 17, or indeed the number 34 Racing Team Turkey car. Make sure it's a second screen.
Yes, no, I'd spotted that midweek that the stream was all ready to go at 11 o'clock, and you can enjoy the driver's eye viewpoint, and it will be all 3 drivers as well for those cars. The camera fixed in position. You'll also may well spot that there are camera pods or pseudo camera pods on the top of all of the cars now, as Michael Fassbender on the P2 cars, so just above the roll bar, effectively, there's now an extra, almost T-shaped component. Reminds me a lot of the old cameras that used to be on Formula 1 cars as well. You used to have a dummy camera when the camera wasn't working. 66 on the inside of Michael Fassbender, and did Rodrigo Sales actually get through Ascari successfully there? I think he did.
Yep. It's Fassbender and a faster bender, because he's got through there and pulled away the 66 GMW car.
Yeah, that was touch and go for a moment or two, just because he was so far left on the run into Ascari, and then naturally the car runs out wide through the second element, but neat and tidy through 9 and 10 and gains the place therefore.
Dwight Merriman will be getting a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line at pit exit. You've got to regard that end from that side of the line as a wall, effectively. It didn't blend. That's a no-no.
And actually very easy to judge from a race control point of view, a matter of fact, just like speeding in the pit lane. through the kink at Saralia, and then as the track drops away underneath you to get beneath the old track here at Monza, the banked oval, and then you emerge back into the sunshine from that tree line section into Ascari. Beautiful day. Temperatures for the start of the race 25, 26 degrees Celsius, but it will reach a high of 31, says the forecast, and that is going to be punishing for tyres through the course of the stint, particularly LMP2s, where the tyres are strictly restricted, the amount of tyres that you can use. And rather than the rear left, I'm going to be looking at the front left, because all of that downforce pushing these cars onto the asphalt is going to be massive, as in the inside of Sally Jolic there goes the 28 car at the Parabolica, Patrick Pilet. I did mention on my grid rundown that he would be one to watch.
And he most certainly is, up into 6th position as the head of the field gets into that next phase of this race. Traffic starts now, and this is where it can get very interesting, as in the background you can see Dwight Merriman just completing that drive-through penalty. White line infringement, and it's a further... Oh, there's trouble there for the 65. Almost collects the 28 as he rejoins. That was the Panis racing car, the hands of Julien Canal. Get it all wrong at turns 1 and 2. And did he profit from that? Should he be giving that place back? As Guido van der Garde almost gets caught out by John Hartshorn.
Well, he did profit from it because he got ahead of Sally Jolic, who he was trying to overtake, and it was all going very, very well until all of a sudden the front tyres cried enough and said, I cannot turn in at this speed. So he clattered over the sausage curb, very nearly overtook Julien Canal as well, but did concede. Julien very nearly overtook Patrick Pilet. We're talking about Canal, but I do think Canal will have to give that place back again. Another move at Ascari for Michael Fassbender from the Iron Dames car, and Manuel Agostner is not messing around here.
Most certainly not, as through come the leaders amongst all of that. This is what I mean. This is another phase where they're involved in their own battle. They need to be on their toes and expecting what's coming back, and that's something thrown up in the air there. Was that contact, or was that damage from something else?
It was something on the track. It looked like a piece of LMP3 car maybe that was picked up by Phil Hansen, chucked up into the air.
Maybe part of the Graf car from the other incident. Guido van der Garde has been dropped in this encounter. That fumble with John Hartshorn dropped him off the back here. And for me, Yifei looks the man most likely to take advantage of this. Looks up the inside, not quite close enough, I don't think. No, he's not. Locked up right at the end of that. The other bit of a clue that Julien Canal profited from that move is that he set the fastest first sector in the race so far, having gone across the curbs. So I'd be surprised if he's not told to give that place back to Sally Jolic.
Yeah, because the Panis racing car was clearly behind the Maroon Racing Team Turkey car as they headed into turn 1. He was going for an overtake, which would have been absolutely fair, but it was only completed because he was off the track. So, and the 65 car must give that position back now to car 34, confirmed on the bottom of our timing screen. So yeah, you were right about Yifei looking, if anything, the more lively, and it's so tricky down at turn 1 because you want to be committed to make sure that the overtake is successful, but you also seem to want to have that insurance policy as well, that if it's not going to happen, you can leap on the brakes even more to stop the car, and that's actually what Yifei managed to do.
But he didn't here. He's been dropped by the lead pair as they passed the BMW car, so he didn't manage to get it done. That means he's the man that's dropped back. It's now the lead 2, and if anything, it's Guido van der Garde now with Yifei giving trouble. This traffic does add that element, doesn't it, in sports car racing, as Phil Hansen looked around the outside. There's no way through there. They've got to take the inside line through and past the 77 car.
Guido van der Garde on the grascrete on the very wide section of Parabolica.
He's taken the position
because he was off the track again. I mean, I didn't see close enough whether all 4 wheels had gone over the white line, but he was using every single bit of track available to him on the outside of turn 11. They are going to head into turn 1 absolutely side by side, and the leaders tried the same thing as well, but Hansen has to follow Roman Rusinov through turns 1 and 2. But Yifei, as you rightly say, has now been dropped by the 2 leaders, falling back into the clutches of that bright yellow Jumbo-backed Racing Team Nederland P2 car. Well,
for 4 cars that have not changed position in some time, it's still providing plenty of excitement as we've got now a lead battle in GTE, and that's Francois Perotto bailing out of that one, having to go across. I think that might be a penalty for Francois. I don't think that's what the director says has to happen. He might have just got away with that, but he's lost the lead in that encounter with Rino Mastronardi, who's gone from the back to the front in what is that, 18 minutes.
Now, Francois will say I was going too fast to be able to go to the right-hand side of the bollard, which sits at turn 5, but that's normally the legal way to rejoin the race, as Yifei darts from one side of Rino Mastronardi to the other, and the white, red and black Team WRT car is back firmly, still in third, but back with the leaders. So this time, the Chinese driver has been able to drop Guido van der Garde, and this is all down to traffic. Sports car racing, when it's like this, it's just bonkers,
it's
frankly.
Fantastic entertainment. It really, really is.
And as Graham says, we haven't had actually any overtaking, apart from the lapping that's taking place from the top class past the GT cars, and that can present and that can take away opportunities front, left and centre. And they'll head across the line once again. This will be 12 laps in the book now. It's still, amazingly, the Auris in front, Phil Hansen in second and Yifei in third, with Guido van der Garde thinking, what on earth have I done wrong here? I was right with the third place man a minute or two ago, and I've now got a second and a half to make up once more.
It's that the element of traffic is the hidden ingredient, isn't it? It's the bit in the Kentucky Fried Chicken that makes it taste so good. It's that, and that's why we love it. It's why we love this phase of this race, as we're now getting into LMP3 traffic. Changed, by the way, in LMP3. United Autosports number 2 car in the hands of Rob Weldon is now through and past the DKR Engineering car, up into second and right on the rear end of Martin Hippert now for the lead.
Nielsen Racing LMP3 car is the next one to try and get by, and Rusanov pulls up a blinder there because he got the inside line into the second of the Lesmos, whereas Phil Hansen had to wait a little bit of time to go through the apex there. Yifei followed suit though, and here comes Guido van der Garde around the outside of Tony Wells to get the bit of lappery done that was necessary. Again though, Roman Rusanov is able to put an LMP3 car between his Auris and Phil Hansen, and this is really going to generate a big gap now, because there was no way through for the Hansen, Ye and Guido van der Garde freight train. They had to wait for the Racing Experience car to thread its way through Ascari. Here comes Yifei late on the brakes into Parabolica, but cannot make that work. Phil Hansen now a lot of work to do to try and catch up with Roman Rusanov.
Another swing of the pendulum, and Roman Rusanov will want to keep it neat and tidy, decisive, aggressive, but risk-free to cash in on that couple of moments. First time he's come through that chicane that he's not had his mirrors full of the 22 car.
Yeah. Now Guido van der Garde again setting the crosshair on the rear of the WRT Orica, looking to try and get by. They'll have to go wide at Curva Grande. There's plenty of grip out there though on the higher line through turn 3, but that is in order to overtake Martin Hipper. No, it's the 14 car of Irvin Creed, in fact, same team but sister car of the race leader in LMP3. So Hipper leading now Rob Weldon, who's got up to second place in LMP3 and ahead of the DKR Engineering car of Mathieu de Barbois. So that is a change. Whilst we focus on the LMP2 scrap, Nicola Molini not very far away in the Cool Racing LMP3 car for 4th, and Eric Trouillet in the Graf car that didn't have the dramas on the opening lap. So the 8 car is running 5th. Sadly for Rory Penttinen, he's back in the race, but he's stone last after that puncture on pretty much the opening lap.
Yeah, it was a 9.5 minute pit stop for the Graf Racing team. They're going to need help from, I think, the gods, really, to get back into this one. Real shame that, and we didn't see the contact that we would expect caused that puncture.
I think it was too early otherwise though for it not to have been contact, because they build these Michelin tyres very toughly indeed. Back to the lead in LMP3, and Rob Weldon on a tear here, having started outside the top 2. He was running 3rd for a little while, then up to now 2nd, and Martin Hipper stands in his way from leading the class.
Yep, another 2 very shiny bronzes, it's fair to say, the lead of LMP3. The bronze has indeed been highly polished. They are pulling away now from the DKR Engineering car. Nicola Molini in 4th place in this class, and the second Graf car, the 8 car, in the hands of Eric Trouillet, running 5th.
Rob Weldon actually starting 5th, so he has overtaken a number of cars so far. I think you're right about what you say about the bronze, the difference within the bronze category, but that is going to be the one that is the most varied, if you like.
Yep.
When you get to the levels of platinum, I mean, you're talking probably hundreds of seconds, if not thousands, between the talents that occupy the platinum area of the precious metal system. It's a much wider span within bronze.
This time it's Roman Rusinov who's held up in traffic in the manner of one of the Team Virage cars. That's allowed Phil Hansen to close that gap. Yifei right with them as well. Guido van der Garde just a little further back, but recovering too. To a battle in the midfield here. This is the number 30 car from Duquesne team. Number 6 in the hands of double ELMS champion Memo Rojas. And he's got the Real Team Racing car, Loic Duval, past FI World Endurance World Champion with Audi, of course, getting on to terms with Rojas.
Former Le Mans winner as well, and Duval had a full season as part of the European Le Mans Series last year, but back as a guest for this event. The concentration for the team, Real Team Racing, definitely next weekend in the WEC, and this is all part of the preparation for that, as Loic Duval tries to continue the momentum and the speed to the Parabolica. His Real Team Racing car was really bouncing around on the exit of Parabolica because he was trying to go around the outside of an LMP3 car at the same time. There was an overlapping into turn 1 there. Guido van der Garde trying the outside line on Yifei. Didn't quite come off for him, but it was worth a go. And they'll head through Curva Grande still with not a lot between the top 4. Well, about the same spaces, in fact, now. It has been yinning and yanging from the start of this race, but in the braking area they really do close up on one another as Guido van der Garde has to straight line turn 5 there. Again, no real opportunity for him to go the right side of the bollard because it was just the hint of a lock-up.
Now the penalty for him there will be, that'll be noted by race control. There won't be an immediate penalty for that, but will count certainly towards track limits.
Indeed.
Which I'm sure we'll be talking about at some point later in the race. It's helped him to catch up though. Here he goes. Close to the curb on the inside. Don't think he did.
No, that was just trying to leave the braking to the very last possible moment to gain that precious bit of ground on Yifei, and in fact he's lost some now.
Yeah, it hasn't quite worked, has it?
No.
It's not quite got the pace of these the lead 3 at the moment. More traffic as they come down towards Curva Grande now to complete the lap. At the inside of the M1 Valour Corsa car goes Roman Rusinov. Where is Phil Hansen going to catch that car? The answer is just on the exit there. Better or worse? Better, I think. But at the moment, the battle amongst the 4 is about Phil Hansen and Yifei. In that phase again.
Just thinking about the Racing Team Nederland car, has that been set up much more to suit Frits van Aert this weekend, and therefore it's not on the kind of biting edge that Guido van der Garde would like it? I mean, he's a man of such talent. You would think any car in any condition that he's given, he would be able to muscle a lap time out of it. But it's not quite working at the moment. I expected him to be able to draw in the top 3 more readily.
Remember, there is one key difference, or 2 key differences between the car that we'll see this weekend. 3 key differences now I think about it with the Racing Team Netherlands car. One is it's running a different number. Yeah. 2 is there's just 2 drivers. With the absence of Jan van Utet, we'll have Nick de Vries back in the team next weekend. And the other one is, in the LMS, they run the Sprint, the higher downforce body kit. In the WEC, it will be what was previously the Le Mans kit, the low downforce, low drag kit. So, not sure what they gain, really, from a setup. Well, we'll see, won't we, in terms of the competitiveness of Frits van Aert when we get to see the Jumbo Supermarket Magnet later. Super enthusiastic about his racing.
There's always got to be a sweet spot that suits all 3 drivers ordinarily, but I mean, the team would never tell us how the car was set up, so I'm guessing. Now, the start of the race at 11 o'clock this morning, there seems to be plenty of overlapping towards the rear around the GT cars.
That was the 60, I think, Iron Link's car. Now, I wonder if we're going to get a chance to see what happens here with Jolic as he comes through turn 1, and whether or not it was indeed 2 separate incidents. Jolic to the inside with the... Now, there was contact, wasn't there? You're right, from the... So it was the initial contact between the Racing Team Turkey car and the 21, and then there was contact with the 24, and that left them nose to nose through the... You're going to see them here. There they are.
Yeah. Well, Jolic went for a move at the inside of Hedman,
Yeah.
and the contact was made, which then steered Hedman from the right to the left and into
Correct.
Bradley. And poor old Richard Bradley trying to mind his own business on the outside line of turn 1, and he is very much involved in it. Spun around, and the two then, both Henrik Hedman and Richard Bradley, are eye to eye within their cockpits.
They've both recovered, by the way, to the train, if you like, of this is the replay of Franz Rapparodo going across. I think he might have actually just got the right side of that bollard there. Some of the incidents and the fun and games we've had so far. So those two delayed cars at the start now back onto the train of LMP2 cars, 16th and 17th, 24 from the 21. Richard Bradley at the moment is something like 10 seconds back from this 15th placed Cool Racing car at the moment in the hands of Alexandre Poigny.
Ascari chicane, Guido van der Garde exiting there now and heading up towards the Parabolica with still 3 cars ahead of him, and now 2 LMP3s, and they're not just any old LMP3s, these are the 2 leaders in the class. 13 Martin Hipper for Inter-Europol competition, and Rob Weldon in the number 2 United Autosports cars. There should be no competition between an LMP2 and an LMP3, and the leaders, well, Roman Rusanov will make swift work of the 2 of them, I reckon. However, Phil Hansen now flashing his teammate, the sister car from United Autosports, but in the P3 class, and Rob Weldon does allow Phil Hansen through. I'm not sure he'll let Yifei through, though, and in fairness, Rob did have to find the corner at turn 1 at some point, but Yifei's very slightly delayed now through turns 1 and 2, and will have to go to the high side as they head for Curva Grande.
Twice in 3 laps that he's caught a United P3 car at exactly the same points. Has helped him just a little, but for me at the moment the standout here is Roman Rusanov through traffic. He's been consistently very good indeed through traffic, and it's not always the easiest being the first to encounter the traffic here. And the one who struggled is Guido van der Garde.
Yeah. Well, he's less used, I suppose, to the LMP3s being in a race, because he's been doing all his prototype racing in the World Endurance Championship more recently. Don't have LMP3s in that championship, remember. And now an incident at turn 6, which is the first of the Lesmos, is under investigation. I don't remember seeing that between the Racing Team Turkey car and John Falb's G-Drive Aurus, but there's an incident there that happened at 11 minutes ago, which is under investigation.
We've seen, I think I'm right, the Racing Team Turkey car drop further back in the order. And the one to watch for in the background here as we look at the lead group, and it's not that far in the background, look behind the 13 car, that's Patrick Pilet. He's catching this group, and he's catching them quickly.
Yeah.
So Patrick Pilet running 5th now in the EDEC Sport car number 28, and it's not going to be too much longer at this kind of pace. He's going to be right with Guido van der Garde.
Yeah, not surprising at all when you put Patrick Pilet in the 28 car, who is the Platinum. Paul Chatin and Paul Lafargue still to come as gold and silvers respectively in the precious metal system that the FIA utilised to rate drivers. And remember, if you're in Pro-Am standard, you have to have at least 1 silver in your trio. Pro-Am is for a bronze to be included. Meanwhile, down towards the second chicane, it's the Aston Martin of TF Sport. John Hartshorn starting that car, running in 9th position. And in a moment or two, he'll have to make sure that he's out of the way of the 2 LMP2 leaders. This might be another opportunity for Phil Hansen. He's much closer again to the race leader, Roman Rusanov, as they head through both of the Lesmos. The second of which slightly a wider corner. That allows you to get the slingshot out and on towards the kink at Serralio, under the bridge and into the Ascari chicane.
Great racecraft here from these lead 4. Hartshorn goes 2 laps down to the overall leaders, but he's involved in his own GT race and programme.
And again, Yifei kind of just about with the top 2, but Guido van der Garde is more distant once more. It's puzzling this, because Guido, as I say, I expected to be a heck of a lot closer to the leading trio. Team, not regular runners, Racing Team Nederland, not regular runners in the ELMS, although TDS, who run that programme, are former champions, in fairness, of this series. It's going to be a stop-and-go penalty for Sally Jolic in car 34 for dangerous driving at the first of the Lesmos, after presumably contact. No, it was a rejoin, I think. possibly. So that's not turn 6. That's coming out of turn 5, the second of the chicanes. And Jolik, oh, it's a spin. Big spin for John Falb as he was trying to avoid the rejoining and very, very slow Racing Team Turkey car.
Yeah, Racing Team Turkey running in 10th at the moment, but that's going to get him tumbling down the order. And I think quite right there, that was either, it wasn't deliberate, it wasn't very heads-up racing from Sally. Learning his trade in LMP2, enjoying his campaign in LMP2 thoroughly, but won't be enjoying that call from the TF Sports crew, assisted, by the way, in this programme by Jota on the engineering side.
Iron Links Ferrari now to be negotiated by the top 3. And then Guido van der Garde, who's still just a bit further down the road. So the 60 car being started by Claudio Schiavone, Iron Links. And the top 3 are safely by Claudio now as well. And his home race, of course.
Absolutely. One of the driving forces behind this emerging giant that is Iron Links.
And yeah, you're quite right to point out Patrick Pilet's progress, because he shoots out of Ascari now. I think there's every chance he can get by Guido van der Garde, because that 28 car again has been quicker on average lap times through the last 10 minutes or so than the 92 car rather.
Looks to me like we're getting close to pit stop times, 34 minutes into this race, but another 5 to 10 minutes, depending on, well, fuel consumption here should be pretty high, certainly in this kind of action. And all of a sudden, Phil Hansen looks like he's going to go on the inside here, and he takes the lead. That came almost out of nowhere.
Well, he's been practicing it for
34 minutes.
34 minutes, exactly. So he kind of knew where the strengths and weaknesses were for his car and the one he has just got by, i.e. Roman Rusinov. And I think Rusinov knew the game was up there, because there wasn't a great deal of defence from the Russian driver. Maybe the team have worked out that for the moment, now that Phil Hansen's been heavily delayed, it won't be too bad to allow the Brit through for the remaining 11 minutes or so of this stint, and then everyone will pile in if you're in P2 for the first gulp of fuel.
Yeah, Yifei now looking racy behind Rusinov. We've seen one pass take place, there's now another, and behind them, it's not quite nose to tail yet between, there's Guido van der Garde, there is Patrick Pilet. That's the battle now for 4th position. There's some way back before you get to 6th place Memo Rojas. So these are the 5 in ultimate contention. Oh, there's a big wiggle there. Yifei round the outside. That was, I think, Roman Rusinov looking which way the Chinese driver was going to go, missed his braking point, and did well to gather that up, Johnny.
Well, he also knew that he hadn't got a good run, I think, out of the second Lesmo, and therefore was a sitting duck to Yifei. Wanted to leave at the braking to the final possible moment, and that's the reason why the car was very much unsettled. Hadn't hit the curb by that point. Has Roman Rusinov done the tyres, or maybe there was a blistering problem on the tyres for this opening stint, which of course is very, very warm, 26, 27, 28 degrees Celsius. And if you've not looked after your tyres quite as well, it almost looks like, because for me the G-Drive pace has just dropped off a cliff here. It's been very, very good, and then all of a sudden Phil Hansen's got through, and Yifei does likewise. So I'm sure that car is desperate for a new set of tyres, and now that Phil Hansen is into some clear air, we get to see the true pace of the 22 United Autosports Orica. Best lap of the race, Graham.
By a chunk, 140.118 for Phil Hansen goes through. The 66 car takes a bit of avoiding action over the curbs. Not sure that was absolutely necessary, to be honest with you. Yifei trying to hang on here with the United car, and is doing so. Slight check there by the 22 car with the 55 ahead. Is this going to give Yifei an opportunity to try the same move again as behind Guido van der Garde, certainly closing in on Roman Rusinov.
Yeah, who's down in the 142s again and just doesn't seem to be able to fire this car back into the pace that it was showing at the start of the race. So I think Guido van der Garde should be able to pick off the G-Drive Auras relatively simply, and that will give him some breathing space on Patrick Pilet, who's been closing in. Has Guido van der Garde just been measuring his pace from the off, knowing that it's a very warm day and he wants some tyres left for the end of this stint, and indeed if they have to reuse these tyres later on in the race, he needs plenty of meat on them as well.
That might very well be part of the plan here. We talked about this being a programme that's centred around Fritz van Aert. It's we've repeatedly said here, you would expect the professional drivers to be within tenths of each other. Where the bigger gaps come is where you start to get the gentleman drivers, the sporting amateurs that make these things happen. You've got to look after the car for these guys, because there the margins between them could be much larger. And if you can provide a car that just allows Fritz van Aert to provide more pace and more consistency, it's going to pay off. Yves Jaeger got a very good run around the outside of the 88 car. He's not quite in position yet. If you ask me, I would not be remotely surprised in the next 4 or 5 minutes before we get to pit stops to be calling the WRT car on the lead of this race.
Looking that way at the moment, although Phil Hansen would firmly disagree, and in places around Monza it is relatively easy to defend, particularly into the slower chicanes, but if you get one of those wrong, and if you get the Lesmos wrong for instance, there's very little you can do about being overtaken, because the long run through Serralio presents a very good opportunity. Hansen to Yves is 0.6 of a second, but something's happened at the second Lesmo now, causing yellow flags. Thankfully this batch of cars have already headed through there. A couple of minutes to go before we hit the 40-minute mark, which would last year have been where we would see the LMP2s pit, but they can go a little bit closer or further into the stint. The reason for the yellows is the 77 Christian Reed-driven Proton Porsche in the gravel trap, and Patrick Pilet now really turning up the wick in order to get by Guido van der Garde. They're racing for 4th position.
Yep, ex-Formula 1 driver Guido van der Garde and European Le Mans Series champion in past years with Greaves Motorsports, going head-to-head with ex-Porsche factory driver Patrick Pilet. Some big lock-up ahead of the number 41 car. Phil Hansen's pitted.
I'm going to say, where's he gone? Because Hansen should be immediately in front of Yves, but you're right, headed into the pit lane a little earlier than I'd expected.
Safety car.
Now, dude, I reckon United predicted that.
I think that's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, because seeing the Porsche and where it was positioned at the second Lesmo, turn 7, that was not going to be an easy recovery. And I don't even know whether there's a snatch vehicle that side of the track. So clearly the race has to be neutralised. And that's great timing as far as, well, everyone in P2 is concerned. So John Falb will head in now after his very frightening looking spin on the run into turn 6. After he was trying to get by the rejoining Sally Jolic Racing Team Turkey car. Now, recovery, actually there is a snatch vehicle out at the second Lesmo. And these locating lugs or hooks on the top of the GT cars mean that recovery is very swift indeed. Can just be plucked out of the stones and hopefully be put back onto the track.
Yeah, and that's the spinning of the wheels in frustration more than expectation is going to get traction there from Christian. That car will be back on track shortly, and United Autosports will be hoping that Phil Hansen, by the way, already back and running, will be hoping that this safety car stays out for not very long. Cars coming around now past pit lane. That is the Real Team Racing car rejoining. And is that a change of driver? It is. Esteban Garcia climbs aboard the number 70 car. Will filter back into line of traffic.
Now, I think there will be the necessity to unwind the field a little bit now, because we've had plenty of lappery. Yes, this place is 5.7 kilometres around, but it didn't take too long at all due to the pace of a lap for the LMP2s to catch up with the GTs. And the danger is that Rino Mastronardi may be given a false lead here. And interestingly, the gap back to Francois Perrodo, admittedly under a safety car, but it's 3/4 of a minute already. Yeah. So that will be righted during the wave by. We're nowhere near the point where LMP3s or GTs have to pit just yet.
I am expecting to see a train of LMP2s pit as the train come around Curva Grande now towards the pit lane. So it might well get very busy indeed down there, as that's the safety car with the BHK 35 car having just pitted behind.
Yep. That's Sergio Campana, and he will be given the instruction a little later to go by the safety car, because safety car driver, well, this is difficult because they're all pitting.
Yeah,
was looking for Yves, but can no longer pick that car up. So the next one on the list will be Roman Rusinov, but I'm sure Roman will head down pit road as well. Very few teams will pass up the opportunity to make a pit stop during a safety car, purely because you can buy back all of that time when you rejoin.
It's a very rapid stop from WRT.
So
fuel only.
Yeah.
And is that the 25 or the 26? They're not stopping. Duquesne come in.
Well, if it's John Fowle, he's already been in. That was difficult to tell from the rear. But you're right, no, it is Roman Rusanov, so they haven't come in the race leading 26 hours. Why would you do that?
But he's right on the edge in terms of fuel as well.
Yes.
Or is he?
Well, I mean, you're not using anywhere near as much fuel at safety car speeds as you would be at full chat, so I understand that maybe that car can make 50 minutes, but how long is this recovery going to... Well, it's already happened, because the WeatherTech Porsche's back on the track.
Yeah, it does strike me as... I'd love to be in David Leach, the technical director's head right now, to understand exactly what is going on. While we're under this safety car, Johnny, just a quick opportunity to remind you, the safety car is stopped and waiting.
For the leader.
And quite a way around as well.
Yes.
Opportunity to remind you that we are, again, running the hashtag AskELMS opportunity to talk to us here in the booth and ask us questions. So hashtag AskELMS, ASK-ELMS, hashtag 4H Monza is the event hashtag on Twitter. Ask us anything, hopefully about sports car racing.
Ideally, yes.
But, you know, nothing's, you know, it's at Blackpool Johnny for Johnny Palmer, who has unfortunate taste in football teams.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Hey, we're back in the championship now.
Are you really? And
there's a man who couldn't care less.
As DSC editor for myself, but under those two hashtags, AskELMS and hashtag 4H Monza. First questions come in from Michael Zalavari. Hello, Michael, who's down in Adelaide in beautiful South Australia, and he says, what's the new aerial looking thingy? He's you can tell he's a technically minded man on the engine intake of the P2 machines. Before we get to that question, we are going to be going down to talk to Tom Gamble, who's down in pit lane with the cars under the safety car. Let's go down with Hayley now.
I'm joined here by driver of car number 22 United Autosports, Tom Gamble. That was a perfectly timed pit there from Phil, just before the safety car.
Yeah, I mean, we played that one pretty well. Obviously, it's still a lot to pay for. It's a long old race, as we know. A lot can happen. But yeah, things are looking really good. Phil did an amazing move for the lead there. So yeah, fingers crossed here, and hopefully we can finally get that win in.
As you say, there's a lot of the race left. But, you know, what's going to be key today to really getting on the top spot of that podium that's been missing for you over the course of this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating, but, you know, hopefully we can pull off this time. Obviously, the G Drive and the WRT have got a fantastic lineup, so it's going to be tough, but we'll keep trying.
So just tell us what you think is going to be really, really important. What's going to be the biggest challenge of this race here today in Monza?
You know, it's trying to get past traffic at the right point. You know, the temperature here today is really hot as well, so it'll be really important to try and manage the tyre as well. It'll be, you know, very easy for them to overheat. So yeah, hopefully we can keep on top, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Tom Gamble, who hails from Nottinghamshire in the UK and has already done one race in the World Endurance Championship this season when he guested for GR Racing. That was in GTs, though. Makes the step up from P3 to P2 for this year and joins Phil Hanson and the defending champions. Of course, he was already with the team, but now with one of the main LMP2 cars.
I'll finish answering that question from
yes.
Michael Zalavari. That's the pod we're talking about, the little red pod with the white. They're actually, I believe, aerials on the top of that. They are camera pods. And in common with, I think Formula One did this a while ago, didn't they? That either the car is carrying a camera or it carries a dummy camera with exactly the same aerodynamic and weight properties. So quite how and where we're going to see that. This is car 26 has been reported to the stewards for not respecting the gap with a safety car.
Yes. So first of all, we're puzzled why the 26 hasn't made a stop.
And he still hasn't. He's gone past again. During
this safety car. And the car's now done, well, very nearly 50 minutes, so it can't be much fuel left in that at all.
But it's not just them, though. Also staying out is the Racing Team Netherlands car and the Jota car. Now, these are not inexperienced teams. Now, in all fairness, neither the 92 nor the 82 are in a championship run here. But everybody else, with the exception of Dragon Speed, have pitted.
you know what I've just remembered? Safety car comes out, the pit lane's closed, isn't it? For three laps. So if you do come in, you can only take 5 seconds of fuel for emergency service, and you can change a tyre. I don't think we've had the message on the screen yet to say that the pit lane is officially open. So that's exactly what G-Drive are doing. Well, you said don't second guess David Leach. Well,
United will be fine because they pitted before the safety car came out.
Yes, as in preempted it. And you said there was one car that did a very quick stop, and we were surprised about that. Was that WRT?
WRT did indeed do a very quick stop. You're absolutely spot on, Johnny.
Yeah.
Are there going to be penalties coming here?
Well, sorry, I normally remember that rule, that the safety car comes out, because it's the same in WEC as well. You have a segment of the pit lane, a period of time when the pit lane is closed, so that no one can take a very firm and quick advantage of a safety car. You have to wait your turn, wait your time, and that's the reason, again, why the safety car is staying out for longer than is necessary, because the Porsche, as I say, has been cleared out of the turn 7 gravel for a long time now.
So what we don't know is exactly what this means about not respecting the gap with the safety car. Does that mean he didn't catch up early enough, or does that mean he was too close at some point? But bear in mind what happened in Barcelona, where it was Roman, was it not, that was penalised for backing the field up?
Yes. Well, the message now on the screen is for the field to prepare for the pass around. So there'll be GT cars heading to the right-hand lane, if you like, on the racetrack. They'll all form an orderly queue and will be safely waved by the safety car. And this is to make sure that the GT race is not disrupted by where the safety car has been deployed. So we'll have all 9 GTE cars nose to tail at the very back of the field shortly. And then I think they'll do the wave by for the LMP3. So you might be thinking, hang on a minute, got GT cars overtaking cars here under a safety car. That's not allowed. Well, it is at the moment, because the official instruction has just been given. Headed by, they'll be catching up with Rino Mastronardi, but it's Perodo that leads this batch of cars to make sure that Francois Perodo and Duncan Cameron and Rodriguez Sales et al. Are then as close as possible to Rino Mastronardi for the restart of the race.
So behind the safety car, 50 minutes in now, it is Roman Rusinov leading Guido van der Garde, the G-Drive Racing Aurus, number 26, ahead of the 92 Racing Team Netherlands car. They are the first 2 cars in the safety car train, but Roman Rusinov may be in some bother about safety car procedures. Third, and none of these 3 cars have pitted at all, is Chongolele in the 82 Jota car, one of our 3 guesting cars from the FIWC, and that car with a reverse number that it would normally have. 82 is the 28 from the WEC. United Autosports' Phil Hansen is 4th in this running order, but has pitted and will have done a full pit stop because he pitted before the safety car was called. I think that's pretty much strategic genius from United Autosports.
Well, there were a couple of cars that came in just before the safety car, so some heads-up thinking there, banking on the fact that there would be the need for a safety car. And Eduardo Freitas and his team do try and avoid this type of neutralising a race. You know, full course yellow a couple of years ago, they expressed the need to be kind of favouring FCYs over safety cars. But at a track like this, a classic Grand Prix track that has existed for nearly 100 years, you've got very narrow sections, you've got gravel track just mere metres away from the edge of the track. There's always the scope for an actual need of a safety car.
Team managers for cars 25 and 26 being called to race control. It doesn't sound like it's going to be good news for the G-Drive Racing team.
Well, the 25 went through the pits for 36 seconds. That was a drive-through then, wasn't it? The last pit stop.
Did they get a drive-through?
No,
they were the victims of the issue.
They were a victim.
Yeah.
So, I'm just looking at John Fowles' pit stop to see whether that is an issue, but that suggests, if anything, emergency service to me, so I think they'll get away with that. However, there's obviously something else.
It feels quicker than emergency service.
36 seconds. Well, that's why I was wondering whether it was a drive-through, you see.
Yeah.
Unless they called John in and then went, hang on a minute, we can't pit because the pit lane is closed, so just waved him through.
Yes. We're trying to recover an error. In terms of the way this works, by the way, in race control, had this conversation with Eduardo Freitas and a kind of 20th anniversary interview I did with him at Barcelona from memory, and explained that, look, what happens in race control when people are summoned up there. He said, well, actually, it is an opportunity for an exchange. It's for them to explain to me what was happening. He says quite often you'll find, it's a fair cop gov, or he did what? But on occasion there might be a reason that is fielded that can give a different perspective to that. So maybe that's one of them. We'll wait and see.
Franco Colapinto is raring to go and to take over the 26 car because the helmet is on, the hands device attached around the neck as well. So just waiting really for the 26 car to head into pit lane. And you get the feeling that car's almost running on fumes now, but there's the option to come in for emergency fuel if
we
necessary.
We are in the third lap of the safety car. Pit entry is still closed until the safety car and all the cars following it have passed the start line. Any cars which were eligible for the pass around must also cross the finish line before they are allowed to normally pit. We will inform when the pit entry is open.
So there you go. You're not allowed to pit at the end of this lap, but the one after it, absolutely fine. And the rules clearly state that the safety car has to cross the finish line 3 times, and every car behind it has to do likewise, and then the pit lane will open. So those at G Drive, Racing Team Nederland, Jota, thinking, how much fuel have we got left now? Yeah. Can we afford to do another 5.7 kilometres, even though it is at safety car speeds?
Now, what we don't know, Johnny, is which of these cars might be in trouble. My guess is that all of them, let's assume all of them did take just emergency service or emergency fuel, and that the reason why their pit stops are not long, are as long as they are, is that we're held at pit exit. So we can't, just from looking at the times that the cars were on the pit lane, determine what happened there. Yeah. In the case of, for instance, WRT car, we saw that was a very short pit stop, but then we saw it was held. Got Franco Colapinto now, ready to go. The 18-year-old Argentine driver, his pole position yesterday.
Yeah, but it's a good point you make about Yifei, because your eyes are drawn, my eyes are drawn to the 2 minutes and 16 seconds, which is way above what you would expect for emergency service, but that is because of the red light at the end of pit road, extending the pit window, pit stop amount, because the timing loop sits the other side of the red light.
They would have been held a long time there.
Yeah, yes, agreed. And it was possibly still a safety car train that was bunching up, so it was very, very long at that point. Now the safety car moves away, and it's all now down to Roman Rusinov to dictate the pace. Guido van der Garde needs to be a bit closer, I would say, though, to Roman's car.
Well, no. Roman Rusinov shouldn't be back in the field up here. We're still in the safety car. This is about the pit lane being open. I'm not sure that's right for Roman in terms of the discipline beyond the safety car. Safety car is in this lap.
Yeah. Well, I think the lights were off.
So that's clearly what he's heard from pit. In which case he is behaving correctly, but I think he's got to come in. 56 minutes, even though the last 10 minutes have been behind the safety car.
No, I'm expecting
surely he's got to pit.
I'm expecting 3 cars to head to the pits straight away at the point that the pit lane is opened. They being Rusinov, Van der Garde, and Sean Gelael in the Jota car, the dark green machine, guesting from the WEC.
Now the other issue here is, of course, no one can pass until they cross the line. I was assuming any of them are going to cross the line at this point. It's going to get very busy indeed, because we're not a million miles away from the fueling window for LMP3 as well.
No, that's a very good point.
Albeit that they will extend it. Green flag is now shown.
Well, the safety car's been in the pit lane for about 30 seconds now.
He's had it, got an espresso.
Yeah, exactly. And the green flag's waving to absolutely nobody, the other side of the parabolica, and all of a sudden, Guido van der Garde has given very little choice but to overtake. And is that Roman Rusinov running out of fuel?
It might be.
Now? I think it has to be. Because why would you do this? He's trying to back the field up, I thought, but now he's allowed 10, 15 cars past him, and Guido Roman Rusinov's car almost cannot make the pit lane. Guido has got there, and also into the pits is Sean Gelael. John Fowl back in the pits as well for G-Drive Racing. So leading the race is Phil Hanson. I'm trying to locate his car.
He's about 6th or 7th back in this bunch.
I got him. Number 22, the larger of the United Autosports machines, but the race appears now to be led by another United Autosports car, and that will be Rob Weldon, who's got ahead of Martin Hipper at the restart. So there's a change of lead in LMP3. Rob Weldon, car number 2, about to head to the second chicane, is ahead of the yellow and green car, which in turn is now under real threat from Nicola Molini in the Cool Racing car with the silver and blue nose.
So Phil Hanson leads. It's the Panis Racing car now running second. Julian Canal from Esteban Garcia, and Julian Canal is right with him here in traffic. He's 2 cars behind him in the traffic queue. So Canal in contention here and has pitted, but was Canal's pit stop just for emergency service.
Sean Gelael back into the race. The 26 has finally made it in, and at a very oblique angle indeed. So the car has had to come across the nose of John Fowl, who arrived into the pit lane earlier than Roman Rusinov, despite Roman's better on the road position. But with no fire in the belly, because the car was on fumes by the point that it came in, it's had to draw across John Fowl's bows, and they'll straighten that car up, I think, on the dolly jacks very shortly. Phil Hanson's now jumped ahead of Martin Hipper. They're in different classes, remember, but he has cleared that bit of traffic, and now will scamper away to hunt down Rob Weldon. But Phil Hanson in the lead from Julian Canal and Esteban Garcia.
And then has a massive amount of free track ahead of him. Canal is now past Hipper as well. He'll be looking to try to do what he can before. No, he's not got. He's already passed Rob Weldon as Phil Hanson. So United Autosports, Panis Racing, Real Team Racing running 3rd, BHK Motorsports run 4th.
And a moment or two ago, a good example of why the blend line is there on the pit lane exit, by the way, because you had a massive LMP3 cars that were on the racetrack, all of a sudden joined by a couple of rejoining LMP2 cars, and it's so easy for contact to be made there. So that blend line is deliberately painted. As you rejoin, you cannot cross the line from right to left. It's invisible, though, if you're on the racetrack already. And heading into the first of the Lesmos goes the number 8 Grav car for Eric Truyer. They're having a good race, up to 4th position in LMP3, and ahead of Andrew Bentley, Mathieu de Barbois, who started from pole position for DKR Engineering in P3, now running 6th. Underneath the bridge, Phil Hanson, lap 30, and in another 5 seconds we will have had 1 hour of this race. A heavily disrupted, so far, 4 hours of Monza.
The point to make here, by the way, and again we've got to wait and see whether or not Panis Racing need a full stop here, and that is that Saliolic across it is indeed across the gravel. Does he manage to get it back? He does. It's been action-filled, hasn't it, for the Turkish driver?
That's the second of the Lesmos, where Christian Reed lost it in his Porsche, but just kept the momentum going, in fairness to Sally Jolic. The car had no opportunity to dig into the stones, and it was just inching his way delicately out of there. Lost a great deal of time, but thankfully we won't need another safety car.
Update on the 26 car, by the way. It has rejoined the hands of Franco Colapinto in 38th position. That's what that cost them.
Yeah, massive. And in fairness, they were abiding by the rules, but there was always the option to come in for that 5-minute blast of fuel. The nozzle can't be on for any more than 5 seconds, but that is permitted, even though the pit lane is closed for the first 3 laps of the safety car. Phil Hanson, though, pretty much got not quite a free fuel hit, but the ability to fully fuel the car, because the car came in just before the safety car period, and now leads the race by 1.4 seconds from Julien Canal and the Panis number 65 car. I think 65 came in at the same time as 22, and again they preempted the safety car as well.
In which case, this is a real battle, and for me, that is advantage Panis Racing. Why, Johnny? Because they're silver drivers at the wheel of the car, and it's a gold rank driver who's at the wheel of the United Autosports car. Could this be a day of days for Panis Racing?
Yeah, we've still got the silver stint for Tom Gamble to come in car 22. Jonathan Aberdeen as well as a gold will presumably close things out. Might be room for Phil to get back into the car as well. As looking to go side by side is the number 30 car of Memo Rojas for Duquesne and racing with Fritz van Aert. So Fritz just ahead in 8th position with the Mexican tucked in behind.
Imagine what the workload is in race control right now.
I dread to think. Yeah, they thought all their hard work had been done yesterday evening as part of the Michelin Le Mans Cup governing. But no, there's an awful lot of work to get through once more today.
Jules Duquesne in the centre of the picture, we've just seen that. Watching on as his 30 car. Pushes and tries. Memo Rojas to find a way around Fritz van Aert. Fritz doing a good job here. A aero package you'd be more familiar with than the low drag, low downforce pack that he'll be running next weekend in the FIWC. Duquesne looks after not only the Duquesne team but also the builder of the Duquesne chassis that we have in LMP3. Separate entity, kept separate. They don't like racing against their customers, so you won't see a Duquesne team, factory LMP3 team. It's a race team and an engineering company. This is the 41 and the 21. Well, that is a change that's just happened there. That's Yifei Ye going back up to 6th position, grabbing back some of the ground he's lost.
Also starting to happen are the pit stops for the LMP3s, or the key runners in LMP3, because Martin Hipper, Mikey Benham, Rob Hodes have all been in for Inter Europol, RLRM Sport and Team Virage. They're still in pit lane, in fact. And that possibly indicates they're doing their longer stops. You need 2 of them from each of the LMP3 teams.
It's a 10-second stop and go penalty is going the way of car 26 for not respecting the safety car procedure several times, it says here. The other point here is we're going to see some of these LMP2 cars back in soon if they took emergency service, which we know some of them did.
Yes. Yeah, good point. There's only so far that 5 seconds of fuel will get you. It's a no, it's not the same penalty. It's just a standard stop and go penalty for the Dragon Speed car number 21, but also for not respecting the safety car procedure. There goes Memo Rojas ahead of Fritz van Aert, and also now looking to get by Patrick Pilet in the red and black Edex Sports P2, and he does that on the run into the Lesmos.
There's a lot still to wind out from this, the way in which this safety car procedure came together, isn't there? A couple of the teams called it absolutely beautifully, we think. United Autosports, you believe Panis Racing as well. I'll go with that. That's a number that came in just for a splash of fuel, just that 5 seconds of fuel that you're allowed, and 1 tyre change. Doubt many of them did that. And we're back to, is this battle? This is the battle for the GT lead, and Francois Perrodo right back with Rino Mastronardi. Perrodo in something of a rich vein of form as the 55 car from what was third position for a little while. And Duncan Cameron is on pit lane.
Yeah, well, remember I talked about a 45-second gap that we'd had because of the safety car. Well, all the GT cars from 2nd place down to 9th were waved by to then join Rino Mastronardi. So effectively the reset button has been hit in GTE, and Rino having to work incredibly hard again to try and build himself a gap on Francois Perrodo. Both bronze drivers for Iron Lynx and for AF Corsa, and this is now the 93 car about to be lapped by the 88.
Now remember, there's all sorts of swings and roundabouts that come with this. Yes, a safety car will extend, 55 crew underway now, the Spirit of the Race guys, will extend the fuel mileage, if you like, in a stint, but you've also got to bear in mind the driver time regulations. So just going further on fuel is not necessarily the thing you want. You want to keep the drivers you want to have in the car for the right periods of time. Extending a fuel window for one of these cars could, depending on the regulations for driver time, not necessarily be a good thing.
Yeah, of course, time during a safety car does count to each driver time. It's not like being in the pits, but I hear what you're saying, and that it's going to massively disrupt what you had pre-planned heading into the 4 hours of Monza, and then you'll have to be thinking, right, now we've got more time than we expected for this particular driver. How is that going to affect the other 2 and where we fit them in stint-wise? screens being cleaned on some of the LMP3 cars, including Andrew Bentley's number 3 United car and Erwin Creed in the 14 Inter Europol competition machine. So that's not the former race leading version of their car. The 13 car was a leader previously, Martin Hipper, and he has slipped further down the order now, only because he's done the pit stop that these cars are now serving. Adrian Schiller becomes our temporary LMP3 leader for MV2S Racing. Let's give them a moment in the sunshine. French squad. Nick Adcock in second for Nielsen Racing, and in fact Nielsen second and third currently, with Adcock ahead of teammate Tony Wells.
This is a good part of the stint here for Francois Perrodo. There is this, Rino Mastronardi beginning to run out of tyres. Francois Perrodo, already a champion in the World Endurance Championship in GTE AM, has come back to GTE after trying LMP2, prefers his GT cars and is loving it, loving this car. Puts a lot of time, energy and thought into all aspects of the racing. Big supporter of racing away from his own efforts as well. We'll keep those aspects of his contributions, as they quite rightly should be, private, but the look of this car is one of them. It's absolutely stunning. Sunny day like this, the thing just shines. Up the inside goes the 82 car from Jota.
And had to go between a Ferrari going into the pits and also actually one behind wanting to do the same as well. But the instruction generally, I think, in the driver's briefing is for GT cars to stay left. But what if you want to pit and you've got a P2 car overtaking you on your right? Well, amazingly, the Jota car was able to thread the eye of the needle there and avoid what would have been a huge bit of contact coming out of Parabolica. And thankfully, unscathed, the two leaders in GTE make their stops, and that will leave Claudio Schiavone as our new leader in GT for Iron Lynx in the yellow and black Ferrari. So these are the first stops, first meaningful stops in GTE. Oh, we've also had the TF Sport Aston Martin in. Manuela Gosner stays at the wheel of the 83 Iron Lynx Ferrari. Duncan Cameron's made a pit stop as well and stays as the driver. So these are the last few, actually. Rino Mastronardi and Francois Perrodo as the top two. Claudio Schiavone will complete the set, I presume, the next time around, because there really can't be much fuel left in the tank of car 60.
Yeah, the other car that has not pitted yet and leads the race in LMP3 is the 6 Nielsen Racing car, Nick Adcock.
Yes.
And that is because he's not pitted.
Yeah, so Nielsen dealing with the 7 car first of all, and Tony Wells has been in and now out again. And it'll be Nick Adcock, I would think, the next time around, with a nice clear pit apron around where Nielsen Racing are based for the weekend. MV2S head back into the race as well, with the diagonally striped livery on the nose of that car, orange and grey.
Lots of orange cars this year.
There are. Change of lead in the pits, because 88's got ahead of 80, I reckon.
Yes, I think you're correct. Not the lead quite yet.
No, but what will be the lead ultimately, because the Perrodo and Mastronardi cars came in as the leaders, and Schiavone will correct that. But actually, John Hartshorn scored as a leader right now, and he has made a stop, hasn't he? So
that looks to me like an emergency stop.
51 seconds, yeah. Yes. So we'll have to make another one fairly soon.
And I think the Iron Lynx as well probably did so. We'll wait and see how that one kind of pans out. It's either going to be very good for Iron Lynx or very, very bad.
Yeah, well, we now know that regular pit stop under green flag conditions for fuel will take about 1 minute and 25, maybe 1 minute and 30, because that's how long Rino Mastronardi was in the pit lane just now in car 80. Down towards the second chicane for Duquesne and Edex Sport. So Memo Rojas just ahead of Patrick Pilet. And this is a tough one to call, actually. Pilet does seem to have slightly more speed than the Duquesne team, but he's got to overtake first to fully utilise that. Last pit stops for both cars 7 laps ago. And they're both in from the start as well. That's the reason why the drive time pretty much reads our race time as well at an hour and 11 minutes, I should say.
This is part of a little group that is catching the cars ahead, by the way. What have we got here? We've got the Team WRT car, something like 12 seconds ahead of this pair. move this pair too. They're lapping in the 40s, 41s, several cars ahead in the 42s or even the 43s. Phil Hansen, though, is herring away. Now 6 seconds up on Julian Canal.
2 more pit stops under investigation for the 24 Algarve Pro racing machine and the 26 G-Drive racing car. Actually, both run out of APR's garage. And I'm not entirely sure the reason for that, but we might be able to shed a bit more light on it. Let's head to G-Drive now and Hayley Edmonds.
I'm joined here by Roman Rusinov, driver of car number 26 of G-Drive Racing. Now, he lost a lot of time and he picked up a penalty due to bad fuel management.
No, I think we get some fuel. It was showing 1.7 liters, and considering we have to use 1.2 liter, so I could manage it easily. But then I started to have a fuel cut, so I couldn't follow the safety car, and then I just roll into the pits. And also, I think the system showed the wrong number.
So tell us about your performance and your stint. Were you happy with that? Were you going full throttle there, or were you maybe kind of?
No, we was doing a lot of fuel saving, but really a lot. That's why I knew that we could manage, and we was expecting the fuel number was correct, but it was not correct. So I was not correct by 1 liter, and it's exactly what happening, because I was really doing a lot of fuel management during the run. But yeah.
Do you think it's going to be hard to pick up again? Are you going to be able to get back up the top there?
You know, you never know what's going to be with the safety cars, with everything, you know. Let's see, it's still 3 hours to go.
Thank you very much.
Well, they are a lap down, but yeah, you never know with safety cars around this place. Might be able to present an opportunity. Patrick Pilet using the racing experience LMP3 car to give him a good scope of taking the chance to overtake Memo Rojas into the Parabolica to the inside line. From the outside line on the route into turn 11, but still cannot find a way by the Mexican, who is defending stoutly in the Duquesne car, so they will cross the line again pretty much with a blanket being able to cover them. Now, I'm hearing from the ELMS press officer, Jeff Carter, some entertainment in the pit lane. You'll remember, I think, the message I just read out about car 26 and 24 and their pit stops being under investigation. And we kind of lost track of Roman Rusinov when he'd run out of fuel coming out of the Parabolica. He did make it into the pit lane eventually. We didn't see how, and the suggestion from Jeff is that actually car 24, the sister car from APR, pushed it down the pit lane.
Yeah. That might explain why both have been called to the race director about their pit stops.
Now, you see, the front of the 24 car is already pretty damaged, so maybe the thought was, well, we can't really make it a great deal worse. And that car 26, former race leader, desperate to get to the fueling bay, will just give it a bit of a shove. I don't know how far down the pit lane it needed to be pushed, but really that's a no-no surely in the regulations, whether it's a metre or whether it's 100 metres.
Well, let's how do we say it on the internet? Hashtag wait and see. That one's viewed. I've never heard the like.
No.
That's kind of Nürburgring 24 hours type action,
really
isn't
is.
it? Wow.
Well, I mean, I started doing some commentary 15 years ago or so ago in the UK on short ovals in banger racing, and that's a method of getting your car going again into a race, is just battering into an opponent and pushing it along for a couple of metres. Well, it worked for them, but it's just a question of how the stewards see things there.
I think we're going to find out one way or another.
Yes. Maybe a regulation has to be quickly written to say that's not allowed. Yeah, very fascinating indeed. I thought I'd seen most things in motorsport, but that's a new one for me. Lights flashing on the Duquesne car to make sure that the 66 Ferrari is aware that 2 P2 cars need to get by at turns 1 and 2. Is it still Rodrigo Sales for JMW Motorsport? Yes, it is.
It is. And Patrick Pilet looking for a way around Memo Rojas. It's a good spell this from Memo. Fending off Patrick Pilet, remember in his first stint, was able to close down that lead group. Meantime, by the way, Phil Hansen is not quite pulling away at the moment. It's sort of, I think, a lap in traffic last time. Moment here to actually mention the BHK Motorsport team. We don't often mention them. Running third now. And that was a big wobble. It was a lap before, I think. Patrick Pilet thought he'd managed to find a way through, but BHK Motorsport running third and catching Julian Canal at the moment, 14 seconds back, but about a second a lap quicker last time around Sergio Campana. So a rich vein of form from a team that has made big strides this year, putting a couple of very well-known names in the ELMS paddock. Mark Owen from 360 Racing involved there. The car looks great this year. Looks a bit like a kind of Italian Alpine.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from there. I did enjoy a big grid from Kyle Tilley down in the EDEC Sport garage. Not his car, the Patrick Pilet machine, but he's in the sister 17 car. And there was just several kind of moments of, is he going to hit him? Is he going to hit him? Oh no, got away with it. Patrick Pilet into the first corner, but desperate to get by Memo Rojas. And we'll try again, I'm sure, several times into turn 1 before that finally does come off, because I'm convinced the 28, in fact he's by him now, so the 28 car has got ahead of Memo Rojas, and the road is clear through to Yifei, 17 seconds up the road.
Francois Parada, by the way, past Marino Mastronardi, now closing in on Manuel Agostna. We don't yet know exactly where these cars stand in terms of their emergency service versus when we're going to need to see them again. But he's now got the 83 car ahead of him. John Hartshorn currently running second. His team manager for car 83, that is the Iron Dames car, to race director immediately. These are second, third, fourth and fifth in the order at the moment, with all that mix-up with pit stops.
Briefly yellow flags down at turn 1, but they've been taken in again. I think that's probably a car heading down the escape road and needing to thread its way through the large polystyrene blocks, rejoining just after turn 2.
Welcome, by the way, to the European Le Mans Series, to newcomer in racing, Juan Pablo Montoya.
I've never heard of him. Yeah, indeed so.
The latest of the stars being brought to the cars by Dragon Speed USA. Great stuff from Elton Julian to add even more layers of fun and games to the LMS this season.
Yeah, good to have Dragon Speed USA back in the championship as well, having missed the previous round. So a big gaggle of GT cars, 4 of them now working their way through Parabolica using all sorts of different lanes, and there's some overlapping because the TF Sport Aston Martin is being caught by the 2 Iron Lynx Ferraris and the AF Corsa car of Francois Perrodo. TF Sport Aston being driven by John Hartshorn, who stays well over to the left. He's going to have to turn in at one point though and retain second position as Manuela Agostna looks for a way by. She should be able to get through past the Aston Martin on the exit, and does exactly that. And to follow suit will be the 88 Francois Perrodo silver Ferrari, now around the outside of the big Aston.
Yeah, you've got to hope, haven't you? As around the outside of all of them goes the Duquesne car with one of the G-Drive cars looking to get by Rojas, as Manuel Agostna bails out.
And does go the correct side of the bollard. There's even a bit of a curve there as well, making it look like the race track. It's the Joker lap, if you like, at turn 4, but no, it's only because she outbraked herself into the second chicane.
This is probably narrow your eyes busy, isn't it, right now? Cars on different laps, different classes, different strategies, different time zones in some of them cases. It's very busy indeed, but everybody being very sensible right now.
Well, this is a phase in the race where you stand to lose far much than you will gain, and it is about trying to stay as neat and tidy as possible. As there's a change within the Iron Lynx brigade, and that's Rino Mastronardi jumping ahead of Manuela Agostna, who was already on the back foot after she had to go straight across the chicane at turn 5.
Thought occurs, by the way, I hope Eduardo's not in WC mode with that car 83, as that's one of the G-Drive cars on the grass in avoidance or in overtake, and that's the Racing Team Netherlands car in close proximity as well. It's Rui Andrade, isn't it? And Fritz van Aert in a battle. That's a battle for position. Look at this, 3-4 wide. Oh, good grief, through Parabolica.
So, is that the 26 of Franco Colapinto, who was grass tracking his way?
That's the 25
car. Okay.
4 wide here.
Dear me.
Oh, good grief.
Down towards the first corner, like it's the first lap all over again, but in fairness, they're all making room for one another just about. The natural pinch point at turn 1, Racing Team Nederland getting through Fritz van Aert, and Rui Andrade, as you say, just getting by.
Right behind is the race leader, looking to lap this group. This is lapping the 10th and 11th place cars at the moment. They're about to do so. That's a mark of the progress that's been made by Phil Hansen, although in this traffic, not far behind again. There you go, in the background there, coming through the turn is Julien Canal. He's made up some ground here. It's was up to about 6, even 7 seconds. It's now down under 3 again. So again, this delay is burning some of that Phil Hansen time.
So, 22 now by Manuel Agosner, and about to get by as well is Fritz van Aert. But Phil Hansen flashing the lights, eager to lose as little time as possible to Julien Canal for obvious reasons. 2.2 seconds. I think Phil Hansen's just going to have a sort of quiet sit down in a darkened room after all this, because it has just been so fraught for the last 1 hour and 22 minutes. Not really had a moment to himself apart from during the pit stop. As down towards the Parabolica, he tries to get the overlap on Rui Andrade. That doesn't quite come off. More pit stops under investigation. There's a car in the gravel trap now. Car number 8 for Sebastian Page, which is the Graf car that was doing far better than the number 9. But I'm afraid now, out of the top 5, it will tumble.
And that will need assistance. That looked to be all by himself, and it was a dramatic spin, wasn't it, from Page?
It's happened at the third part of the Ascari chicane. So inside of turn 10 is a gravel track, and that is where Sebastian Page's car now sits, minus the rear left bullet, which would normally sit behind that rear wheel. And that'll have to be located, or at least a new one found, if the car wants to continue on in the race.
So anybody tuning in to the European Le Mans Series for the first time and is thinking this endurance racing's, not that exciting, just rewind the last 5 or 6 minutes. I'll wait.
I know. You don't really know where to look next. And thankfully, we are just about staying on top with who are the overall leaders. But it's very easy to lose them in a crowd of LMP3 cars, the midfielders in LMP2 as well. Full course yellow it will be to recover Sebastian Page from the turn 10 gravel. And that should mean that the number 8 car can get back into the race.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
You can overtake to the very last moment into an FCY. That's exactly what the intention was from car 17 and Ryan DL. Of course, he had the countdown live in his ears as well, either directly from Eduardo or his engineer repeating the count. Now, the intention of a full course yellow, unlike a safety car, is to try and keep the gaps between the cars that we had before the stoppage or before the neutralisation of the race. And it shouldn't last too long, actually, this. That's as long as a snatch vehicle can get to turn 10 relatively quickly.
Now, the next part of the game is who is in a position to take advantage in pit stops here. Where is the 22 car, for instance? Because it's not a million miles away from their pit window here.
No. Well, we've got 2 takers here. Duquesne in the number 30 car down pit road. The 28.
That's 26 as well is in. Franco Colapinto is on the background, and apologies, 28 as well.
Yeah, so Patrick Pilet can't have much fuel left at all because he's been pushing on like crazy during the stint. And Colapinto, in the former race leading and pole sitting G-Drive Aurus, down in 16th place now. This is kind of the safety car that Roman Rusanov was suggesting would be very, very useful to the team. Or rather, the full course yellow. The difficulty is, even during a safety car, it's very tricky to make a full lap back again.
And remember, they pitted much later.
Yeah. So the 22 is into pit lane with 44 laps completed, 3 seconds to the good. The lap times, the sectors between the cars, though, extended because of this full course yellow.
So Phil Hansen pits the car. It's a driver change for the 22. Remember, this is the only one of the 2 United cars in the race this afternoon after the effective exclusion from the race of the 32. 65 down pit lane as well from second position. Great run this early part of the race from Panis Racing. BHK Motorsport, they pit from 3rd. So anybody that was in trouble on the shortness of fuel, this is going to help them out. Doesn't look to me, by the way, as if anybody took emergency service under that safety car. They've all been out way too long for that.
It's difficult to read because, as you quite rightly said, a number of stops were extended by red lights at the end of the pit lane.
Indeed.
So very, very tough for us to work that out. But you can be assured that race control will be well on top of it. We've had a change in the pit lane, Graham.
In the pit lane, Panis Racing have leapfrogged the United Autosports car, become our, effective de facto leader here.
as Sebastian Page, at almost a 45-degree angle now, is brought out of the gravel trap. He's staying at the wheel because as soon as that car is lowered onto hard standing, he'll be able to get going again. But as I say, the first priority is then making sure that bit of bodywork that was torn off in the spin and the run into the gravel is fixed on that rear left corner of car number 8. Yeah, so what more did 22 do in that stop than the 65? Was it just the fact that United didn't want to release the car as an unsafe release into the path of another?
It was 5 seconds quicker by Panis Racing in the pit lane there.
Both did a driver change, both did fuel, and presumably both did tyres as well for new drivers.
Maybe it's just a fumble, it could be just something small, but either way has dropped the 22 behind the 65 with James Allen now at the wheel.
There were
Australian driver from South Africa.
Yeah, there were a lot of cars in the pit lane during that stop for the 22 and the 65, so I just wonder whether the lollipop had to stay down to make sure that Jonathan Aberdeen wasn't released into the path of another car. James Allen, Panis Racing, 65, leading the race then now, ahead of a new driver into the 22, Jonathan Aberdeen, and in third position, still BHK Motorsport, Sergio Campana. So that was not a driver change for the 35 car. Marcus Pommer and Francesco Draconi still to come there.
Could this be their day of days? Well, we've got the cars under full course yellow. We'll go back to another of the questions from the hashtag AskELMS. If you do want to talk to Johnny and I and ask us questions about what the heck is going on, hashtag AskELMS on Twitter. And you'll find Johnny under @BlackpoolJohnny and myself under @DSC Editor. But please use that hashtag. And the hashtag for the event is hashtag 4HMonza. And from Josh Lane, he says, why does the pit lane open and close? Could it be open throughout the race? It could be. It's all to do with the race director decision on safety management. There are regulations around when a safety car is out to just keep that neat and tidy. To get the field under control, remember, is the main objective of a safety car. And Eduardo Freitas and race control will want the field to be fully under control before that pit lane opens, and the determination under regulation is that it will be 3 laps, full race, 3 laps under safety car before they will open that pit lane.
Yeah, the same thing happens in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. The full caution comes out and the pit lane automatically closes to make sure advantage cannot be gained. We have a new race leader. Let's hear from the team.
I'm joined here by Julian Canal, driver of car number 65 of Panis Racing. You started 8th, you worked your way up to 2, you're currently leading. What a fantastic first stint for you. Well done.
Yeah, we have a bit frightened about the start because we know that initially at Monza there is a lot of stuff can be happen in the first corner. I just avoid that. There is a big mess in front of me. I just take the car on the track and go as fast as I can, and I think the strategy have paid.
All that despite, of course, having to leave your place to Saleh Yulak because you came off track with the overrun.
Exactly. In the first brakes, we have to brake really late. There is a lot of bumps on the track, and it's quite difficult to overtake because the car go on the bumps and lock the front. So I lock a bit too much the front. So I decided to cut the turn to avoid that, to put the other car on the wall, and I had to slow down and give the place back to him, but fortunately I can overtook him straight, just 2 corners after I give the place, and then we were on the good pace.
Great, well thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's Julian Canal, the man from Le Mans, of course, and always runs with the cars with the golden arches on the nose due to his business connections. And good to see then the 65 car, which may not have been down as many people's favourites to do well this weekend. Back where it should be, effectively, because so many times I would need to take a few hours probably to count up all the times that Julian Canal has done the 24 hours of Le Mans, and a regular in the European Le Mans series as well. There's an issue potentially. That's the rejoining Sebastian Page Graf car from the gravel trap.
But smoking. Is that gravel coming out, or is he smoking because there's damage?
The tyre's gone. And the tyre's gone on the other side from that happened on the number 9 car, you may remember, which had a rear right failure after, we think, some contact. And because the car spun sideways at high speed through the stones at turn 10, that unfortunately has punctured the tyre significantly, and the rear wheel arch is bouncing around as well. But yes, Julien Canal, a former champion in LMP2 in the World Endurance Championship. He's been a champion, well, he was a champion in 2015 there. Still only 38 years old, and therefore many more years to race behind the wheel of a prototype to go. And they're in a good position right now with young Australian driver having just taken over. Yeah,
shame that for the Graf Racing team. That car had been going well, hadn't it, the number 8? But quick follow-up question as we watch team beginning to go to work on the number 8 car. Follow-up from Ari to that earlier question. Full course yellow is going to be coming back to green in just under 30 seconds. Why the difference sometimes between safety car and full course yellow? It is entirely down to Eduardo Freitas to decide that. Generally speaking, Eduardo will make that determination depending on the nature of the incident and the sighting of that incident,
9,
and whether or not
8,
we've got
7,
safety workers
6,
in line of fire.
5,
That's the general
4,
kind of way in which
3,
Eduardo will make that determination.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
Up the noise, and we're back to green flag racing, Johnny.
The favoured way of neutralising a race is definitely full course yellow, but sometimes there's little choice but to slow everybody down and then close the gaps. And of course, in a sprint race, a safety car isn't really doing that much damage as far as gaps are concerned. But in an endurance race, when you might have spent a whole hour trying to open up a minute's gap, let's say, that can be gone in one fell swoop when the safety car is deployed.
Spanish Racing lead this race. James Allen with Jonathan Aberdeen right behind him, but now putting a GT car on. This is going to be a bit more of traffic leapfrog, isn't it, by these LMP2 cars. Threads the needle through to the start-finish straight, and Aberdeen looking to do the same.
So again, overlapping on the main straight with LMP2 to the right, LMP3 in the middle, GTE car on the left. All three classes represented there brilliantly well. And down into the first chicane goes this scrap then with Jonathan Aberdeen in second position.
But also involved in here is recovering the 34 Racing Team Turkey car with Logan Sargent now at the wheel of the car. So driver change from Sally Jolic. It was a pretty traumatic second half of the stint for the Racing Team Turkey car, but somewhat porpoising the 34 car, but showing pace. He's unlapped himself from Jonathan Aberdeen, but now looking to unlap himself from the leader, Logan Sargent, the 34 car. Long way back, but one safety car would sort that if and when he manages to find his way past James Allen.
So Logan Sargent, the 20-year-old from Florida, back into the Racing Team Turkey car in Harry Tinknell's absence, and he already has an overall pole position to his name. Very quick driver indeed, who has been mainly plying his trade in single-seaters. And of course before that karting as early as 2013, but has raced in the FIA Formula 3 Championship this year, in fact, dovetailing a campaign in that and occasional ELMS appearances too.
The somewhat raffle-like nature of the way in which the LMP3 field has been worked out. Mikey Benham leads now from Nick Adcock in the so it's the RLRM Sport 15 from the Nielsen Racing number 6. Matteo Passini, ex-MotoGP rider, who's been shuffled into the number 13 squad this weekend, and he sits third for the 13 into Europol car. Then Rob Weldon, who led the race. Charlie Cruz, we saw involved at it was at La Castellet, wasn't it, where Charlie got involved with the firefighting of his own car.
That's right, yeah.
In the Team Virage car. Lawrence Hurt is now aboard the number 4 DKR engineering car. And those 6 cars separated at the moment by 30 seconds. It's a 22-second lead at the moment for Mikey Benham.
Logan Sargent darting to the inside of the first of the Lesmos to get by the 88 Ferrari to put another lap on that. And now the battle battle is on for third position between Spirit of Race and JMW Motorsport. Rodrigo Sales is still at the wheel of the JMW car, the bright yellow machine with the white visor. And then the white and green Ferrari just up ahead, still with their starting drivers finishing the final few minutes now. An hour and 36 completed. So therefore, in just over 20 minutes' time, we will have reached half distance. Very tricky race to read to this point because of a safety car and a long safety car period. Now, more recently, a full course yellow too. And that's left the Panis Racing James Allen driven 65 car leading the way. I still think they were, at the same time as the 22, a team that to preempt the initial safety car, get into the pit so that they could do a full fuel and not have to worry about only leaving it to emergency service as the safety car was deployed. Up the inside of the two GT cars battling over third position comes the 24 car of Diego Manchaca now. That's the white and green car from Algarve Pro Racing. Manchaca is 14th. And running behind a clutch of Pro-Am LMP2 cars on the timing screen. In fact, Pro-Am led by Esteban Garcia for Real Team Racing, thanks mainly to the opening stint from Loic Duval.
Yellow flags at Parabolica just at the moment. Not clear at the moment why that is, but lots going on in this race. Lots more to come. Not sure if you mentioned it, Johnny. I've been firefighting something else. But BHK Motorsport, by the way, under investigation. It's the 12 car, by the way, racing experience car that's into and I think through the gravel. Did can't manage to recover? I think it did. No yellow flags there anymore.
That was at the Parabolica, which popped the windscreen wiper up to a vertical angle. And now at the inside for 13 Inter Europol competition, going second to jump ahead of the 6 car of Nick Adcock. So that's Mattia Passini, who's also now got ahead of Rob Weldon since then. So
Mattia Passini having a rich vein of form here. The 35 car, the BHK Motorsport car, under investigation for safety car procedures. So this day in the sun for BHK Motorsport may not last for very much longer. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, and a full 2 seconds faster than the overall leader, has gone to the car in 17th place. Care to guess who that is, Johnny?
I think it's Franco Colapinto.
It most certainly is.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, to see the speed from the young Argentinian, just frustrating, massively frustrating for G-Drive Racing to be pretty much out of it now, a lap off the pace.
So at the moment we have those 3 cars with a better part of a minute. James Allen, Jonathan Aberdeen and Sergio Campana. Campana under investigation right now. Then Sean Galale, 55 seconds back but quicker and by a chunk than the top 3 at the moment. They're all in traffic. Sean at the moment in the 140s compared to the 142s and 43s for the top 3. This is why, because there is significant traffic for this is the 22 car. 3.4 seconds behind now, James Allen. Could it be Panis Racing's day?
Very easily. No, admittedly, just because you are the race leader with 20 minutes to go to the halfway point, that doesn't necessarily translate to you taking the checkered flag out front. But they're in a great position right now and would have taken this if you'd offered it to them at the start of the week. So James Allen now at the wheel. We've had the stints from Julien Canal and we've still got Will Stevens to come in that car, who is the former Formula 1 star and Le Mans winner at GTE level, having won it actually with JMW Motorsport a couple of years ago. So can lend his hand to all sorts of different racing cars and produce very, very fast lap times indeed, Will Stevens. And he is due in for the closing couple of stints. But yes, having burned, theoretically, very much in inverted commas, the slower driver's time now, as in Julien Canal. You can't really call Julien Canal a slow driver by any meaning of that description. But now they have to lean on the gold and the platinums, having used all that silver time early on. So it's a very luxurious position to be in regarding Panis Racing. And Jonathan Aberdeen looking to just try and keep the Aussie honest ahead of him. That gap still sitting at 3 and a bit seconds with an hour and 40 minutes gone now. Out of the second Lesmo, the 2 Edex Sport cars are running nose to tail. Cool Racing tucked in behind as well. That's the 37 car of Antonin Borger pursuing Paul Lafargue. And the 17 EDEX Sport car, the Era Motorsport combined with EDEX Sport's entry for Ryan DL, is no longer on the lead lap, but making it look like it is in contention. Heading into the first chicane goes the 82 Jota car. Now, is that still Sean Gallale? I would imagine it is, because there's only 2 drivers allocated to that car. Jasmine Jafar will come later on, but the main reason for the Jota car being here this weekend is to make sure that Sean gets plenty of seat time. Dodging to the left, dodging to the right is the WRT car right behind. That's Robert Kubica looking for a way through. Kubica currently 5th. Gallale is 4th for Jota, but Kubica clearly quicker in this phase of the race. They both took over 6 laps ago of their relative cars. No, I'm wrong there. Gallale's been at the wheel for a lot longer than that. He's been there since the start, and Kubica's been in for nearly 15 minutes now, having taken over 6 laps ago. But the quicker car on the best lap times is that of Kubica. Car 41's managed a lap time half a second faster, but it's Gallale who gets the advantage into the Variante Ascari, nipping up the inside of the 77 Porsche, which is now being driven by Cooper McNeil. He is the WeatherTech bit of the partnership deal with Proton Competition this year. And Cooper McNeil eager to get plenty of European races under his belt before an appearance at the 24 Hours of Le Mans next month, where he'll be with that team again. We've got a question on the hashtag handle AskELMS, which you may know the answer to, Graham.
I've just seen it.
Okay, good. Right,
I don't.
Oh, you don't know the answer.
I keep meaning to ask them. It's come up before.
Well, let me ask a question, and then you can say, I don't know, Johnny. It's from Richard Cooper, who's at Richie C16 on Twitter. As I say, send your tweets with the hashtag AskELMS included. Why are Ligier prototypes, so these are the LMP3s he's talking about, why are Ligier prototypes right-hand drive when most race cars are left-hand drive?
You know, it is, I don't know. And the question's come up multiple times before in multiple arenas, and I was just simply not, there's got debris there, and that is on the racing line.
Yes.
We need to ask them, so I'll drop them a line while we're on air and see whether or not we can.
Richard's concern is that when you've got a driver stepping out from that side of the car, that's where the refueling's taking place. So it does rather interfere with the 2 jobs during a pit stop. When the fuel's going in, is that the thing? Is that that you can do the driver change at the same time, or does the driver change have to be separate from the fueling? I never remember.
We've got a full course yellow coming for that debris.
Because of the debris, yeah. So again, when you're doing fueling and a driver change at the same time, and your driver's having to get out of the right-hand side of the car, that is not ideal. But it is the reality for a lot of the cars in this race. The full course yellow kicks in now. The debris at turn 4, which is the run into the second chicane, and sitting right in the middle of the track, as Graham described. So a brave marshal / corner worker will head out into the middle of the track very shortly to pluck that bit of debris to a safe location. And the full course yellow boards, accompanied by the yellow flags, now waving all the way around the 5.7 kilometres. Here is the marshal I talked about, and you can see why I labelled him as brave, because having to wait for a suitable gap in the traffic. Now this is where again a safety car might be utilised, because once you bunch all the field up, you've got probably 8/10 of the circuit which are completely devoid of cars, and therefore a safer point to run into the middle of the track. But it can be done under a full course yellow. You just got to pick your gap wisely, and I think probably warnings and then the sign of OK will be shouted to the man who is going to be elected to run into the middle of the track. Oh, neatly done. Very smart indeed. And now running the safe side of the Armco barrier. Bit of a souvenir there to take home tonight.
Will be on his way, I'm sure, to Tokyo as part of the Italian relay team shortly. Excellent, well done, sir.
Yeah, good stuff. That's exactly why I always try and say we cannot go motor racing without our marshals, the men and women in orange, who are clearly fans of motorsport anyway, want to get as a little closer than the spectators ordinarily do. But sometimes the responsibilities are very important indeed. including, of course, to be the first on the scene in some big accidents like we had yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and indeed in the Porsche Carrera Cup France, which preceded that evening race. New tyres for the 55 Ferrari, bolted onto this car then, and again a good time to try and get a pit stop out of the way during a full course yellow, although now the team manager of Dragon Speed USA is being summoned to race control for an issue with the 21 car.
That comes as Juan Pablo Montoya makes it back onto the back of the LMP2 train. So through comes the 14 car here, the second of the Inter-Europol cars. They currently run second with the 13 car, and it is 8th for this car. The two-car effort here in the European Le Mans Series. We'll see their LMP2 effort next weekend in the FI World Endurance Championship. A team that again is showing great form in LMP2. Been reasonably quiet while I've just been checking a couple of facts and figures about Panis Racing. I can tell you this would indeed be their first LMP2 win should they manage to retain this form. Joined the European Le Mans Series LMP2 grid in the previous iteration of LMP2, 2016, as Panis Barthez Racing. Fabien Barthez used to be involved in the ownership of the team, no longer is. It is the brother and sister Abadi, with Olivier Panis involved now as the Panis Racing squad, and always been there and thereabouts, never quite done it.
Yeah.
They've had a second place this year, their second place in ELMS history.
Okay.
Finished second at Barcelona.
Was that only their second podium though, since they entered ELMS?
I think they've had 3 or 4, but
right.
I think they've had 2 second places.
Yep.
But a win here would, well, if not put them into the championship lead, would put them certainly well up the order.
And I have to say, it's about time too, because the amount of loyalty that Panis Racing have shown towards this championship, I really expected that their results would have been more, their podia would have been more frequent than Graham's just found out. So yes, on course at the moment for a very good result. The two cars behind them have made a stop. Interestingly, James Allen stays out. Jonathan Aberdeen and Sergio Campana for United Autosports and for BHK Motorsport heading into the pits though at the end of lap 53.
So just have the feeling, you know, we're going to get a lot of action on the screens from race control at some point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things in that inbox right now.
Agreed.
Call it as we see it though, Johnny. Panis Racing leading into those pit stops, lead from United Autosports and BHK Motorsport. Sean Galale in the Jota car running in 4th under pressure from Robert Kubica in the Team WRT 41 car. That's the top 5, with Esteban Garcia leading the Pro-Am class in the 70 car, the guesting car from Real Team Racing. Paul Lafargue in the 28. The second of the Pro-Am cars is the Cool Racing car in the hands of Antonin Borger. Duquesne team, Rennie Binder in the 30 car, 9th. Then the G-Drive Racing Pro-Am car, the 25 car, is completes the top 10. LMP3 into Europol in the hands of Matteo Piscini leads the 13 car from the number 2 United Autosport car in the hands of Rob Weldon. Lawrence Herr has progressed to 3rd position, the pole-setting man in the Nemo liveried, unless they tell us different. D-Car Engineering Duquesne, that's the top 3. Then Team Virage, Charlie Cruz, Nicola Malini in the Cool Racing number 19 car, and the second of the Inter-Europol cars, the 14 car, that is the top 6 in GTE. And on pit lane now, Francois Perraudot, after a stellar stint from Frenchman, leads in the 88 AF Corsa car. Then it's the first of the Iron Lynx cars, with Matteo Cressoni now at the wheel of the 80. It is a black and white car, flag by the way for car 15. That is the RLRM Sport car with Alex Capardia. That's come as the team has just left the pits, so they've not made a repair, and that's now being reacted to.
Oh, the 88 very nearly drifting over the blend line there. At the very last moment, there was a big twitch of the steering wheel from Manu Collard to make sure that the car was straightened up, and I think he might just get away with that. Yeah. I wonder whether he was maybe messing about with belts as the car was drifting from one side of the road to the other, and then he caught the wheel at the last possible moment.
So Cressoni takes the lead in the GT class with that pit stop from Manu Collard at the 80 Iron Lynx from the 88 AF Corsa. Then Alessandro Pierguidi now at the wheel of the 55 car. GMW Motorsport makes it a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4. And Sir Giorgio Sonagiotto in the number 60 car makes it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Michel Gatting in the 83 car, the Iron Dames car, makes it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Going to take another question from Twitter in a moment, and if you want to contribute that way, remember hashtag AskELMS. But before we do that, let's get some reaction from Iron Lynx, as we're almost at halfway point in the 4 hours of Monza.
I'm joined by Rino Mastronardi, driver of car number 80 for Iron Lynx. Firstly, there was a bit of confusion during that driver change with Matteo. What was the issue?
Yeah, Matteo had a little problem plugging the lower part of the belts, so we lost a few seconds there, but sometimes it might happen. We tried so many times to do the driver change, but then sometimes during the race, because of the adrenaline and the rush, you might make a mistake, but anyway, nothing is lost for the moment.
And let's just talk about your fantastic stint. You worked your way up from 9th right up to 1st place in the field. I mean, the Temple of Speed, Monza, I mean, it's really working for you today.
Yeah, I like Monza. As you say, it's one of the fastest tracks in the world. So I know it since I was a very young driver. So I feel at home in this place. So the car, plus as usually, Iron Lynx make a very good job of preparing the car all through the weekend. So I was very comfortable in the car. So I don't want to say that it was easy to do it, but anyway, I did it quite easily.
Okay, thank you very much, Rino.
He doesn't want to say it was easy, but it was quite easy, I think is the way to sum that up. Rino Mastronardi from Montecatini Terme in Italy, obviously, and a champion in the Michelin Le Mans Cup last year with Iron
30
Lynx.
seconds to remove full course yellow.
And really that's provided the perfect foundation to then move on or continue his run in the European Le Mans Series with some good success. Actually appeared in the ELMS a few years ago as well, far back as 2015.
15 seconds to remove full course yellow.
Reno as part of the ELMS lineup.
10, 9,
that was before
8,
the Iron Lynx
7,
initiative actually
6,
started.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
Back to green flag running once more, and we still haven't quite made the halfway point with James Allen for Panis Racing leading the way now by something like 3 or 4 seconds over South African driver Jonathan Aberdeen for United Autosports. It is Marcus Pommer now in the BHK Motorsport car, having taken over from Sergio Campana, Sean Galale for Jota, and Robert Kubica in the Team WRT crew. So Jota ahead of WRT, and then Paul Lafargue for EDEX Sport. Very close indeed on the run into the Parabolica with Antonin Borger right on the tailpipes of Paul Lafargue, who seemed a little bit sluggish in getting back up to full speed there. Maybe struggled for an exit out of Ascari, and that translated into a good opportunity for Borger at the end of the short straight. Now onto the main start-finish straight here at Monza. Traffic up ahead. Borger's going to have to be forced to the outside line and won't be able to get by Paul Lafargue there.
Rapid pit stop there from Panis Racing, 42 seconds on pit lane. See how things pan out as they come through here under pressure from behind. Is this the two EDEX Sport cars together? Was that the Cool Racing?
No, it's
car?
Cool Racing. Yeah, Antonin Borger on the tail of the 28 of Paul Lafargue. And you've got the 7 Nielsen car from LMP3 now trying to join them as well, Colin Noble.
Indeed. Colin, feisty drive yesterday. Just across the line in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in second, pinged back down to third after pit lane penalty. Pit stop penalty, and that was almost taking the rear end of the 28, but up the inside goes Borger. It's going to take that position, I think, and does so.
3 abreast out of the Lesmos, never ideal. But good driving, in fact, from all 3 to make sure that there weren't any kind of sudden movements, and they all generally kept a straight line out of the Lesmo. But yeah, Antonin Borger read the situation perfectly, got the slingshot out of Lesmo 2 and into Ascari, gains the place. That will put Antonin Borger up to 6th position then, ahead of Paul Lafargue. So let's just take those questions on Twitter that I mentioned. I trailed before we heard Rino Mastronardi with Haley in the pits. From Daniel Summersgill tweeting with the hashtag AskELMS. What will the Panis Racing and Racing Team Nederland teams stand to gain by completing this race when they'll be using the low downforce Le Mans Aero kit next week in the WEC? Surely the feel of the car will be very different next week, or is it just a case of learning the track? Well, what I will say about Panis Racing is that they are regulars in the ELMS anyway.
Yeah.
So they're not a guest from the WEC. The point still stands about Racing Team Nederland, though.
It does. Racing Team Nederland, Jota and Real Team Racing are the three we've got here that will be racing next weekend at the WC, of course, as well as United Autosports, the 22 crew, or at least Phil Hansen. The answer is track. It's track knowledge, and the way that this track kind of comes together. Not very many of these guys will have raced an LMP2 car here, and the difference is, as we see this little battle, this is the Team Virage car and the DCAR engineering car. That is a change for second overall. That is Lawrence Herr going by Charlie Cruz to take second. The distinctively striped, I'm going to call it Nemo striped until someone pulls me from the room and tells me not to. And Lawrence Herr moves forward, as he has done throughout their stints, throughout their season, into second place. He is now 11 seconds back from the leader, which is the 13 interior pole competition car of Mattia Passini. I don't think you can underestimate practice at a given track. It's why so many times you'll see gentlemen drivers who've got the budget to do so taking the opportunity, maybe join the grid of a support race in a major race meeting. Monza has been here for an awfully long time, 99 years.
That's right.
And lots of centenaries coming up, aren't there, in World Motorsport, with the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2023, Spa 24 Hours in 2024 for that matter. But track knowledge is always useful, and the adaptation to not a marginal difference between the two bodywork iterations, what I would call the sprint iteration here in the European Le Mans Series, the low downforce, what's previously been the Le Mans iteration in the F1 World Endurance Championship, something like 15% difference in downforce. Significant, but that's within the range of drivers being able to adapt to reasonably quickly.
Some great quotes, not for the first time, coming from Ben Keating yesterday about learning a new track. He'd never been to Monza prior to his run in the Michelin Le Mans Cup yesterday evening, and he said, I learned so much in all of the track time he's had, where to pass a car, where to be passed when you're in a lower category car, and also the little tiny secrets that you don't get to learn about a place like Monza until you actually come here. A simulator can get you so far, but a simulator cannot replicate real life just yet. We probably will get there, but there's little tiny bumps, there's curbs that you want to try and avoid, and I think this is relatively simple track on paper, and therefore more difficult to extract that very top lap time out of it.
It's the feel. I mean, you can do an awful lot with simulation, you really can, but you can't simulate the endurance for starters. That it just doesn't do, however good the simulator is. But it's the feel of the track. It's just knowing exactly where things like the turning points are. They're going to pick up valuable knowledge and time simply by getting the track time here. Delighted to hear boosts an already stellar LMP2 field to even further levels. The 82 car here, still in the hands of Sean Gelael, still fending off the Polish superstar. And this is giving us a great battle for what at the moment is fourth position. They are catching the BHK car in the hands of Marcus Pommer. At the moment it's 21 seconds from Gelael to the third position BHK car. Great to see some different names, just with the ebb and flow of this race with the early safety car.
Yeah, good lap times coming from a number of cars now, so clearly the racetrack in its condition is very good as well, although the temperatures are still sky high. I mean, we started I think at about 26 degrees and it is still climbing now, just past the hour of 1 o'clock local time. Set to be racing till 3 this afternoon, and after an almighty thunderstorm yesterday, it's been glorious sunshine from this morning through to this point, and the teams, particularly those LMP2 teams where tyres are at a real premium this weekend, the Goodyear Eagles carefully regulated in terms of the amount of sets you get. They're just going to have to be conscious of the chance of blistering because of the constant radius corners we have here at Curva Grande, the two Lesmos, Parabolica, mixed with the high temperatures. Now, a moment or two ago, going for an overtake into turn 1 was Richard Bradley, but it's actually a straight line incident for the 8 Graf car. That did have Sebastian Page at the wheel, still does, in fact.
I think he saw the 24 coming, and I think he lost his, took his eye off his own braking point there.
So we've had dramas for both the Graf cars. The initial one was for Rory Penttinen, and that meant his number 9 car was in the pit lane for a long time. A similar situation for Sebastian Page, who ended up in the gravel trap at turn 10, and that's been so severe that it's actually put Sebastian's car behind Rory's now.
Indeed.
In the order.
So 42 cars started, 42 cars are indeed still running. We're back with our leader, James Allen at the wheel. 14 seconds to the good from Jonathan Aberdeen. New fastest lap of the race goes again to the recovering Franco Colapinto. The G-Drive racing car still 16th. They've still got 40 seconds to find. Thereafter, though, there is progress to be had for the somewhat delayed 26 car after running out of fuel and then allegedly being pushed down pit lane by another car to get to its pit stall. That's the report that we've had. But 139.861. I think Colapinto, the only driver in this field, is under 140 so far. I think he's done it twice.
Yeah, and this time by almost a couple of tenths. So not surprised at the Argentinian's speed. It's just a shame, as I've mentioned already, that the car can't be much closer to the sharp end, because it would well and truly be in contention. Change around finally with Polish driver Robert Kubica getting ahead of Sean Gelael. So Team WRT up ahead of Jota now, the 41 car running in 4th position. This race started at 11 o'clock today. 4 hours of Monza beginning then with plenty of overlapping in the GT class towards the rear. A real job to even see the 5 red lights if you are back on row 20. Because there's so much metal in front of you, and you just got to trust, I suppose, that the guy in front is going at the right time. Puffs of tyre smoke here, there and everywhere, and Sally Jolic misjudges braking point. Initial contact with Henrik Hedman, who then went into the side of Richard Bradley, spinning one car across the nose of the other, and they would be stranded there for the bulk of the opening lap. They did manage to rejoin, though, under some kind of reciprocal understanding between the two of them to rejoin and retain that first lap, but they were nose to nose for a good spell. It was actually Richard Bradley banging it into reverse and arcing his way through 180 degrees to get back onto the racetrack. Side by side between two Ferraris early on in the piece, and Francois Perrodo starting as the bronze. Duncan Cameron in the 55 car was also not wasting any time in getting the elbows out, and a misjudge for Francois Perrodo into the second chicane for the bright silver AF Corsa Ferrari. Early running in LMP3 saw Martin Hipper lead Rob Weldon, and Hipper in the Canary yellow and green into Europol competition liveried car. Up the inside for Phil Hansen, finally on Russian driver Roman Rusinov. He'd been trying that on sort of 4 or 5 previous occasions, and this was the point for me where Roman Rusinov's pace really dropped off a cliff, whether it was tyre related or whether the team knew that they needed to start to conserve a bit of fuel. Difficult to tell, but Yifei Ye was able to go right round the outside of Roman Rusinov into the Ascari chicane. The safety car, the long safety car that was deployed, was the reason for the 77 car Porsche off the track at turn 7. So we went into the race being neutralised for a lengthy spell. And initially, the pit lane was closed to normal pit stops. You were allowed to come in for emergency service. The 26 car didn't quite make it, though. It was out of fuel and crawled its way into pit lane. We're informed that it got pushed the final bit of the way by the sister 24 car. At the restart, after the safety car, Rob Weldon got the jump on Martin Hipper coming out of the first couple of corners. There was then a spin, though, for Sebastian Page into the gravel at Ascari chicane. chicane, and that brought out a full-course yellow, the first of the race, to again slow the field down, and another chance for some pit stops to happen, including at United Autosports for the 22 car that now runs in second place behind 65 Panis Racing.
Quite a lot going on there, wasn't there, the first half of this race?
Yeah, I do not envy our editors to be able to squeeze that into something like a 90-second package. The 61 laps completed there now sees French squad Panis Racing out front and on course for what would be their first ever win in the European Le Mans Series, but there's a long way to go yet. 12 seconds is the gap back to Jonathan Aberdeen for United and Marcus Pommer for BHK Motorsport. In the LMP3 category, it is inter-Europol competition back to the sharp end. Former bike rider, superstar Mattia Passini at the wheel of the number 13 car, then ahead of Laurence Roux for DKR Engineering and CR Cruz, the man from Dallas, Texas, in the Team Virage machine, which is car number Virage running as number 20 in this order. In LMGTE, it is Matteo Crisoni for Iron Lynx in car number 80, ahead of Manu Collard for AF Corsa, number 55, number 88 rather, and 55 is in third for Alessandro Pierguidi for Spirit of Race. So three different Ferrari powerhouses really when it comes to preparing 488s. The Iron Lynx crew, very different entity, entirely different entity from AF Corsa, but there are strong links between AF Corsa and Spirit of Race. We've got a completely different team in fourth, also running a Ferrari, with Jody Fannin in the JMW Motorsport car after a very solid stint, I thought, from Rodrigo Sales.
It was indeed, and still very competitive in all three classes, and there's I think, some big swings to come in the overall here. Looks to me like we're beginning to see some decisive moves into the BHK Motorsport position from the Team WRT car. Our Polish superstar Robert Kubica closing fast, 16 seconds behind now, and taking another 1.5 seconds out on that last lap. But dramas so far, dramas still to come. Also being closed in on is the leader in LMP3, with Laurence Roux catching Mattia Passini in the Inter-Europol competition car. Leads the race at the moment, the 13 car, but DKR Engineering looking set to challenge trouble here. And that's a puncture for the number 95 Aston Martin.
This has happened pretty close to the end of the lap. Well, we don't know where the puncture actually happened, but the TF Sport Aston Martin isn't very far away now from pit entry. I think it's rear left. It's more likely to be the rear left. Obviously, that's where the drive comes from on the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it was perspective, you're right, it is rear left.
And again, so much punishment for the rear left Goodyear Eagle tyre through the constant radius corners here.
Let's believe, by the way, this might be the last time we see this livery on this car.
Okay, they'll be changing it for Le Mans.
I believe so.
I've heard that's coming up next month. Still can't get used to it not being in June, frankly. But yes, ELMS will go into a 2-month hibernation, effectively, to allow the ability for some of these ELMS teams to also take part in the annual 24 Hours of Le Mans. And ELMS domestic campaign will continue in September at Spa-Francorchamps, with the final round at Portimao in October. So yes, gently smouldering that rear left tyre. Shouldn't be too difficult to get the wheel off, and credit to Ollie Hancock, who has got the car home at the necessary speed. That's as quick as possible, but without doing further damage to the wheel arch and the suspension components of that Aston.
You did a great job there, Ollie. Not long aboard that car. And remember, this is all to do with feeling the car first. And I think they're going to take a look in there before they change that tyre. Now they do so.
Andreas Lascaratos for the One Aim Vilorba Corsa crew is running at the moment in 7th position. So the Greek driver is behind Matt Bell on the timing screen, but the bigger threat coming from Edouard Kouope for United Autosports in the number 2 car. Kouope now at the wheel of the car that was driven previously by Rob Weldon and still has Northern Irishman Wayne Boyd still to come, but Coop is again one of the youngsters that you really do have to keep an eye out for. Came very close to taking the Michelin Le Mans Cup title last year, and I'm not surprised that United Autosports gave him a call in the winter to sign him up to the number 2 crew. So Coop in a good position here, because of the great opener. It was a single stint, wasn't it? A stint and a bit probably for Rob Weldon. And Coop taking over just beyond the half distance. Again, obviously the neatness of an LMP3 run through the 4 hours has been somewhat disrupted because of the extended pit windows after the lengthy safety car that we had, and the full course yellow as well. So that'll mean less driving than Wayne Boyd had planned, but he can be happy with that, I'm sure. He'll go very, very quickly on the laps that he is utilised. And Coop pursuing the Dayglow yellow and silver 1AM Vilorba Corsica of Andreas Lascaratos through the Parabolica and back onto the main straight.
So almost nose to tail there between the AM1 Vilorba Corsica and the chasing United Autosports car, Edward Cope, chasing down Andreas Lascaratos. Andreas, the man responsible for the, what do we say, that sky blue on the rear deck of the car. That's for the Greek Tourist Board. I know there'll be millions of you around the world at the moment, looking forward to the moments when you can get back to holiday time. Great to see that one nation known for welcoming tourists, as Edward Cope decides that's not going to work. Now look, stage right rather, and gives up that position, looking for the moment when we can all go back and enjoy vacation.
So Coop tried it into the second chicane, but you have got the insurance policy of running via the escape road if it all goes a bit wrong, and that was absolutely fine because you have to go the other side of the bollard. Theoretically, that doesn't mean that you gain an advantage, and he can carry on as normal. So that was a moment or two ago. There was also an off-track through the gravel run for the Graf car that is still trailing a bit of rear right bodywork. So that is more likely to be Rory Penttinen, actually, who ran wide. I didn't catch whether it was the 8 or the 9 Graf car. But again, some rear bodywork flapping, and the crucial bullet, which needs to be very present on the car in the LMP3s. We'll catch a sight of those bullets that carry the tail lights on the LMP3s. And that's the main reason why they have to be there. They also, that's where you find the rain light located, if it were to be raining. We don't have that problem here at Monza this weekend. But just inward of where the cheese wedge sits behind the rear of the car is the legality panel as well, and all of that needs to be present on the car, particularly when it is checked post-race by the scrutineers. So still no let-up in this scrap for 7th position. You were talking about when we might all be able to go on holiday again, Graham. Miggins Motorsport's been in touch with the hashtag AskELMS. He says, I realise it's almost impossible to predict, but do you have any idea when live crowds will once again be able to return and be able to enjoy the pinnacle of European sports car racing at a circuit such as this?
In terms of European sports car racing, that is of course the European Le Mans Series. It's going to depend on the controls that are applied in the nation where we are racing. As some of you will be aware, we will have a limited number of fans here at Monza next weekend for the FI World Endurance Championship. That is more linked into the COVID protocols that are already going to be in place for the World Championship event. It's clearly closer to getting back to that point than we've seen for any point in the last year. Trust me, Miggins, we are very much looking forward to the moment when we can say hello to you guys in the paddock again, swap a few rumours and a bit of gossip. That's one of the things that pushes the buttons for all of us. The teams would love to see you back, the drivers would love to see you back, and the European Le Mans Series would love to see you back. We're not through this quite yet. Already had dramas of the COVID-related fashion for United Autosports this weekend. That's why they've not been permitted to start the 32 car. Job Venuta at home and recovering. We hope, Job, you're feeling better, and hope to see you back as soon as possible, but we don't have a date. Things change on a multiple times weekly basis everywhere we travel. Talking to a couple of the teams in the paddock a little earlier today about just the stresses and strains of trying to plan around national, international, regional, local controls on COVID-19, and I would not want to be a race organiser anytime soon. Grateful for the fact we're going to see some happy fans here next weekend. Grateful as well that we hope we're going to see fans at the Le Mans 24 Hours next month. That's clearly the plan, and I think we're going to start to see some of those controls roll back as things like vaccination programs get underway and gain momentum. Got replay here, Johnny. Is that side to side? Not quite.
No.
Bailed out. I'm going that way. Oh, and a bit of airborne action there from Paul Lafargue.
Well, good heads-up driving from Paul Lafargue. He was fully aware of the car being alongside, and not entirely alongside, in fairness.
He'd have felt that. He'd have felt that.
Yeah, through the floor completely.
And Paul, a man who's had back trouble, not least as a result of a couple of shunts in previous generation sports cars in the past. Here is
you're right to point that out.
Our leader in LMP3. Driver change there. Matteo Passini gets out of the car.
Yeah, so all changed for the yellow and green car of Passini after some really good laps within that stint. Ugo de Wilde hasn't yet taken control of that car.
That was Ugo getting in the car,
right?
And I think will be pretty quick. He has been for most of the weekend so far.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit of a question mark as to whether Martin Hipper has done enough time yet, and likewise Matteo Passini, but we're well over half distance, so well, let's wait and see. There should be one more stop for that car. That'll take us to 3 hours and 15 minutes gone, and then one more stint will be fine to the finish.
Pretty clear why he took the line over the sausage curbs there, Paul Lafargue. Now being told he must repair the rear left right light at the next pit stop. He was obviously giving it a jolt to see whether or not it came back on.
I see.
It didn't.
Yeah, but good outside of the box thinking. Worth a try. He was also trying to be overtaken by the G-Drive Auris as well, and if he turned it in his usual point, there would have been a huge crash. So Paul Lafargue avoided that. But yes, must repair the rear left light at the next stop. That message has only appeared, so is it as a result of his run over the curbs?
I wonder, actually, so it could have been. If so, they've responded to that very quickly.
True enough. Well, it doesn't take long for the marshals to spot maybe a light out, and they must be both present. I'm trying to catch a glimpse of the rear of the 28 to see it for myself, but it will be a matter of fact. James Allen now out front by over 11 seconds from Jonathan Aberdeen in the United Autosports Oreca, with Marcus Pommer and Robert Kubica getting closer and closer to one another.
It's the right rear light, not the left rear light that's out on that car.
Okay, the message says left rear, and
the left rear is definitely on.
Well, same job for the team. Just need to remember which side of the car they need to be when it comes down pit lane. It doesn't have to come in specially for that repair work, though. It can be done for the next stop, so that is potentially fairly close. Again, any hope really of knowing exactly when all of these cars are due back in is so tough, because we've got the irregularity of a full course yellow and a safety car, several of those so far. So the usual pattern of 45-minute stops for the LMP2s was broken up very early. Out of the second chicane goes Paul Lafargue, chasing down Antonin Borger. Well, these two cars finding a bit of time on Sean Gelael as well. Maybe marginally, but no, much tighter gap between Borger and Lafargue for 6th and 7th. Rene Binder is next on the track, 10 seconds behind this pair for Duquesne team. And Antonin Borger has the leading Pro-Am car for Cool Racing, because that squad, of course, has Alexandre Coigny as part of the lineup, who is a bronze-rated driver. Alexandre started the race. We've had teammates Borger in for a little while, and they're keeping secret weapon Nicolas Lapierre back for as long as possible for the run to the line, and Lapierre will take over probably with about 90 minutes to go, depending on how that fits within the strategy at this point.
He's not that big a secret, is he?
Not at all, no. Everybody knows Nick Lapierre, but keep him quiet for the time being, and then the timing screen will light up just as soon as the Frenchman takes over. And
adapting beautifully, by the way, to his new role as the team director of Cool Racing. I think thoroughly enjoying himself there. In comes the Export car. Will be for that repair, amongst other things. On goes the fuel. Tear off. Be a drinks bottle, I'm sure, in these conditions aboard the Oreca 07. And They'll start hitting things with blunt instruments at the rear of that car.
Into turn one, the 25 G-Drive Aurus, and it has behind it the Ultimate car, number 29 now. So that is Jean-Baptiste Lehay, brother of Mathieu Lehay, who we'll probably see for the closing stint in the Ultimate car.
They've had a great run this year, Ultimate. It's a great looking car.
It is.
It's one of the efforts that was delayed because of the incoming pandemic. They meant to debut last year, delayed that till this year, and have been in the running in the class from the very start, running third, and with Rui Andrade now, Jean-Baptiste Lehay catching Portuguese driver in the 25 car, and that would be for second in the Pro-Am class, 8th overall.
Yeah, just 21 years old, Rui Andrade. Started off 3 years ago in the Spanish Formula 4 Championship. Showing my age there, calling it Formula Ford. F4 is really, again, a hotbed of young talent coming through, and it's brilliant that we've already got this crossover between single-seater racing and teenagers, guys in their early 20s like Rui, finding interest and being fascinated by sports car racing. So he's very much welcome in the ELMS and has done a race in the WEC this season as well.
There you go, and also being caught now by Logan Sargent. So this is going to be a 3-car battle in Pro-Am for second in Pro-Am, or it would have been, but the Ultimate car has just spoiled my point by pitting. So Logan Sargent, did he?
Did he pit? No, he's still there.
It showed
into turn one.
It's the Ultimate car. My apologies, it's the Ultimate car.
So Jean-Baptiste Lehay peels off to the right, and that will give Logan Sargent a place in the Pro-Am ranks as well as the main LMP2 order. So Logan Sargent now running in 9th position ahead of Lehay's car, and depending on how long Jean-Baptiste stays in the pit lane, Diego Manchaca may be able to get through as well for Algarve Pro Racing. Jonathan Aberdeen running in 2nd position behind the 65 Panis Racing James Allen driven Orica. Still 12 seconds pretty much is the gap. It's relatively stable.
Yeah, it's ebbing and flowing, 10s here, 10s there. It seems to me like the two of them are on remarkably similar pace in clear air or traffic. It comes up by a couple of tenths, it goes down by a couple of tenths. 11, 12 seconds is broadly where it's been. Behind, Marcus Pommer, though, has been caught for 3rd position by the Team WRT number 41 car. Gap now 3.7 seconds and coming down rapidly, very rapidly. I suspect we're going to have maybe 1-2 laps before the Polish superstar is through and into a podium position. Here comes Nemo and the number 4 car, DKR Engineering, in a commanding position right now. He's 37 seconds the good over Matt Bell in the chasing number 19 Cool Racing car. Edward Cohope a further 19 seconds back in the number 2 United car. A lot of this is changing strategies we saw, Johnny, around that first safety car, which sort of coincided with an opportunistic point for some of these LMP3 teams to either go long on fuel or to stay on their fuel strategy. So that, again, that class is going to come together in the latter part of this race.
Still some damaged bodywork on the tail of the number 8 car, which now has David Drew at the wheel. So expect those lap times to start to tumble, with David Drew having taken over from Sebastien Page. The opening stint was done by Eric Trouillet, as now Matteo Cressoni in the 80 car leads by 6 and a bit seconds over Alessandro Pierguidi, but that gap's going to start to come down as well. Traffic dependent, yes, but Pierre Guidi's last lap was a 1:48.8. Compare that to Cressoni, whose lap time was 2 seconds slower.
Yep.
So 6 seconds may become 4 seconds at the end of the next lap, and we will have a real battle on our hands between Iron Lynx and the Spirit of Race.
Matteo Cressoni, one of the, well, what do we call it, the squadra of drivers that is available to Iron Lynx and to AF Corsa, the well-known guns in Ferrari racing. Alessandro Pierguidi, of course, a previous world champion for Ferrari in the FR World Endurance Championship, has won races and championships all around the world. Manu Collard well, evergreen Manu Collard. 24 starts at the Le Mans 24 Hours, 23 of them consecutive. An astonishing record from Manu Collard. One of the Peter Pan, it got to be said, of sports car racing. Still absolutely loves his racing. Has raced everything and everywhere, multiple times a factory driver for multiple makes, and still able to go out there and get it with the best of them.
Pierre Guidi, he'll be in action this time next weekend as part of the 6 Hours of Monza and the third round of the year of the World Endurance Championship, sharing the 51A, of course, of Ferrari with James Collado. They're in a decent position in the championship, aren't they, at the moment?
Yes.
Pierre Guidi and Collado. I forget who's leading that. Let me check my other stats. It is them leading the championship by 6 points. There you go. After a really good Portimao round.
You're better than you think you are. You're amazing.
I shouldn't have doubted that stat. But I remember it was helped because Portimao was an 8-hour race and they have all the more points on it, weren't they?
It's an odd season because it's a short season, but with varying race distances, which means that you've got additional points being given to the 8-hour races, and of course for Le Mans.
Yeah.
And now with the news that we're going to have double-header races, a 6 and an 8-hour race in Bahrain, it means, if I'm correct, it's something like 30% of the points will come in the last 2 weeks.
Wow. Yes. So it ain't over till it's over. Certainly not for this year's WEC. A shortened version of it, 6 races rather than the usual 8, and we have had 9 in the past, but the reasons for shortening the season are obvious. Down towards the first chicane after 69 laps in the GTE category is the 77 Porsche. Now this car is laps down, unfortunately, because of the spin earlier on for Christian Ried into the second Lesmo gravel trap. Still just ahead of the TF Sport Aston Martin, though, of Ollie Hancock, who's had to deal with a rear left puncture much more recently. And the 95 car is back in the race, having had that repaired.
Yeah. Shame, because the TF Sport car was having a very good run. Was not in contention for a podium position, but was certainly far closer to the kind of pace they've been looking for this year as they prepare for Le Mans. Will be there as part of the TF Sports effort. So still 11.8 seconds. It is a bit deja vu, that gap. 11.6, 7, 9, now 8. There's the variation. It's in the tenths and not the seconds. We look on board now. The number 93 car. This is Felipe Larza, long-time racer at the Nürburgring.
Yes.
Has raced with Glickenhaus. He'll be here next weekend with their 2 hypercars. That car has been going up the hill at Goodwood this weekend with Romain Dumas.
Winning itself a massive amount of fans, I'm sure, because it looks glorious.
It does.
Glickenhaus.
Past the truck going the other way, and for a moment confused me on the way down here. But Felipe Larza, amongst the other things he does, is he is the driver coach, a long-time driver coach for Michael Fassbender. Comes with him to race here at the European Le Mans Series alongside Richard Lietz in this car.
Yep, the German connection, of course, there between Michael Fassbender and Felipe Fernandez Larza, although dual nationality held by Michael, both Irish and German, and down on the entry list as very much someone from the Emerald Isle. The emerald green colours of the 93 Porsche, heading out of the first of the Lesmos. That car running 7th in class then, with Larza piloting. Ultimately trying to catch up with Michel Gatting now, and they are on the same lap.
Yep.
Just a fair bit of time apart, maybe 17 odd seconds separate those 2 cars.
Going to be interesting to see what Michel Gatting can get in terms of pace here. The Owen Dames car at the moment down in 6th position. A little way back, is it what, 25, 26 seconds back from the 60 car of Giorgio Seneggiotto. Probably more widely known for sports car fans as part of the Settler Racing squad. Also, if I'm completely correct, I think Michel Gatting's partner.
Okay. I'll bow to your superior knowledge there.
I think that's right.
Gigi.
And if that's wrong, there'll be a bunch of Italians and Danes racing in
the commentary box door. Yes.
But so if it's wrong, sorry. If it's right, there you go. But
he knows everything, this guy. WRT into the first of the Lesmos, and pressurising now, massively so, Marcus Pommer. Well, you've been leading up to this battle for Robert Kubica, and the fact that he can now has clear sight of the 35 car will gee him on that little bit more. 0.6 of a second. We don't need the stopwatch on this. Can just enjoy it as it rumbles underneath the bridge where the old circuit goes over the new, or the newer, and then the run into the Ascari chicane for the third place fight. Marcus Pommer, another German, coming from Heilbronn in Germany, and has been racing since 2007. He's got a German Formula 3 title, won in 2014 along the way, and a number of runs at the Macau Grand Prix, also the F3 Masters at Zandvoort as well, but made the move to GT cars in the middle 2010s. And he had a campaign in the ADAC GT Masters with Phoenix Racing and Aust Motorsport. So this again is another example of someone being attracted from more German-based GT racing to come racing in the European Le Mans Series. We've seen this influx of teams like Phoenix, Black Falcon, WTM into the Michelin Le Mans Cup yesterday. And Marcus Pommer, Rinaldi, and Marcus Pommer can be included within that, being attracted to the ELMS.
Yifei there, keeping his fingers crossed that the looming move comes off with as little drama as possible. The difference in pace here has been significant. BHK have had a heck of a run to this point, haven't they?
It's been fun to watch.
It has indeed.
Even, I'll say when Kubica gets through, because I think it is only a matter of time, but even then, the 35 car will still be in 4th position and in a very strong spot with under 90 minutes to go now to finish top 5. Certainly that is well within their grasp, and Pommer will go against my reckoning that Kubica will be able to get by, I am sure. I just think that the pole will be able to judge the traffic slightly better, and he has more outright pace than Marcus Pommer. But let's wait and see. Pommer silver, Kubica with all his F1 experience, obviously platinum, has a little look at the inside into the Parabolica, but there will be better opportunities to come, quite possibly, as they head towards the turn 1 chicane. How wide does Kubica want to go at the Parabolica? Well, he maybe sensed that the BHK Motorsport car was going to come into the pits, and that's exactly what Marcus Pommer does, and makes Robert Kubica's job much, much easier.
There was a big wobble there on the outside from Kubica as he came round the outside. But well, there you go. Hopefully we're going to see them back up amongst it, because it was nice to see that.
No, 100%. And the really good thing is that Pommer's got the pace to sort of stay there in that top 5 vicinity. It will drop down the order now, of course. Let's head to LMP3 land and DKR Engineering.
I'm joined today by Mathieu de Barbuat, driver of car number 4 for DKR Engineering. You had the hard job of starting for DKR Engineering, but you had a very solid stint, considering it's your first time not only at Monza, but on the LMS.
Yeah, the car is so great and so easy to drive. So for me that was quite simple to stay constant. And yeah, the car is just great. The chicane is so great for this track and in general.
You will be doing the last stint here in Monza. I mean, with everything you've kind of taken into consideration with your first stint, how are you gonna approach your final stint?
Just try to stay constant, do my best, not do a spin with the car or put the car in the wall, and normally the race is going to be great for the last part of the race.
And just say, what's the toughest for you out there? Tyre management? I mean, what would you say is the hardest thing for you as a driver?
I think is to stay constant, not obviously with the tire, but only to stay constant with the brake point, the turn point, the apex, and the exit of the corner. This is the most difficult part, I think.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
And that goes back to the point of me saying it's a fairly simple circuit, this Monza track on paper, but it is about not losing time, I suppose, because if you mess up the Lesmo, then the next corner through Seraglio and Ascari are completely scuppered as well. And you've got to be consistent and keep the momentum up, essentially. But I think Mathieu de Barbois will be another name to look out for. He's only done one ACO Rules race prior to this, which was at Le Castellet when he shared a Mulner Motorsport Duquesne with Isla Agran. But he's clearly got the bug, and I need to chat to Mathieu sometime to find out exactly what other motorsport he's done. But if anything, it's just going to be all in cars.
I think it's karting until this year. I think he's another one of these very young guys that's kind of coming into the sport, and girls, by the way.
Indeed,
because we're getting a lot of the younger girls sniffing around the entry-level stuff for sports cars. We're going to see some more of those names, I'm sure, coming through. We've got 5 seconds, by the way, added on to the next pit stops of both car 24 and for 26 for pushing a car in the pit lane. And that means not that their crew did it, the car did it. So that more or less confirms what we had been told. 5 seconds added to the next pit stops of both car 24 and car 26 for pushing a car in the pit lane. If what we were told is correct, the 24 did give some physical assistance to get the 26 to its pit box.
So that's the pusher and the push-E who have been penalised 5 seconds each. And that was that obscure angle where the 26 car ended up in the apron as well, at fully on 45 degrees. Pit stop happening.
That's for the leader.
For the 65 car of James Allen.
And for the WRT car that is now the second place car, because United Autosports have just pitted to put Tom Gamble aboard, and the third place car. So the top 4 cars have all pitted. We saw BHK pitting from third position a little wee while ago. Well, they dropped down to...
But 5 of the top 6 on my screen have either just made a stop or are in the pit lane currently. Rene Binder, therefore, you can include as well for the Duquesne team in 6th position. Now heading back into the racetrack, or into the race for the first time, Roberto Meri, who takes over the 25 G-Drive Aurus with the Pro-Am version of that car then, because John Faub is part of the lineup. We've had Rui Andrade, and now Meri is cleared to the finish.
Yeah, and Roberto Meri, I think, has been excellent this year. He was originally supposed to be a stand-in, if you like, for the 26 car. Was then drafted across as a full season driver for the 25 and has been standout. Very good indeed. John Falb absolutely delighted with the Spaniard's performances this year. So we wait for this to just wind its way back out. Can tell you that the Panis racing car spent 5 seconds longer on pit road than the United car, and that the WRT car spent 5 seconds longer than that. So it lost a full 10 seconds on the pit stop to United Autosports, this car. Now in the hands of, who's aboard that? Louis Delatraz steps aboard. So it's now Will Stevens in the Panis car, Tom Gamble in the United car, Louis Delatraz. Jasmine Jafar gets aboard the Jota car for the first time. Rene Binder now with the Duquesne team car. I think he's coming towards the end of a stint in that. And behind, the other P2 stops still underway.
Will Stevens now into the Panis 65 car then to the finish and heading out of the Parabolica to stream across the line. Quick glimpse of James Allen, who has clambered out of the 65 car. We heard from Julien Canal, their third driver, earlier on, right after his stint, and it looked from his face to be a warm one. Chatting to Hayley Edmonds, it's clearly red hot out there. I mean, the pictures possibly belie quite how warm it is currently. Over 30 degrees here at Monza. Clear skies, not set for any of the nasty thunderstorms that we had yesterday evening and into the night. And the warm weather continues the other side of that. More bad news potentially for the Algarve Pro Racing crew. Car 24's being reported to the stewards for now speeding in the pit lane, and that was, well, whilst the 5 seconds will be soaked up during this pit stop for Diego Manchaca.
Oh dear, that's going to be another trip down pit lane, I'm sure. So 24 cars day started badly. It's not continuing on a positive road. Panis Racing then lead by under 10 seconds. It's Tom Gamble now 9.7 seconds back. Louis Delatraz in the WRT Orica is a further 44 seconds back from the second place car. Jasmine Jafar just 11 seconds back from the Team WRT car. So that's going to be an interesting one about where Louis Delatraz pace is going to be against Jasmine Jafar, getting back aboard on a P2 car for the first time in quite a while. The Jazz does have WEC win to his name.
Yes.
The first ever by an all-Asian, and in this case all-Malaysian team at Fuji a few years back in the Jackie Chan DC Racing Squad, also run a course by Jota Sports. So, a chance to have a quick chat with Jazz just before I came into the booth about what he hopes, and we all hope, about getting top line motorsport back into Southeast Asia as soon as we possibly can. Obviously the news that the Japanese round, Fuji round for the WEC, has been replaced by that rescheduled now double header at Bahrain. Cause for regret for anybody that knows how good Fuji is and how good a trip to Japan can be as well. I'm putting my hand up here in the booth to that.
Absolutely right.
To our Japanese viewers, and I know there's some of you, we are desperate to get back to your fabulous country. We hope the Olympics go well.
I had momentarily forgotten about the trio of Malaysian drivers though, but Nabil Jeffrey and Wei Ron Tan joined Jazz, as you say, and had a very successful campaign that year in the WEC. So it is good to have Jafar back as part of an ACO rules paddock once more. Side by side in the LMP3 part of the race, and very nearly not making turn one there was the RLR M Sport car. Did get through though, thankfully.
Looking here at, I think, is this a battle? This is a battle for the lead. This is Mattia Grassoni under pressure now for the lead of GTE from Alessandro Pierguidi. Now, amongst the people you don't really want to see in your mirrors, I think Alessandro Pierguidi would be a name that would be right up there. This, by the way, is a battle position as well. Squeeze there between P3 cars battling, P2 cars battling. It's the 24 and the 92 battling.
Big cloud of dust in the background, which is the legacy of at least one car running very close to the gravel, if not fully through it. Black and white flag now being displayed to car 55. That's a track limits issue for Alessandro Pierguidi. Just a warning at this stage, but he's looking for a way by. Matteo Cressoni needs to keep it within the two wide white lines.
Whilst these P2 cars are making their way through, that is a battle as well for position in P3 between the number 14 car now with Erwin Creed, Parfumier, and sometime WC LMP2 driver, fending off Garrett Grist in the Team Virage number 20 car, not a Parfumier, but Canadian. Wrestles bears in his spare time.
I see. We have two lines of traffic now heading out of Ascari and down towards the Parabolica. There goes Alex Capadia in the number 15 car, and there was contact a moment or two ago between the 19 Cool Racing and the 18 Vilorba Corsa cars. Vilorba Corsa was well up the last time I checked. That's Andreas Lascaratos. That wasn't a move for position.
That's the second place car,
trying
19.
to get past some traffic,
Yeah, the 18 car, they had a bit of a delay, I think.
Yes.
Where were they? Further down?
In 9th position in LMP3. So that was Matt Bell trying to get by the Lascaratos car as cleanly as possible, but unfortunately contact was made at turn 4. And yes, Lascaratos not too long ago had been overtaken by, it was Erwin Creed maybe, in the Inter-Europol competition car number 14. The sister car at Inter-Europol competition, Ugo de Wilde, running in 5th. Team Virage car, though, is trailing the 14 car, and the 20 car with Garrett Grist now at the wheel, who had a very good run yesterday, slots its way through the second chicane.
Yeah, Lawrence Herr in a commanding position here. He's got 46 seconds to the good from Matt Bell. After that, though, there are a number of gaps that are doable. Edward Cahope is 13 seconds back from Matt Bell, 15 seconds back Matt Cobolts, the number 6 Nielsen Racing car that has not had a fabulous season to this point. 13, the Inter-Europol competition car, Ugo de Wilde, just 3 seconds back from the Nielsen car. And pitting, as I try to speak, is Colin Noble, the number 7 car, running 6th to that point.
So much to say, and only so much saliva in the mouth, I suppose. So we'll allow you to have a quick gulp of water if necessary. 83 laps done. 11 seconds is the lead for Will Stevens over Tom Gamble and Louis Delatraz for Team WRT, running in third place still, with another pit stopper being Colin Noble, who heads into pit lane from 6th position in the LMP3 category, but still incredibly close and lively in the GTE scrap between Matteo Cressoni and Alessandro Pierguidi. Manu Collard in third, ahead of Jody Fannin in 4th place, and wedged between the quartet that lead GTE is Andreas Lascaratos in the 1AM Vilorba Corsa car. So Pierguidi will try to the outside line in the white-nosed Ferrari for Spirit of Race. The single illuminated amber dots on the side of the 80 car tells us that it's Matteo Cressoni leading from the 2nd place car of Alessandro Pierguidi, and no way through at Curva Grande. But Pierguidi is well and truly in the draft now, and should be able to get a full tow towards the end of the lap on the run towards the Parabolica, and some traffic from behind potentially as well. Race leaders right behind this scrap for the lead in GTE, so Will Stevens in the next couple of corners will have to be relatively careful as he inches his way by the nose to tail fighting between these two 488s.
It's going to be bad news for Inter Europol, the 13 car, which is currently the car that leads their pair. Ugo de Wilde getting onto terms with Max Cobalt, so getting up into 4th place, but that will have 10 seconds added to their next pit stop for a pit stop procedure infringement.
So Will Stevens is right with Alessandro Pierguidi now, who just skates the outside of the gravel trap on the exit of Variante Ascari. But the job's easily done by Will Stevens because he's found these two Ferraris in a good place as far as his LMP2 is concerned. Much more straight line speed and aero down the straight into the Parabolica, and he pulls away comfortably now to leave these two Ferraris from very different teams still not quite door handle to door handle, but they are fully nose to tail all the way around this 5.7 kilometre racetrack.
But Alessandro Pierguidi's got to be careful here. Goes to the outside, looks for, see what the tow can manage. I think he's done it. Yes. He has done it indeed, but he's on a black and white flag for track limits. He's got to be careful here. That would be very costly indeed.
Well, that will help now that he's got ahead of the 80 car driven by Matteo Cressoni. He doesn't need now to exploit the track limits anymore, and he'll generally be the car that is being lapped. And the instruction, if you're in a GT car about to be lapped by an LMP3 or an LMP2, is to stay on the racing line. You don't have to start to take lurid approaches to corners. So, Dragon Speed back in the championship for the 4th round of the season, and a superstar in their ranks.
That's right, there is a superstar in the ranks, and he's just opposite me. It's driver of car number 21, Dragon Speed, of course, Juan Pablo Montoya. It's great to see you here in the ELMS. It's your first ELMS. Firstly, how would you find the competition?
It's been a lot of fun. It's been good. I think the main reason to be here is because we're running Wagner Quick here, and I haven't been here in a long time. So it's a little different than the last time I was here. Last time I was here, I was in a Formula 1 car. So it's slightly different. But it's been fun. Getting used to the car. All the information and reference that I have. The tracks changed a lot. The bumps changed a lot. And, we're doing okay, trying to figure out the car, making a lot of changes, and really using this as a testing session for the next week.
Right, it might not have been thus far the race that you'd have expected, especially after picking up a penalty during safety car. But are you happy with the experience you're getting?
Yeah, they gave us a penalty that they shouldn't have given us. Then they realized they shouldn't have given us a penalty, and our driver came to serve them, and then they told him not to, and he stopped in front of the box in the wrong place. But we lost 2 laps and a penalty we shouldn't have. And we were running, I think, P5 at the time with a Pro-Am on the car, so kind of frustrating.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Juan Pablo.
All right, thank you.
Last time he was at Monza, I think, was 2005, so 16 years ago, when he took pole and he won the race.
He's got form then.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Well, he is a proper superstar. He is the other current, how can I put this, international race driver, 1 race away from the fabled Triple Crown. In the case of him, it would be an overall win at the Le Mans 24 Hours. In the case of Fernando Alonso, of course, it's a win at the Indy 500.
Yeah.
But Juan Pablo, amongst his achievements, Indy 500 wins and the Monaco Grand Prix. But will he get an opportunity to have a crack in a top-class car at Le Mans in the coming years? Well, we'll have to wait and see on that front. But he's, you know what, always a pleasure to be around. Great to see him kind of buoyed up by it. There was matter-of-factness about what he was telling us about the penalty, rather than carping. And great stuff from Elton Julian and the Dragon Speed team with Henrik Hedman for bringing talent like that to the LMS. What a buzz.
Yes.
Just a shame we haven't got fans here to meet him.
Well, that's true. That is a real shame. But so far, drivers in that car as the third seat have been Ricky Taylor at the start of the year, and then Gustavo Menezes, I think.
Yes, that's quite right.
But they sat out Luc Castellet last time out. So this is a third different driver, and of the superstar calibre, cycled through the Dragon Speed crew, and we are very, very grateful for that. Fans of motorsport elsewhere, and particularly Formula One, just great to have names like Montoya, like Kubica, like Will Stevens, very much part of this championship.
Wayne Boyd rejoining the race and respecting the blend line there. Good news for Wayne this week, with confirmation he will complete the third of United Autosport's LMP2 squads at the Le Mans 24 Hours, the reigning LMP3 champion in both Europe and Asia, and from Northern Ireland.
Things getting pretty tight on the run into Ascari there. Laurence Rohr, though, dealt with the chasing BHK Motorsport LMP2 car very well. 4 abreast, if you fancy it, down the straight into the
This
Parabolica.
Is a battle for position between all 4 cars.
Yeah, and Laurence Rohr running second in LMP3, just desperate to try and stay out of their way. So Guido van der Garde, Racing Team Nederland, is in 13th position. We got Ferdinand Habsburg in the white and green car. Changes across the line, of course. Guido van der Garde up to 11th now. Habsburg is 12th. Then Mikkel Jensen in 13th in the G-Drive car, with BHK still being driven by Marcus Pommer 14th.
And I think it was Ferdinand Habsburg being passed by Mikkel Jensen. So Jensen up to 12th now. Remember, we had Franco Colapinto recovering up to about 16th, 15th. So Mikkel Jensen beginning to make real impact now on the order. He's at the front of that group, though. Just trying to work out. The 26 car we're looking at. It is 26 car we're looking at, isn't it?
Yes, Jensen. Jensen's got a header now of Habsburg. So the order is Van der Garde, Jensen, Habsburg, Pommer. So another twist around since they crossed the line last time through.
Well, that's 3 very quick drivers.
Yeah.
Pulling away now from the BHK car. I remember it was running third for quite some time. We've got about 20 seconds to make up to get onto the back of the Dick Sport car of another quick man, Paul-Luc Chatin, and then a further 30 seconds for Charlie Eastwood. There's work still to do, but progress is being made here. An hour and 7 minutes to go. I'm not going to predict a grandstand finish yet, but I think there's plenty of battling still to come. We've come back for a little from the frenetic pace of the first hour and a half here, Johnny, but there are battles underway between drivers of real quality here. Guido van der Garde, though, is just driving away here from the 26 car. So Guido van der Garde is the battle, as we say, for 11th place. That's behind Mikkel Jensen, with Ferdy Habsburg just behind him. Those 3 cars looking to make an impact on the 22-second advantage of Paul-Luc Chatin. At the front of this race, by the way, the gap is coming down. It's under 6 seconds now. Tom Campbell is closing in on Will Stevens.
There's another rear light out on the 24 car I've just noticed, and that wasn't the car we were worried about earlier on in that regard, was it? That's right, yeah. It was, that smashed over the curbs with Paul Lafargue at the wheel, and we think did damage to the tail light. But the rear right has disappeared now on the rear of the Algarve Pro Racing car. 24, Ferdinand Habsburg, part of the Habsburg dynasty from Austria, running then much further down the order, sadly, than we would have expected because of various dramas for the Algarve Pro Racing outfit. Quick glimpse of Richard Bradley sitting in the chair in the garage. Took the opening stint and by turn 1 was facing entirely the wrong way after he was given more than a helping hand from essentially Sally Jolert, who clattered into Henrik Hedman and then in turn to Bradder's car. And down towards the Parabolica goes his teammate Ferdinand Habsburg then, still pursuing Mikkel Jensen, who is back with the G-Drive team this weekend, guesting for Nick de Vries, who's busy on the streets of New York this weekend in Formula E action. But Will Stevens still enjoying a 7-second lead over Tom Gamble, but Tom found quite a bit of time on Will on the last lap. I'm sure that was all down to traffic. But the gap's come down by pretty much a second the last time around.
Another look at the BHK car. Great to see them getting some airtime here through performance as well throughout the afternoon. This is another battle for position, albeit only 14th position now. That's the Real Team Racing car. Hans of Loic de Vel closing on Marcus Palmer. This is the battle for the lead in GTE, and this is David Perel looking to go up the inside here of Giorgio Sonagiotto. They're going to go almost side by side, thousandths apart, 3 thousandths apart, with Perel in the lead as they cross the line. In the background, by the way, that's Miguel Molina in the third place car. So the 55 goes to the lead of this race ahead of the 60i Lynx car, with the 80i Lynx car behind now. Alessio Rivera, by the way, fourth and some little way back.
Giorgio Sonagiotto in the yellow and black Ferrari, not happy with that move from David Perel, of course, so wanting to get the lead back again. He's going to get very close under brakes here, and this is bringing in the sister car from Iron Lynx as well.
It is.
So Spirit of Race leads Iron Lynx and Iron Lynx, with the AF Corsa car of Alessio Rivera a good chunk of time further down the road, actually. But if these three start tripping one another up, Rivera will be straight with them.
Absolutely. It is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in GTE for the Ferrari teams.
Yeah.
Fifth in that order, I should say, is the JMW Motorsport car, and it's a good moment to say happy birthday to to the owner of JMW Motorsport, who is watching at home. I know he is, I believe, a significant birthday today for him.
Okay,
he's 110 years old.
Well, congratulations, Jim McWhirter, then.
Absolutely, well done, Jim. Jim, we're looking forward to seeing you back here with the ELMS family. What are we watching here? And that's
Villorba Corsa off onto the grass.
That's Villorba Corsa driver was listening in and surprised to hear that Jim is only 110.
Now, someone else has been through the runoff road there at turn 1, has cleaned out about 4 polystyrene blocks already. So that actually makes the little snake that you have to do through the escape road a tad easier, I would say. Andreas Laxaratos probably thinks, oh brilliant, some of these blocks have been knocked out of my way and therefore I can rejoin at a greater speed. That car's still in 7th position and slots back into the mixture behind Erwin Creed, who's just been overtaken by Nicholas Cruton. So Cruton on a march for Cool Racing. He's up to 5th place now in P3, but it's Hugo de Wilde, the Belgian ace, leading the way, as from a long way back Guido van der Garde probably shocked Hugo de Wilde into jumping off the racing line into Parabolica, and de Wilde will cross the line now then with the bright yellow Jumbo car just a speck on the horizon as Guido van der Garde continues to pedal on. Sadly, he's still down in 11th place because of various difficulties along the way, and of course a number of stints for Fritz van Aert. But Guido, I reckon, has been strapped in now to the finish. So we'll see how he gets on from this point.
Well, not sure. I think we might see Fritz in for the final.
Okay.
This is all about Fritz van Aert getting inside the car.
You recognise that?
Yeah, but depending on just how he's doing with the heat here, and it is very hot indeed here, that might be the determining factor here.
Yeah.
So Will Stevens 4 seconds ahead of Tom Gamble. This is the battle for GTE still. David Perel looking to do what he can to fend off the attentions of Miguel Molina, the South African ahead of the Spanish factory driver, going wide there, Molina, as is the RLR car behind him. wider, if you like. The 15 car had its delays earlier in the race, didn't it? This is positioned, by the way, by the LMP3 car. That is taking a position from Miguel Molina up into the top 30 for the RLR car after having an additional stop to repair the rear of the car. That's going to help Perel because he's now Molina just behind the LMP3 car, but Alex Capardi in a hurry here, goes around the outside of the 55
and gets the place. So yeah, that's the point, is that they're all on the same lap. It's not, as we would have expected, the P3 car trying to lap the two Ferraris because of difficulties again earlier on for RLRM Sport. Alex Capardi is now clear of those two GT cars and in 11th position, looking to try and hunt down Duncan Tappy, who again is further down the order than we would expect. There's about 22 seconds between the two Brits. Some doubt now about the latest pit stop, I assume the latest pit stop for car number 6, which is Nielsen Racing's first car. Austin McCusker has been potentially pinged for something. That pit stop is under investigation.
Shame, because they had a very good run to one point in this race. They were actually right up there. I think led the race for a short period of time. This rather topsy-turvy set of strategies.
It definitely has been. Or Nick Adcock, I remember him in second actually. But yeah, may well have had a lap out front. Max Cobalt still to come there, as a long look at the inside of Alessandro Pierguidi from the second place Ferrari of Miguel Molina. These two regulars in the World Endurance Championship now, of course, in the sort of pseudo-factory Ferrari team, also run by AF Corsa, and they will know each other's driving styles very well too, but no love lost once the helmets are put on.
Oh no, I mean Iron Lynx increasingly looking to take their programs back in-house with a lot of technical assistance to this point from AF Corsa. For the most part, their GT3 programs now running in-house, the GT program still with a bit of AF input.
So they head for the Curva Grande. Panis Racing, that gap's coming down again, you know, from Will Stevens to Tom Gamble. It's closer to 5 seconds, whereas it was, I think, 6.9 the last time I checked. Although that was a much better lap for Will Stevens. He was about 2 seconds quicker than the chasing Tom Gamble. Louis Delatraz remaining in 3rd position. So David Perel and Miguel Molina are your top two. Let's hear from the previously outgoing driver, though, from the 55 Ferrari.
I'm joined here by Alessandro Pierguidi, driver of car number 55 Spirit of Race. There's been a real kind of fight going on between yourselves and Iron Lynx. David Perel's just managed to grasp the lead. Are you confident you're going to hold on to that lead?
Yeah, we are in the lead at the moment, where I spent my stint trying to recover a bit of the gap, and the car was flying, honestly, was very good. So we went in the lead in the last lap before the pit, then the of course the guys made an amazing job in the pit lane, and we went out in front of the Iron Lynx car. Now it will be tough till the end.
Alessandro, you know Monza very, very well. Are you confident that, what would you say has been the biggest challenge for you as a team today?
Today, with this temperature, with this heat, the tarmac was very, very hot. So we struggled with the degradation, even if the tires were quite consistent till the end. So the main challenge is to be quicker, but saving a bit of the tires.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Pierguidi talking to Haley rather than being in the 55 car, which I mistakenly said a couple of moments ago. His teammate David Perel took over and still holds on the lead from Spaniard Miguel Molina, with Giorgio Sernagiotto only 3 and a bit seconds away from them.
Absolutely. This possibly explains why we saw the BHK car up in the top 3. It was a 1 minute stop and go penalty, a big stop and go penalty for car 35, not respecting pit stop under the safety car. Is that the first of more than one? It's certainly a big penalty, and the BHK car had dropped down the order. It's currently running 15th, so that's a big hit for the BHK squad. Will Stevens still 4 seconds ahead of Tom Gamble. He's holding that gap to around 4 seconds. Nip and tuck with traffic. Louis Delatraz still 48 seconds back. Jasmine Jafar is pulling closer at the moment to Delatraz in that WRT car. Remember, for points, that car is effectively invisible, but we'll get to step on the podium, we'll get to take away the trophy. WRT in the fight for the championship, of course. It's the 29 car from Ultimate, the 25 car from G-Drive Racing. This is the battle for 7th overall and 2nd in the Pro-Am LMP2.
Yeah, so remember it's a 50-50 split this weekend with the pro lineups and the Pro-Ams. The difference being if you've got a bronze in your trio, then or indeed duo in the case of some of the guest cars, then that automatically makes you a Pro-Am car. And yeah, cool racing with Nicolas Lapierre having had the bronze stint earlier on offered by Alexandre Coigny, who started the race. Lapierre now will be running fully rich to the finish. 15 seconds to the good of Mathieu Lehay, also in a Pro-Am car with Roberto Meri, as Graham said.
And by the way, just behind them is Charlie Eastwood. He's in this battle as well. This is the battle for podium positions in Pro-Am. It's the 3 reddish coloured cars, the 29, the 25 and then the 34. They're running at the moment in the overall order 7th, 8th and 9th. You can see the gaps. There's the first 2, there's the 3rd car. So still very close in contention. At least one stop to come for all of these cars still.
Yes, the magic number I think they'll need to make is 45 minutes left
something
on the clock,
like that.
ish.
Yep.
And in fact, one car coming down pit road now. Now that is too early to be able to make it to the finish, and that's the Ultimate car coming in for Mathieu Lehay.
That's not good news for them. How much longer can the others stay out if this race stays green? We hope it does.
Unless there's a safety car for about 10-15 minutes.
That's the point.
And yeah, they will get away with it, but otherwise that's too much. There are occasions when maybe an LMP2 car with some fuel save could even make 50 minutes, but not around here, I'm going to suggest, at Monza, when you are running full throttle for so much of the lap. So the first of a number of, well, first of all of the LMP2 cars we are expecting to pit in the next 10 minutes, I would say. Straddling the white line, the 2 Ferraris that continue to lead the GTE category, David Perel, and caught in amongst a load of prototypes, Miguel Molina, as they swamp around the Spaniard, almost getting his ears boxed there with the Jumbo car to his right, the number 2 LMP3 car that is now 4th in category to his left, and Wayne Boyd rumbles his way out of the 2nd element of the first chicane. Through Curva Grande, nice and wide to try and get by David Perel, the South African, as they exit that part of the corner. And I noticed Perel dropped a rear right wheel on the grass there, so desperate was he to stay out of the way of these chasing and now overtaking prototypes.
So the son of Molina has got his dander up here, got a run on David Perel coming through the chicane. Way through there, this is edgy stuff right now. This is for the lead in GTE, 55 car. For a difficult week for the team. Under attack from the number 80 Iron Lynx car. 52.5 minutes to go. David Perel doing a fine job at the moment of fending off the Ferrari factory driver Miguel Molina. It's Rino Mastronardi. It's a catalogue post there from Rino.
Do you think he knew he was on camera? I think there's every chance.
I think he stands like that all the time.
Well, he is Italian, in fairness. You've got to be expecting the next photographer to rock up at any moment.
He's preparing himself for disappointment later in the day, I think it's fair to say.
Okay, yes.
We'll get to that later.
Speaking too soon, overconfident, Goodwin. I noticed there's one positional light out on the number 80 car. It is in second. It's back on again now. Oh, it might be a trick of the light actually, because one's on a white background, but the 2 are displayed, so that's fine. Second position for the 80. Leader still David Perel, and they're back around again. So the teams, Spirit of Rage and Iron Lynx, clicking them through every single sector. Is our man David Perel still ahead, say Spirit of Race? He is for the time being, but again, Molina showing his intent, and he was fully out of control there under braking. Did very, very well to control a slide and caught the gravel trap on the exit as well. Now that is going to finally give David Perel a moment's peace, and an uncharacteristic error under braking from Miguel Molina, which meant that he had to deal with a drifting 80 car, and then he dropped the rear right into the gravel trap, leaving the first chicane. So he'll have to work very, very hard for the next 3 or 4 laps to close that 1 second gap once more.
A great run from Perel again. And he's just stayed calm throughout this. There's been no wild defending of position. He's just kept to his line, gone defensive where he needs to, kept his head when there's been a Ferrari snapping around his heels, and emerges from that at the moment with the lead.
Through the first of the Lesmos goes Will Stevens. 2.1 seconds now back to Tom Gamble. So although there are some laps that favour Will Stevens through this traffic, on average lap times, it's definitely Tom with the advantage here. What we can't tell you is how old the tyres are for each of these cars, but some of them will have to have been reused from previous stints. I'm guessing that, well, in the last pit stops, that was the point where both Will and Tom took over from memory, so there will have been new sets of tyres, I would think, and possibly a newer set being held back for the final stint as well. But this is, I mean, every credit to Tom Gamble, who is new to LMP2 this weekend, but is not only equaling, but also at times bettering the pace of a former Formula One driver. And all those at United Autosports realise the magnitude of this chase. 1.8 seconds now back to Tom Gamble. Louis Delatraz not able to get involved in this scrap for the lead because he's 50 seconds further down the road, with Jasmine Jafar only 6 seconds off the Swiss's rear wing.
This could come down, couldn't it? To a battle in the pit lane for these teams, getting closer and closer to the point where they're one stop away from the end of this race.
Yeah, I think, well, even if you made a pit stop now, that would get you close enough to the 45 minutes. And a little bit more, depending on where the checkered flag's going to fall and where the leader is once the 4 hours are up. Obviously, the man waving the checkered flag will wait for the leader to complete the lap that they are on. There's going to be a drive-through penalty for car 24 for the speeding in the pit lane when the car came in last for a pit stop, and to take the 5-second penalty, which was assessed after that, well, interesting thought from APR to push their 26 car down the pit lane with their sister car. So each car in that case got a 5-second penalty, and whilst that was being served for the Algarve Pro Racing entry, it's picked up a speeding penalty as well.
Gotta say, on reflection, it was the right move for them to make. 26 could have been out the race.
Yeah, true. That 5-second penalty, it can be soaked up no trouble when you're thinking about retirement otherwise. Yeah, you definitely take the pen. Out of the Parabolica goes again this duo of LMP2s. 2 seconds the margin through the last split. Has that been eked out maybe? 100 laps now completed, by the way, for Will Stevens.
Pace has been furious since we got through the spate of safety cars and full course yellows. So this has been done on pace. Tom Gamble having a fine stint here, closing down Will Stevens, who he's been one of the guns in LMS for some years now.
Yes, he has.
Will Stevens, lest we forget, looking to do what he can do to secure a first ever overall win for Panis Racing in the European Le Mans Series. It would be the first win, by the way, for a French team since 2019, an Edex Sports Championship winning year. So there's some significant history to be written here if he can fend off the attack from United Autosports. Last time through pit lane, United turned the car around 5 seconds quicker than Panis Racing. The gap is half that. Could this be run in the pits?
Well, that's the greater variable potentially, because it's so easy to make a minor slip in a pit stop, and these stops are not governed like 2 of them are in LMP3 by a minimum reference time. In LMP2 you do them all as quick as you possibly can do, fully professional outfits of course, when it comes to live pit stops in the race. Speaking of LMP3, Laurence Roux leads that category ahead of Canadian Garrett Grist, who led the race in the Michelin Le Mans Cup for a lengthy period yesterday. And speaking of Grist, he comes into the pit lane for what has to be the final stop for the Team Virage number 20 Ligier. Wayne Boyd therefore capitalises and moves into second place, but we'll need one more stop for that car too. Everybody else in LMP3 going to say we'll have to pit again. Maybe not
sure
actually.
Boyd does. I'm not sure Boyd does.
So maybe United back-timed it so that they short ran the car in the earlier stint. They were all pulled out of sequence because of the safety car and the full course yellow to an extent. So I was expecting the kind of on the hour pit stops to be pushed further into the final hour by about 10-15 minutes, but you might be right about Wayne.
Remember, this is where we get to the point where it all winds back out. Because we had the safety car involved here, that can add a bit of spice in terms of strategy. Generally speaking, United try to keep to their plan.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, try to keep to that plan. In terms of explaining the big gap between the top two and the third place Team WRT car, that's because both the Panis Racing car and the United Autosports car called it absolutely right in expecting there was a possibility for a safety car, and that gave them a huge amount of time getting into the pit lane before the safety car was called. No restriction therefore on taking a full service, and have taken that advantage, and they've kept it.
Yeah.
So they've, with a little bit of genius strategy and luck in timing, they've managed to gather this opportunity to lead this field, and it is now a fight to the finish between Will Stevens and Tom Gamble. The gap is 2.5 seconds. Both cars will be in pit lane very soon for their final stop. It'll then come down to what the drivers can do on track and what the pit crew can do on pit lane. They go through another time, and I'm guessing it has to be pretty soon.
It's a massive call for both of the respective teams to say pit now, and the cars needed to be in the right position on the track as well to take advantage of that. They were obviously heading into the Parabolica when the teams got sight of Christian Ried's Porsche stranded in the gravel at turn 7. And 50 seconds advantage is the reward that you get from a split-second decision. But like you say, we're into the fuel window now to take these cars to the finish. It can easily make 43 minutes. It'll be less than that by the time they've actually been fueled and they cross the timing loop at the end of pit lane. So maybe they want to just make sure that there's the extra lap also included, because as I say, it depends where the leader is when the 4 hours are up. It might be that the leaders only just crossed the line in 43 minutes time, so they will have to do a further 5.7 kilometres therefore. But in the next, well, certainly 3 laps, we'll see both of these cars in.
So Will Stevens seems to have just gathered a bit of momentum here, but slightly balked coming through the acceleration zone around the Curva Grande with one of the United Autosports P3 cars, but has picked up the pace again, putting traffic between him and the attacking Tom Gamble. 2.1 seconds through the last timing beat. Jasmine Jafar, by the way, is still catching Louis Delatraz for 4th position. Rennie Binder in 5th. He makes his final pit stop now. Looking like a good result for Duquesne this weekend as well.
Right in the middle of the track for Will Stevens there, wanting to make sure that cars that were rejoining from the pit lane couldn't muscle their way up the inside, I think, as the DKR engineering car for Laurence Rohr stays out front by almost a minute from Wayne Boyd.
This is looking ominously good for DKR engineering, isn't it? At the moment, DKR from United Autosports, Cool Racing's number 19. Then the MV2S squad having a good run here. Hugo de Vilde in the number 13 Inter Europol competition car. Then the number 6 Nielsen Racing car with Austin McCusker at the wheel. Team Virage having made their stop. Now back down into 7th position for Garrett Grist. It's a bit of a race, by the way. This battle is still underway. David Perel's got a little bit of clean air. It's not closed that back down, has he, since the dip into the gravel for the number 80 car?
No, it must be so frustrating from Miguel's point of view to have made just a very slight error on the run into turn 1 and then more costly on the exit. It just shows that if you suddenly create yourself a 1 second gap. It takes maybe half an hour to whittle that down again. It is to 0.8 of a second, so there's no doubt that the 80 car is marginally faster than the 55, but with traffic also affecting things, needing to get out of the way of prototypes, that's tough to try and make up. But Miguel Molina is the one you want in your car in order to try and do that. Now the race leader in P2 pits, and Tom Gamble's already been in and out again. He stays at the wheel in the number 22 car, but Will Stevens is in for the final time for Panis Racing. 2 cars off into the gravel trap at the Lesmo.
Is that the United car? It is, it's a 22.
It's a 22 car, which is on an outlet for Tom Gamble, runs wide at the first Lesmo and amazingly gets away with it, although massive amount of time lost because of that. Yellow flags at turn 6. Now, which of the two, I think Nielsen cars, was also involved with that? Well, one of them's in the pits, so I think it has to have been Austin McCusker.
It's Austin McCusker.
I'd like to see that again to be sure that it was the Nielsen livery.
Next question is, did they come together? Is there something down on circuit?
Yeah.
Because it seemed to me as if that was already stopped as the United car arrived.
Well, I don't know.
Let's have a look. So he's off. No, it was the DKR car. It was the leader. It was a clash between the leader and the number 6 car.
And then, with the 4 car right in the middle of the track, Tom Gamble has suddenly arrived on the scene and needed to take massive avoiding action.
Completely correct.
So every credit to the young man from the UK who has had to think, where can I be now at full speed into a blind right-hander at the first of the Lesmos, and he skates right through that very deep gravel trap, kept it out of the wall and rejoins the racetrack.
That's cost the leader in LMP3 something like 16 or 17 seconds, but is there damage to the DKR car? It's a full course yellow now for the recovery. Now this might play into the hands of anybody that's, you know what, the LMP2 cars are just pitted. No one takes advantage here, I think.
No one takes advantage?
No one takes advantage in the lead group. We've got actually Team WRT and Jota both in together, so that negates the difference there.
Yeah. But Will Stevens and Tom Gamble both pitted under green flag conditions.
Correct.
So everybody else surely stands to gain a pit stop under full course yellow here.
But they already were in when the full course yellow came out.
Well, yeah, okay. But you're still going to buy back quite a bit of time as a result of that. Very close together with 2 cars that have switched positions.
They have. That's for 3rd position overall.
Right. Well, again, I still think they've gained a massive advantage on the 65 and the 22 here when it all unfolds. And have we had? Can we get any more LMP2 cars in? Like, what about Cool Racing and Nicolas Lapierre? Ferdinand Habsburg for Algarve Pro Racing. Have they already made their stops?
Well,
because if they haven't, they're clearly going to do it now.
Absolutely. And
it won't be a free stop, but the thing is, when you compare a pit stop compared to cars on the racetrack at full course yellow speeds, i.e. 80 kph, that is much more beneficial than doing it when everyone's doing race speed.
By the way, you were correct. United Autosport's number 2 car is on pit lane from 2nd in LMP3. Next question is, does DKR rather have to pit again? I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Team manager car 13.
And that's one
race control
that's been well in the mix all race long. The Inter-Europol competition car of Hugo de Wilde.
The 19 car, Cool Racing. 6 has been recovered to the track surface. Also on pit lane. Both of the lead cars in GTE are on pit lane.
Yeah, well, I don't think we didn't have them in at the top of the hour, and that's what I mean about the fact that the safety car has now basically moved the point that we'd normally expect to see GT cars in to about 20 minutes later. So they need to take a big gulp of fuel as well, although less fuel than they would ordinarily do for an hour-long stint. Again, this is the point of the race where you would want to make a pit stop during the neutralisation of the race. So much gravel now being thrown out of the back of the number 6 car on the exit of the first Lesmo, although credit to Austin McCusker for trying to stay off the racing line as much as possible. So Will Stevens may be thinking he got this race in the bag, particularly when Tom Gamble had to run off the road at the first Lesmo. Might be thinking this is a very different complexion now. We're yet to see really the fruits of this full course yellow for those that have managed to pit entirely within it. But definitely Tom Gamble, whose pit stop was done during green flag running, that's going to be costly for me.
I think Panis is okay.
All right.
He's completed his outlap, is still scored in the lead.
Yeah. And by 31 seconds under full course yellow speeds, that will obviously come way down when we get back to green.
So the 65 car is at the moment on the run down to the first chicane. Where is the number 22 car, which is some way further back, so it's basically either side of the first chicane. After that we look for where the 82 Jota car is, and the answer there is not in the parabolica yet.
No.
This has fallen away of the Panis racing car.
Okay.
No doubt about it.
Well, I reckon that the Panis car did have the pit stop a little bit affected by full course yellow, so that might be the thing that swung it in their direction.
Now, I'm slightly confused about how that's happened. How is the 24 car between those two cars that came out of pit lane nose to tail? Unless they blended literally as he came by.
Yeah. And then that's tough, isn't it, when you're rejoining to know which order you need to be in leaving turns 1 and 2 when there are yellow flags out. For instance, the DKR engineering car's just done a pit stop and needs to blend back into the order around LMP2s.
Kudos, by the way, to the Spirit of Race crew who turned around David Perel 1 second quicker than the challenging car from Iron Lynx.
Again, Mathieu de Barbois almost made the costly error of crossing the white line. His front left Michelin was in contact with the white line, but he corrected the steering at the last minute. I think he'll get away with that.
So what's the gap going to be when we get back up to racing with over half an hour left? Wayne Boyd will chase him to the flag.
Yes.
Whatever that gap is, you've got Wayne Boyd, the reigning champion, chasing the 24 car, by the way, but there was between these two, is now pitted. So having got between the two, it's now out the way again. Still full course yellow. 82 and 41. This is Jasmine Jaffar, Louis Delatraz. That's a great run from Jasmine Jaffar, coming back into LMP2 racing for this one-off, and chased down one of the young guns that's an emerging talent here in the WRT car. Remember, they won the first 2 races this season. At the moment, not on the podium.
You were about to make the point about LMP3 though. Wayne Boyd, who's the qualification specialist in United Autosports ranks and mightily now experienced behind the wheel of an LMP3 car prepared by United Autosports, behind a guy, hunting down a guy in only his second car race ever. Mathieu de Barbois. Talk about pressure, and to try and take the victory for Luxembourgish outfit DKR Engineering.
So the number 4 car at the moment, for comparison here, is at the moment in turn 7, looking back to where the number 2 car, which is coming into the first chicane. So he's got, I'd say, about a third of a lap?
Yes.
And half an hour to play with.
And I suppose that, again, this is all down to the decision that was made earlier on in the race to pit those cars prior to the safety car that was deployed because of Christian Reed's Porsche being in the gravel trap. So there's still quite a bit of reward to be gleaned from that, even though the pit stops for Panis and United do seem to be a negative compared to some of the others down the LMP2 order that could do their pit stops entirely within the full course yellow. It's just not quite enough of an advantage for those doing the chasing. But it promises to be incredibly lively between Jasmine Jaffar and Louis Delatraz at the restart, because Louis Delatraz is almost doing an impression of the Algarve Pro Racing car in pushing Jasmine Jaffar around the circuit. Thankfully they're not. There's about 0.2 of a second between them.
Jota Sam Hignett there, and lots of...
There's a smile. I could detect it anyway from the eyes, but he removes the mask briefly.
He's eating. He's eating.
Okay. Well, busy 10 days really in this part of the world for Jota and all others involved in the WEC and the ELMS weekends combined.
And 32 minutes just under.
And we have a 3.8 second gap between David Perel and Miguel Molina. Consider that to be about a second when we start racing again. Maybe just less than, because Molina had been chipping away at that for a good while. It's a much larger gap in LMP3, but again, that'll come down to maybe 50 seconds or so.
Well, it's 98 seconds at these speeds. As we say, it's about a third of a lap, but it's going to come down to we're going to be going back to green flag racing in 20 seconds. Wayne Boyd will be getting one instruction and one instruction only: push.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is that Louis Delatraz needs to be careful not to overlap before we go green. He can immediately after it, of course.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
And it's go then for Jota and WRT, and that's really good car placement for Louis Delatraz, although there was an edge there from Joseph.
He was the wrong side of the cone. He was the wrong side of the cone.
At the pit lane entry.
He was. That's gonna. I can't believe that won't be a penalty for the WRT car. He went the wrong side of the pit entry cone.
All right, well, he'll say that it was put there by Jasmine Jafar. What was my alternative? To drive into the side of the 82. Wait to see how that is called. But he got a great getaway coming out of the Parabolica, but then there was a squeeze from the Malaysian driver up ahead. They stay nose to tail. Gap now between the first two cars is 12.1 seconds. Delatraz and Jafar together are only half a minute behind Tom Gamble and 40 odd seconds behind the overall race leader Will Stevens for Panis Racing. A real-time gap in LMP3 between DKR and United is actually 36 seconds, and it is 1.9 between the two Ferraris that top GTE.
Big traffic here for the two battling LMP2 cars. Big lock up there from the 82. Is that given opportunity for Louis Delatraz? Not quite yet. Charles Galel is suffering here.
FCY procedures under investigation. We'd get that message whether there was a problem or not. The racing experience car now has to go through the Varianti Ascari on the racing line, so the two LMP2s behind have little choice but to wait for that to happen, and then darting from one side of the track to the other, Jasmine Jafar, and Delatraz decides the other approach to Parabolica is the better one for him. More porpoising, this time from the 82 car as it enters the Parabolica, leaning heavily on the rear left corner, both cars in fact, and across past the point of the scene of the crime, if you like, a lap ago. So I can see that yellow bollard now that you reckon Delatraz went the wrong side of. Car 41 reported to the stewards for dangerous driving.
Watch this.
So the white and red car did indeed go the right hand side of the yellow bollard, and if you do that you have to go into the pit lane, and clearly Delatraz was going way too fast to slow the car down to 60 k's. Big round of, or just kind of a clap from Sam Hignett.
He realised exactly what had happened.
This is huge for our 82 car.
Yeah, so Sam Hignett, not just very experienced team owner, experienced driver back in the day, sports car driver of no little ability, raced in LMP2, I think an LMP1 in the Team Zytek as well for a season. But that, I suspect, is game over for a podium finish for WRT, because I cannot believe that's not going to be a penalty. Off for the DKR car again,
leading the race.
So this is going to be drama. So okay, that's not a huge time difference, but that's under pressure. The young Frenchman.
Well, the gap's already come down by 4 seconds. I think it was 3 before the mistake, and de Barbois not quite up to full speed yet. We will see the true representation of that by the end of the lap, and it'll be within 30 seconds, I think, that de Barbois' advantage will be over Wayne Boyd, which is a big slash from the initial 38 seconds. Little sneaky message in the top right corner of a timing screen there.
That was the Jota
in an English squad based in Kent.
They are indeed based in Kent. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, when we get to later.
The Garden of England. It's apparently coming home. I don't want to be anywhere as confident as that.
No. Well, I'm looking forward to an entertaining evening in an Italian restaurant.
I think it should be. Yeah, hopefully we'll come out the other side of it and be in place for Le Mans, but you never know. Or indeed next weekend in the WEC for you.
Absolutely, or buried under the Autostrada somewhere.
The 41 car is still behind Jazeman Jaffar, and
bailed out
gap.
there.
Yeah, there's a big gap emerging all of a
I
sudden.
wonder if he was being spoken to on the radio there. Bailed out of the attack into the chicane for over the number 35 car, which is to put a lap on it again. But all of a sudden the fight's gone out of this, hasn't it?
Seems to have done, and that's a real shame, because throughout the whole of the full course yellow we were building that up, and quite rightly so, because Louis Delatraz had the bit between his teeth, raring to go, but just a bit too much. Didn't expect Jazeman Jaffar to put the car where he did, and well, of course Delatraz always had the option to get out of the throttle and tuck in behind the Malaysian, and chose not to do it.
That's the lead gap. In the middle of the pack is the Panis Racing car, as well as the leader in GTE. Now has a 2-second lead on Miguel Molina. And, just coming through the Parabolica was the chasing United Autosports car, 6.3 seconds across the line, but there's got a lot of traffic between him and the lead car now, Tom Gamble.
LMP3 lead margin 28 seconds after Mathieu de Barbois' slight error at the second of the Lesmos, where he ran through the gravel, but only 2 wheels, I think, skated the stones. But it was a costly lap.
It's
he needs to just wipe that away from his mind. But yeah, last time through it was 5 seconds to the advantage of Wayne Boyd. It's more of a healthy lap though, as de Barbois completes lap 104 for the LMP3s.
So the gap has come down, but the traffic's still to come. This is the number 4 car. LMP3 is going to be about just how much this young man can keep focused with one of the most experienced, able LMP3 drivers closing him down. It is 25 minutes to go. The gap is 27 seconds. It's effectively a second a minute.
Yeah.
That's how you do that. Race suits, helmets, 30-degree temperatures. It's his biggest fan.
Looks like he's lying down behind a couple of football players in readiness for a free kick. That seems to be the way things are doing now, with the draft excluder method.
Here we go. This is Panis Racing completing the 110th lap. The gap is 5.5 seconds, but still in traffic behind. I'd expect that gap to go up a little here, with the 65 car now in clear air. 24 minutes to go for Will Stevens to fend off the attack, and if he does so, will have done so for what, 2 full stints?
Yeah. No, mightily impressive. But Tom Gamble getting a hustle on here as he looked after his tyres slightly better than Will Stevens. They're fine for fuel is how we read it. So all down to the 2 individuals now, and how these cars have been set up, how they've been treated for the first 3 hours and 36 minutes. But this is where these drivers really will turn on the style, and isn't it interesting that Tom Gamble's been kept back for the all-important stint as well? That's how valuable United Autosports see Tom, as the integral part of the team. And he is the silver, is he not?
He is
in that combination.
He is the silver. He is not losing a lot of time through traffic. He's done a fine job through traffic here. The only other traffic ahead is another LMP2 car, and that should not hold him up at this point.
Yeah, 141.7 last time around, which was 0.8 of a second quicker than Will Stevens.
Jazeman Jaffar, by the way, has pulled away from Louis Delatraz, is in a comfortable 3rd position now. Where we are in Pro-Am, Roberto Merri with Charlie Eastwood, that's quite close, 2.5 seconds for the overall lead in the LMP2 Pro-Am. 25 from 34 for 6th position overall. Then a group of cars, 3 cars within 10 seconds for the final podium position. The 37 Cool Racing car with Alexandre Coigny. It is Esteban Garcia in the Real Team Racing number 70, and then Mathieu Lehay catching both of them, and catching them quickly. In the Ultimate car, the number 29 car, and looking set to challenge for a podium here.
Within Pro-Am. Indeed so. So that could be very tasty indeed in the closing stages. Meanwhile, 77 Porsche.
It's last in the class, but it's got Jimmy Bruni aboard, and Miguel Molina not in any hurry to let the ex-Ferrari factory driver, now a Porsche factory driver, Jimmy Bruni, to unlap himself.
Another incident under investigation, and that was within the LMP3 ranks, the 6 and the 4, and the 4 is the race leader.
Well, could this be the blow? We didn't see who caused what there.
No.
Was it the 6? Was it the 4 that could be adjudged at fault there? All sorts of possibilities still in play in LMP2.
No, but it was an incident that happened at the first Lesmo that eventually caused Tom Gamble to skate through the gravel trap, you'll remember. But we caught a glimpse of this with the 6 car already in the gravel, or spinning into the gravel, and the 4 car stranded in the middle of the track. But you're right, we didn't see the point of impact.
The irony here is an incident that possibly cost Tom Gamble the overall win for United could give a win back to United in LMP3.
Yes, that's a very good point. Swings and roundabouts, eh? So Mathieu de Barbois now with 26 seconds to play with. It's only come down a couple of seconds since we last mentioned it.
Yeah, he's got his head around this. So unless there is that investigation results in a problem for DKR, and it would only be, I mean, a drive-through would be enough to close that gap. More than enough.
But now Wayne having to find more than a second a minute to the end of this race. 21 of those minutes still to go, plus any extra mileage and distance that has to be covered because it's the LMP3 class. And of course the checker flag will wave to the LMP2 leader. It's a black and white flag to car 6 for blocking car 4
so
at the first Lesmo.
Judged to go the way of the 6 car,
which is the Nielsen machine of Austin McCusker, who was at the wheel at the time.
So Luxembourg race fans, you can breathe again.
Yes.
DKR Engineering not at fault there.
In fairness, fans of Nielsen Racing can breathe again as well, because it is only a warning. There's no penalty yet.
Disney fans around the world will breathe again. The Nemo car looking to go all the way.
Easy to find it at the moment because it's leading the race, and by still 26 seconds with Nicholas Cruton in third. Did say keep an eye on that car as soon as Cruton took over, and he's got it into a podium position with Hugo de Wilde looking to try and threaten, but he needs to up the pace as well because there's just under 10 seconds separating Cruton from the Belgian.
So 20 minutes remain. What's been another instant-packed 4 hours of racing, this time at the Templar Speed here in Monza, under baking hot conditions in Italy. I think they'll be enjoying their racing, but pleased when it's over, this one. There's going to be some very relieved and somewhat heat-exhausted drivers.
Jean-Marie Bruni still can't find a way by the 2 Ferraris that lead the GTE category. That's not going to happen, frankly.
But that's not helping Miguel Molina.
No, it's not, because he's having to defend and attack at the same time, and he's more than capable of doing that. But I mean, the difficulty is if he allows a Porsche through, it's then just going to further complicate matters. Unless Bruni finds a gap underneath Pirel and Molina can follow him through that way. So could it be a useful tool, perhaps, but it's a dangerous game to play.
I think Jimmy will be having some fun playing with a Ferrari factory driver right now. I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Remember, we'll be all together again when we get to the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's a black and white flag for cars 41 and 82 for the incident at the end of the Phil Course Yellow. So it's a warning for both cars.
Yes, it is.
But
well, I thought Jasmine was squeezing the 41 a little bit and putting him into that situation, but the 41 could have got out of the throttle at the same time.
So we'd heard it was the 41 that was under investigation, but the decision is against both.
Indeed. There's now a big question mark as to why did the 41 drop off its pace all of a sudden, because it's no longer in a spot to try and get on the podium again. 7 seconds, you're never going to catch that up, judging by Jafar's pace at the moment. So, well, Louis Delatraz must have had an issue.
Mathieu Lehay, by the way, is with both the Cool Racing and Real Team cars, nose to tail. It is under a second between those 3 for the 3rd podium position in LMP2 Pro-Am.
24 seconds the new gap between the top 2 in LMP3. It's about the same back to the 3rd place car as well. Good times being churned out now by Garrett Grist for Team Virage. That car is in 6th position and only 1.4 seconds away from Christophe Cresp, 5th for MV2S. So there could be a change for the top 5 there before this is all done.
Well, the battles there are, it's about can Wayne Boyd close that gap. I don't think he can do it on pace. He's now 25 seconds back, 17 minutes to go. go. It's going to get closer, but not close enough. Nicholas Crichton, though, is under attack at the moment from Hugo de Wilde. That gap now down to 6.5 seconds, with de Wilde last time around 2 seconds quicker than the man ahead. And then it's about Garrett Grist on Christoph Cresp. You're absolutely right. So battles all the way down the top 6 in LMP3. In GTE, it's a second between the two, but still we've got the Jimmy Bruni pedalled 77 car all over the back of Miguel Molina.
Yeah, still can't find a way past as they exit the first chicane and head into the Curva Grande. So 55 ahead of 80 for position and 77 involved for good measure, even though that car is actually last in the category. LMP2's overlapping, and this is for position as well. Ultimate getting ahead of the Cool Racing crew, and that changes the podium positions in Pro-Am. Mathieu Lehay, you'd mentioned him coming, and Alexandre Coigny cannot hold the Frenchman back.
Good stuff. Well, is the much more experienced pro driver, Mathieu Lehay, who managed to come through and take 2 positions in his class to put the team into a podium position in LMP2 Pro-Am. 16 minutes to go. And it continues what's been a great run this season from the Ultimate Team.
So just to make sure you're aware, because I know that the Pro-Am bit of LMP2 isn't necessarily represented with our graphics, Roberto Meri leads Pro-Am in the 25 G-Drive Racing Aurus. Second is the car right behind. Well, in actual fact, it's 3 seconds behind between the two, and then the Racing Team Turkey car of Charlie Eastwood, car number 34. So it's 25, 34 and 29 now, the top 3 in Pro-Am, and individual points awarded for that separate championship.
Team we were talking about a lot before the race started is having a great record here, but then had some misfortune in the earlier part of the race. Fight back from Mikkel Jensen has brought him back up to 8th position overall. He is not at the moment catching that battle between Roberto Meri and Charlie Eastwood. It's a good run from the back of this field from the number 26 car to recover what will be at least some points in this battle.
Tristan Gomendy all over the curbs on the exit of the second Lesmo, with the Graf car immediately in front of Maxime Robin. So this is not a move for position. Nevertheless, the 39 car needs to be overtaken from the perspective of Tristan Gomendy.
Something's happened in GTE. Miguel Molina, from being 0.8 of a second back, is now 3.8 seconds back.
Where's Bruni?
Where's Bruni?
I think
the same thought occurred both.
I think he's still behind the Ferrari, but he's causing too much of a distraction for Molina, and that may well be, with a combination of traffic as well, that's forced this wedge between them.
Yeah, if you want to kind of put it into kind of terms that maybe people will understand, if you've got a cat and a laptop, you'll understand exactly what that's like.
The cat being Bruni?
Yes.
I see. Yeah, well, the last time through the split, it was still the 77 Porsche tucked in behind the 80 car, but the cat has selected its prey, and just toying with the Spaniard up ahead, perhaps. So this is really disappointing now for Iron Lynx, who were there, ready to pounce. There's maybe something been written in the stars for the last few days at 55 about this being a very good weekend for them because of the awful story surrounding Matt Griffin and the loss of his dad very, very recently, meaning that he couldn't be racing today. They bring in Alessandro Pierguidi, he gets pole position, and at the moment the team on course for a race win.
Yeah, and that would be, I hope, some kind of boost for what's been a terrible week for Matt. Dad is greatest supporter, as all dads are.
That's right, yes. 83 now under investigation. It's the Iron Dames Ferrari, which is running in 5th place. Rahel Fry, not sure whether she was driving at the time that it was pinged for an investigation, something that's happened during the safety car. And now the 88 Ferrari's under investigation for crossing the white line on pit lane exit. That will probably be sorted very quickly indeed, but that car's currently 3rd in the hands of Alessia Rivera.
Well, if that's a drive-through, could the newly minted 110-year-old Jim McWhirter get a podium on his birthday?
Set to inherit it, potentially. Andrea Fontana is sitting there waiting in 4th position. And within 30-odd seconds there, yeah, so it's close enough. If Rivera needs to come in to serve a penalty, we don't know that yet. 12 minutes to go. 5.7 seconds still for Will Stevens out front from Tom Gamble.
Palace Racing, these moments must be difficult because it's so close. It's a tiny error that could make the difference. Drive-through penalty for car 83 for overtaking during the safety car. That is the Iron Dames result. That will drop them behind Paolo Roberti in the sister number 60 car. It will be no further damage in the running order there for that car, but that indicates we're about to get the result of the investigation for the 88.
And there's a very strong chance that it'll be exactly the same penalty, which would put Rivera behind Fontana. Ooh,
it's 5 seconds to be added to the next pit stop. That will be added post-race.
Yes.
So
and will just be 5 seconds.
It will just be 5 seconds. So that's not going to give enough of an edge for Andrea Fontana to get onto the podium today.
So there you get a comparison of sort of how serious overtaking under the safety car is compared to crossing the blend line at the end of the pit lane. That's very close indeed, because the 83 is trying to get into pit lane to serve the penalty, and the problem was Tristan Gomendi was on Rahel Fry's immediate right-hand side, and there was very nearly, if not definite, contact.
The other thing to bear in mind is whether or not there have been earlier penalties against the same car.
Yes.
That might actually just ramp it all up. A relatively clean race for one. Might be, you could just see actually as we were looking through the garage, and the Unlinks garage, the 83 car driving on through, but there will not be enough time to get out back in front of the 60 car, and in fact Paolo Roberti has gone through to take that position.
Of course, crossing the blend line is a safety issue. You're not actually taking any advantage there, whereas overtaking another safety car is a massive advantage.
And a massive safety issue.
And a massive safety issue. But it could be huge if you overtake 10 cars all at once. Well, if you're going to break a rule, why not do it all, big time? But yeah, thankfully, contact avoided for Rahel Fry, and she'll be able to tootle her way down pit lane. In fact, she's already done that now, and back into the race, now in 6th, as you predicted.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go, and the gap at the lead is still 5.4 seconds. Jasmine Jafar 30 seconds back. Louis Delatraz a further 9 seconds back, and not challenging. Performance of that car does seem to just fallen off a little cliff, doesn't it? Charlie Eastwood is still in contention for this Pro-Am win, That's not yet done. Mathieu Lahaye in a comfortable 3rd position in the class. It's pulled away by 13 seconds over Alexandre Acogny. Looking here, Mikkel Jensen is not closing on the battle for the LMP2 Pro-Am lead in the now 8th place G-Drive racing car. He's under pressure. That might explain why he's not pushing as hard as you might expect from Paul-Luc Chatin. In fact, I think this is that battle. This is Mikkel Jensen in the orange and matte grey car coming towards us now, the 26 car, the 28 car just clearing the Cool Racing Ligier. That is the 28 car from EDEC Sports. This is the battle for 8th place overall.
Yeah, so Paul-Luc Chatin trying to chase down Danish driver Mikkel Jensen, who is back into the G-Drive racing ranks with the absence of Nick de Vries this weekend. And Nick always was trying to do 2 campaigns at once, in Formula E and in ELMS. Overlapping further back, and that's Hugo de Wilde getting by Nicholas Cruton for 3rd position in LMP3.
Wow.
And Hugo de Wilde had the inside line. Need to just be sure that he has got through, because the places haven't corrected yet on my screen, but they will need to go through a timing loop to confirm that. The thing that made me think the overtake had been pulled off was that De Wilde had the inside line on the run into turn 1, but Cruton still shown as ahead for the time being.
Before we get into calling the end of this race, I'm going to answer the unanswered question we got on Ask ELMS, and I know a girl. Thanks to Elsa Nicolay from Ligier, who looks after, amongst other things, the Ligier European Series, supports the ELMS and has done fantastically for the last couple of seasons. About the question we got, with apologies, I can't remember who it was from.
Let me check.
Why is the the Ligier prototypes have the driving position on the right.
Yes.
The tracks turn clockwise. Driver is on the right to have the weight on the right side of the Côte de Virage and to have better visibility. That is the reckoning that comes from Ligier. And who am I to say different? Elsa, thank you so much. I know you're on the way home after another great couple of races for the Ligier European Series. We look forward to seeing them again next time out.
And it was Richard Cooper who's been waiting with bated breath for that explanation. So hopefully you're still with us, Richard.
Well, I wonder if it's Richard, because I've had that question a couple of times on our weekly podcast, and I've always had to admit, I'm afraid, that I keep forgetting to ask.
Okay.
So, delighted you asked the question. I'll now know the answer next time I'm asked by somebody else. Thanks, Elsa.
Yeah. So 6.5 minutes still to go. Again, nose to tail. So the move wasn't quite done by Hugo de Wilde. He's going to have another stab at it, this time into turn 1, and edged a little bit out of it, very much out of it by Nicholas Cruton. So 2 more polystyrene blocks go for a Burton there, and Hugo de Wilde skates his way down the escape road. There's Nicholas Cruton, who hangs on to the place.
All of it, it's a knockout there, wasn't it?
Well, that's at least the second time that they have been having fun and games down to the first corner. As I say, de Wilde had the inside line the last time they tried this. Question marks maybe about what Nicholas Cruton was doing there, just not giving the 13 car any racing room. I mean, Nicholas will say, I didn't know you were there.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't know he was there. Yeah, so not sure how that will be judged. I suppose they leave the corner in the same order and about the same gap between the two.
Hugo de Wilde makes a contribution to the Italian polystyrene industry there as he comes through, and away we go with 5.5 minutes to go, and that battle still alight. 4 seconds is the gap at the head of the field. Gap is coming down, but is it under control from Will Stevens? Certainly there's no sign of problems for the Panis Racing team. We'll remind you, they've never won in the European Le Mans Series. It would be a first win for Panis Racing. It would be a first win for a French flag team in 2 seasons. We've already had the first ever win from a team flag with Belgium, and indeed the second with Team WRT earlier in the season. WRT at the moment not looking set to trouble the podium.
No.
The gap between Louis Delatraz and Jasmine Jaffar is coming down, but not quickly enough. In LMP3, it is still about the DCAR engineering team and Wayne Boyd, 22 seconds, 21 seconds as they cross the line. It's then about this battle for third position and complete the podium. There's time, of course, for this to be resolved one way or the other. In GTE, 3.5 seconds the gap between David Perel and Miguel Molina, and that gap now seems to be fairly stable. Alessia Rivera, by the way, is on a charge and is catching Miguel Molina in the second, well, Spirit of Race, which is a team run by AF Corsa. It is Iron Lynx, a team run by Iron Lynx but helped by AF Corsa, and it is the 88 car, a team run by AF Corsa.
Yeah,
there are a few losing hands here for
true, and this, bearing all of that in mind, is a time to be sensible, I suppose, to make sure that those places are retained. But try telling the individual drivers involved that. I wouldn't be surprised to see Alessia Rivera close the gap yet further on Miguel Molina, but I would imagine the places will just be it's a question of hold station for the remaining 3.5 minutes and get a very good result indeed.
I feel on this day of all days I should point out, yellow flag by the way at turn 1, and before I make my point I'll wait and see what's happened at turn 1. Looking where we stand, it is the 70 car that's
Real
turned
Team
around.
Racing.
Before we get into omens about 3 Italian cars leading on this day of all days in GTE, I need to point out to you that the lead car at the moment is owned by an Englishman and is liveried on a Spitfire.
There you go. Indeed so. So yes, strong ties to Switzerland with Spirit of Race and of course to Italy. But yes, Duncan Cameron very much from Cheshire in the UK. Out of the first couple of corners then goes the recovering number 70 Real Team Racing car of Esteban Garcia in a spin all on his own.
No, there was someone going off in it. I think he was probably It's
distracted by that?
I think he probably was.
Yeah, but it was definitely a mistake on
was a
Esteban's
mistake,
part, because the car that was already off the track had sort of left the scene well before it.
Drawn into that visual tunnel, aren't you? And
Yeah.
if what you're watching is what you think might be an instant ahead of you,
That's right.
it's that microsecond.
Either too late on the brakes or
Absolutely.
too hard as well, and the car will switch ends very quickly indeed. Again, that's why these cars are here, because Esteban Garcia's priority is the WEC. Now he can know that if a car goes off in front of him, he's almost expectant of that, so that it won't distract him next weekend in the 6 hours of Monza.
Lead gaps coming down in both overall. It's down to 3.7 seconds, and in GTE that's down to 2.4 seconds. So Miguel Molina's grabbed back another second there. Not coming down terribly much in LMP3. I think he's given that one up. But Tuca de Wilde very much still in the hunt for that third place in LMP3. Less than a quarter of a second behind as they cross the last timing beam.
Exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon now in Italy. We started the race just a couple of moments later than planned, so another 90 seconds remain on the clock, and then it's a question of where the leader is in comparison to the finish line. Well, at Seraglio now, the left-hand kink just before Ascari is where Will Stevens is.
So it's this lap and the next one will
That's
take
what I
us
reckon.
to the finish.
Yeah.
And just looking to see where the attacking car is. He's still got traffic between the two cars, so it's not just the 3.9 seconds for the last timing sector, it's that plus traffic. So into the final minute of race time. After that we go into the extra time of the final lap, and hopefully post-race no penalties.
Yeah, keep my fingers crossed for the same situation tonight too. So the 13 Inter-Europol competition car of Hugo de Wilde, representing Belgium, who are no longer in the tournament that we'll be looking forward to tonight, but they are very much in contention for a podium, with Nicholas Cruton still standing in Hugo de Wilde's way for the Polish outfit Inter-Europol competition. But he's tried to the inside, he's tried to the outside of turn one, will maybe get one more opportunity. And the other neat thing maybe for the Polish squad is that the sister car driven by Mariusz Zug is just in front of Nicholas Cruton.
This has never happened before.
So I'm not suggesting there might be a bit of team racing here.
No.
The scope is there, but no, Inter-Europol competition are way above those sort of tactics. And also Mariusz Zug pedalling very, very quickly, so they're going to have to catch him first of all. Nicholas Cruton drifting his way through the second element of the Varianti Ascari chicane.
They're on very similar pace, so they'll be doing well to actually catch him here.
Exactly.
And they've got their final lap to come at the end of this lap.
And this is the last lap for the overall runners, we should say. So Will Stevens has one more sector to do. One more sector standing between Panis Racing and their first ever victory in the European Le Mans Series. I still can't quite believe that statistic, but Graham's searched all the way through the history books, and they've come close a few times, podiums along the way. They've had some second places as well, but for the first time, and fingers crossed down at Panis Racing, no doubt about that. Imagine being in the mind of Julien Canal right now. Well, you can more or less push the car home, because the fourth round of the season, the 4 hours of Monza, is won finally by Panis Racing and by Will Stevens, who finishes the race along with James Allen and Julien Canal, who must be ecstatic with that result. Second place will go to the hard-charging Tom Gamble and United Autosports, along with his teammates Phil Hansen and Jonathan Aberdeen. And we'll wait a bit longer before we see the guest entry from Joe to number 82 for Jazaman Jafar and Sean Galale. But the next point scorers in the ELMS will be Team WRT for Kubica, Delatraz and Yifei Ye.
Home and for the win, D-Car Engineering, Mathieu de Babo. Excellent job, young man, to keep your head as things started to fall apart around you. Will be Wayne Boyd bringing home the number 2 car to finish second for United Autosports. And Hugo de Wilde has taken that position on the final lap for third, not yet crossed the line. Also, here's an emotional one, the 55 Spirit of Race car, Duncan Cameron, David Perel, Alessandro Pierguidi. What a fantastic final stint from David Perel, and they will, I'm sure, join me saying we've done that for you, Matt. Matt Griffin at home, I'm sure, will be very emotional on what's been an extremely emotional week for the Irishman. The 55 car takes a win.
And they'll be straight on the phone, I'm sure, to Matt Griffin to celebrate with him down the phone line too. So David Perel having to soak up so much pressure from Spanish driver Miguel Molina in the middle part of the stint. Then Molina made a very uncharacteristic error into turn 1 and actually out of turn 2, which put this second between the Spirit of Race and the Iron Lynx Ferrari. And then that distraction of Gianmaria Bruni chasing in the laps down 77 Porsche really did for Miguel Molina, and the championship leaders heading to this round probably will retain the championship lead. Need to check that actually, because weren't the team second in GTE? The 55 car, yes it was. It was a gap of 14 points, so it's closed by 7.
They've not finished off the podium this season.
But no,
the 55, but they have won
until today.
The last win for the 55 was at Le Castellet last year.
Right. Yeah, so at the start of the year did Duncan Cameron, David Perel and Matt Griffin with a 3rd place, and then 2 second positions at Red Bull Ring and Le Castellet. So it's been steady progress on the graph. 3rd place, 2nd place, 2nd place, and now a win. That sort of consistency in results can win you championships.
Let's talk though about this effort, the 65 car. Olivier Panis is the man with the name there, but it's Simon and Sarah Abadi, the forces behind the Tech 1 motorsport effort, with all sorts of fingers in motorsport pies, whether it's GT, single-seaters. But this has been a long road for them to what will be a very welcome first win in the European Le Mans Series. They'll go on to Le Mans with this car, and also looking after a second car for PR1 Motorsports. They'll be providing the service behind that effort. So a 2-car effort being looked after by that very much family-operated team. Great story, and great to see a team that have been long-time servants of the ELMS and providing lots and lots of entertainment down through the years, coming home with a well-deserved win. And that was a win that was won. They took the fight to United Autosports. Both those teams with a little bit of strategic genius, bringing the cars home, United and Panis Racing, but then had to race each other and did that with aplomb.
Yes, the safety car or the strategy rather, selected 2 contenders for the win today, and that was done quite early on. But then it was a fascinating fight to see who was going to get there, and United certainly ran Panis Racing close, but I mean, you cannot deny that Panis deserved to win after so much loyalty to this championship, massive amounts of entries into the 24 hours of Le Mans, and finally a victory in the European Le Mans Series here at Monza. What a great time to do it as well, just a month away from our visit to Circuit de la Sarthe. Julien Canal lives still, I think, in Le Mans. He was born there anyway. So a true endurance fan from a very, very early age. Big round of applause down at DKR Engineering for Mathieu de Barbois. Only his 2nd ever car race, and he's already a race winner with Laurence Hoare, and they had to fight off United Autosports as well in a similar way that Panis Racing did.
And that's a 2nd consecutive win for DKR, 2nd in the championship coming into this race, behind the number 19 Cool Racing car that finishes 4th today, losing that final podium position on the very last lap. How valuable could those points be?
That trio from the 25 car celebrating a Pro-Am victory in the LMP2 rankings. John Falb, who started the car, Rui Andrade in charge for the middle portion of the race, and Roberto Meri, who was plugged in. And you just expect consistent lap times from the former Formula 1 ace, the Platinum driver, for the closing 90 minutes. So
that will further cement their lead in the Pro-Am Championship. They had a 3rd place overall at the Red Bull Ring. Great day for the G-Drive Racing team there, but all very good indeed. And that is David Perel, I think.
I think you're right, yeah. It was the right colour overalls for the green and the white that matched the paint job on the 55 Ferrari. And thirsty work for David Perel, but he can now get out and celebrate with friends and team members. Let's get some reaction then from an intense 4 hours of Monza.
I'm joined here by the winner of this the LMP3 category, 2 categories, here in Monza, Will Stevens. Firstly, congratulations, the first Panis Racing win in ELMS. How do you feel?
It's great. I mean, I've been with this team, this is my 4th year, It's been a project that we're trying to push hard, and we keep chipping away every year, and this year we're really fighting for podiums on pace, and I'm just so happy for the guys and girls in the team because they work really hard. It's tricky sometimes against the bigger teams, but we're always strong. We keep chipping away, and they deserve to get a win.
And Tom Gamble wasn't letting you go. He was really closing the gap behind you. I mean, what do you think made the difference today?
Well, I mean, LMP2 is still a bit of a tyre dig battle. I know the Goodyear as well. I've been on them for a while now, so I knew that they would be pushing hard in the first stint. But I knew that I could just control the gap if I kept it, so it didn't get in my toe. Then I knew that we could keep it. So it's good after a tough start to the weekend, to be honest. I wouldn't have said we would have won this one, but super happy, good strategy, and we come away with a win.
Well deserved, well done. Thank you very much, Will.
Yeah, I mean, the platform was the good strategy, and that decision that had to be made in a split second when the 77 Porsche ended in the gravel, and clearly it was Julian, wasn't it? He was in a good position to box at that point, along with the United car.
Absolutely right. Point there, well made by Will Stevens. He has indeed been a servant of the Brown with Goodyear.
The 4 hours at Monza got underway at 11 o'clock this morning under glorious blue skies in this part of northern Italy, just a stone's throw from the centre of Milan. And what a sight it made, with 42 cars pounding their way towards that very tight chicane. Unfortunately, there was always going to be a bit of a pinch point, and it came when Sally Jolic went for a move on Henrik Hedman. There was contact, and Hedman into the side of Richard Bradley. The two cars spinning to the inside of the chicane. Shakes of the head up and down pit lane for those teams involved, and actually a good reversing manoeuvre from Richard Bradley made sure that both cars could at least stay on the lead lap. That freed up Henrik Hedman to get going again in the Dragon Speed USA car. Then, a little bit later on, the battling within the GTE ranks began. 88 AF Corsa car, started by Francois Perrodo, who just overcooked things a little bit into the second chicane and needed to thread his way through the rather large sausage curbs, although took to the correct place to then do that safe rejoin. And then finally a change of lead in LMP2. Phil Hansen tried that manoeuvre a number of times prior on Roman Rusinov, but it finally came off into turn one, and then Yifei ran the outside into the Ascari chicane to pluck the position away from Roman Rusinov. This brought out a safety car, which was the spin for the 77 Porsche into the gravel trap, and after being pushed down the pit lane partially by the 24 car, the 26 would finally make it into the pits, but with zero fuel in the tank. They did get the car back into the race. Side by side in LMP3, Rob Weldon got the position on the Inter-Europol competition car. At the time was being driven by Martin Hipper. Then there was a spin for Sebastian Page at the Ascari chicane, and that would bring out a full course yellow, which would just sedate things briefly. And the 65 car for Panis Racing emerging as our unlikely early leader, because the 65 and the 22 were told to pit just before the safety car, and before, crucially, the pit lane had been closed. Really good dicing again between a couple of Ferraris. What else would you expect in the home of the Tifosi here at Monza? The 6 car off into the gravel at Lesmo 1 after a clash with the number 4 car, but that was judged to be the fault of Austin McCusker in car number 6, so didn't affect our eventual winners in the number 4 car in that Nemo livery for Mathieu de Barbois and DKR Engineering teammate Laurence Rohr. But a first ever win in the European Le Mans Series for Panis Racing. So congratulations to Julien Canal, Will Stevens and James Allen, who win it by 5 seconds over United Autosport and the Jota car guesting from the World Endurance Championship. It's been a thoroughly entertaining afternoon for the 4 hours at Monza, as the ELMS now takes a 2-month break for Le Mans.
Well, what an afternoon as we see the Panis Racing car, the 65, with 125 laps completed, just 5 seconds of the gap between those two cars. A little bit of luck, a little bit of great strategy, put us into a battle that could have actually, well, put us in a position that could have killed this race, but it didn't, because those two cars battled to the flag. Behind, Team WRT saw off, failed to see off the battling Jota sport car. LMP3, DKR Engineering, toughed it out but as all things fell apart around them and could not be caught by United Autosports into Europol competition, taking the final podium slot on the last lap. And an emotional win in the GTE class from the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari. David Perel, a fabulous final stint to see off the challenge of Miguel Molina in the number 89 Lynx car, with the 88 car, the AF Corsa car, Alessio Rivera bringing that car home to complete the podium. No shortage whatsoever there, Johnny Palmer, with 42 cars starting this race, 41 of them finishing this race. Just the number 7 Nielsen Racing car, we don't know what happened there, but Colin Noble pitting the car into retirement. No shortage of battling in every single class. And we shouldn't forget, by the way, the LMP2 AM class, Pro-Am class, 25 car bringing home another class win there. Roberto Merri bringing home the 25 ahead of the Racing Team Turkey car, with the Ultimate squad, the 29 squad, completing the podium there as Mathieu Lehay chased down, caught and passed a gaggle of other cars to bring another podium point score.
Yeah, and as you say, in Pro-Am within LMP2, John Falb, Rui Andrade will extend their points lead. Roberto Merri hasn't been with them all season, so he's a few points back actually, on 43 to start this weekend, so he'll move forward to 68, and the leaders will move on to 86, won't they, and extend their lead as a result. So we're almost at the phase now of the podiums. A final glimpse of the 65 Panis racing car in slow-mo, though, as it was on course for a first victory in ELMS. So to the podium in third position, the guest car from Jota, Jazeman Jafar and Sean Galail. Second place to car 22, Phil Hanson, Jonathan Aberdeen, and in the closing stint, Tom Gamble. But Panis Racing are going to massively enjoy this ahead of Julien Canal's home race at Le Mans next month. He can finally take to the top step of the podium in the ELMS to join Will Stevens and his teammate James Allen. We will hear the national anthem of Panis Racing. Panis Racing successful here in Monza at round 4 of the European Le Mans Series, flanked by British teams, but it is firmly the French crew, formerly known as Panis Barthez Racing, of course, but now exclusively Panis, after Olivier Panis, who is here this weekend. And the selfies can now start to be taken on the top step of the podium by Julien Canal.
A really special weekend for the Panis Racing team, and a team that's pushed for so long to make it. You could hear that, couldn't you, in the comments from Will Stevens. He's been with the team for 4 years, since it arrived here in, 2016, I think. Did Will just get a champagne cork in the face? I think he might have done. But either way, and he's worked so hard, not just with his team to build up this effort, but also with the tyre suppliers, Goodyear now, Dunlop beforehand, to just get the very best out of it. It was certainly the efforts of this team that turned a number of ELMS teams towards what was then the Dunlop brand, and the Goodyear brand now, of course, a sole tyre supplier. He understands that product well. 2019, this is the third place car in the LMP2 Pro-Am effort. The Mathieu Lehay, Jean-Baptiste Lehay, François Heriot, they will not be at Le Mans. François Heriot will be as part of another team. Second place, Racing Team Turkey with Salih Yoluk, with Johnny Eastwood and Logan Sargent. What a talent he is. But another win in this class for the G-Drive Racing 25-hour race. John Falb, Rui Andrade and Roberto Merri.
Yeah, so Graham's described the cars that are on the podium. You really should hear from G-Drive.
I'm joined here by the winners in the Pro-Am category. Now, John, you said to me earlier, during the race, this is so exciting, but I imagine it must be even more exciting to have won the Pro-Am category here.
I mean, I tell you, nobody's making it easy for us, that's for sure. Yeah, it was an exciting race. I mean, we started P14, it was a rough deal. I got shoved off track, had a spin, but we just kept pounding it out. And the strategy worked, and we worked hard, and yeah, on top.
Congratulations, and thank you very much.
John Falb, again flanked by his teammates Rudi Andrade to his right and Roberto Meri on the left. We'll see all three on the podium very shortly.
And we've said before, we'll say it again, it's the drive, it's the determination, it's the passion of these gentlemen drivers that really does make these things tick. That's why they're here. And great to see John Falb enjoying his racing. It just means we're going to see more of him.
Yeah, exactly right. So here come Ultimate for the third step of the podium. The brothers Le Hay, Mathieu and Jean-Baptiste, joined by their regular co-driver François Herriot. In second position for Racing Team Turkey, it's Sally Yoluch who started the car, Logan Sargent did the middle stint, and Charlie Eastwood, the Irishman, finishing things off to secure a second place on the podium. But the win goes to G-Drive, to John Falb, to Rudi Andrade, to Roberto Meri, and we will hear the national anthem of Russia for G-Drive Racing. G-Drive Racing as they are entered on the official entry list, but of course beneath the surface very much Algarve Pro Racing preparing those cars as they do the 24 and the 26 as well. And yeah, some interesting ways to get cars to the finish from that squad today, I have to say.
That'll be an interesting post-race discussion, I'm sure, with Stewie Cox.
But doesn't concern the 25 at all. So they've been great, free, and they've been really good performance.
They've been great this season. The addition of Roberto Meri to that squad has been a massive plus for them as well. The champagne battles begin.
Yeah, and the very fashionable way of getting the spray started by just smashing the bottle off the floor, utilised by two of the three G-Drive runners. And now celebrations can begin. Still with the COVID masks on, but it's just brilliant to have a more traditional podium ceremony now back in the championship after a number of rounds last year where everyone was spaced 2 metres apart. Doesn't quite have the same feel.
We're getting it back, aren't we? That's the points positions, Johnny.
75 points then for Louis Delatraz, Robert Kubica, Yifei Ye in the main LMP2 drivers trophy chase. Franco Colapinto and Roman Rusinov from car 26 are second, ahead of the 22 gang of Jonathan Aberdeen, Phil Hanson, Tom Gamble, their third in the championship on 57. And on the same points is Nick de Vries, not racing this weekend, but normally with the 26 car. And after the win for Will Stevens and Julien Canal, they move into fifth now on 47.5 points. We will scroll a bit further down the order. Roberto Meri will feature in the overall LMP2 standings because even though you're entered into Pro-Am, you also do score points in the overall LMP2 order. And therefore it's fun to see how those Pro-Am combinations measure up to the fully pro lineups. And as far as the teams are concerned, it is still the Belgian outfit Team WRT with their 2 wins at the start of the year that keep them 11 points clear of G-Drive Racing. United third, Panis fourth, and a little bit further down the order. Ultimate, there you go, there's a Pro-Am team, 8th ahead of EDEC Sport, the number 28 car, and the second United machine not here this weekend for reasons we've already explained.
This is the GTE podium.
So Francois Perraudot, the first man to step onto this very special podium at Monza, which we should mention
iconic
as well.
Podium. It's over the start-finish straight.
It's a little bit like Le Mans, but Le Mans the small-scale version. When you get big lots of fans in this place, often the gates are flung open so that all of the fans can work their way down the main straight here and be right underneath the podium, which is projected out via a little walkway at something like a story up, and then you climb more steps as well. That's exactly what our winners in the GTE battle and winners within that category for the first time this year. Let's hear the national anthem. So Duncan Cameron, joined by David Perel and Alessandro Pierguidi, and rather poignantly, Matt Griffin still on my entry list as well. And of course, he's there in spirit back home. I'm sure they're celebrating with the team later on the phone and what's that thing that people use these days? Yeah, WhatsApp. No, I was thinking about Zoom. I was thinking, you know, get them involved in the photographs.
But no lack of battle between these cars throughout. So it might well be a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, but my gosh, we did get a battle in GTE between these and others.
Big time.
Through the 4 hours of racing this afternoon. So big celebrations there. Good to see Francois Perraudot with a big wide smile despite third place, and he drove very well indeed in the first stint here. Well, not really quite sure why they dropped off quite so badly. There must have been something around a pit stop or a caution period that saw the 88 car just drop away from what until that point had been them very much in the hunt. The 88 third, the 80 second, and the 55 car of Duncan Cameron, and with Alessandro Pierguidi and David Perel taking the win this time.
So that's your podium for GTE, and we're going to hear a little bit more now from the 55 crew.
So I'm joined here by Spirit of Race, the winners in GTE category. What a fantastic performance. You started in pole. There was big fights out there, but you managed to retain the lead. And what a symbolic win as well for your first win this year in ELMS. Duncan, how do you feel?
Absolutely a fantastic weekend. You're right, we have to dedicate this one to Matt Griffin, who's here in spirit, if not in actuality. His dad passed away earlier in the week, so that's why Alessandro is standing in for him. So our hearts and feelings go out to the Griffin family. But yeah, great job from these guys today. I struggled a little bit with pace, and me and Francois Perraudot had a little bit of dicing and stuff out there, but the car was amazing, and these guys did what a fantastic job.
A fantastic performance from all of you and a well-deserved victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, either Alessandro is actually wearing Matt Griffin's overalls, 100%. Or they've just stuck his name on the belt.
No, he's wearing Matt's overalls.
Well, that's a happy coincidence that they take the same size of race suit. But I suppose you don't want to get another very smart Spirit of Race overalls made, especially for just one race, and therefore Matt will be back again. You can bet your bottom dollar in 2 months' time for the 5th round of the season at Spa-Francorchamps. This is the podium for LMP3, and well done to, first of all, in 3rd position into Europole competition for Martin Hipper, Mattia Passini and Ugo de Wilde. 2nd place going to United Autosports, but the win to DKR Engineering, Mathieu de Barbois and the teammate Laurence Hoare. Let's hear the national anthem. So our 4th and final national anthem being that of Luxembourg for DKR Engineering and for German driver Laurence Hoare and Frenchman Mathieu de Barbois. I'm sure turning heads already in only his 2nd car race of his career. Wayne Boyd, Rob Weldon, Edouard Koope to their right on the 2nd step of the podium. And I've already mentioned the trio that take 3rd for Inter-Europol competition.
And the standout parts of the DKR performance there, it was the pace of Laurence Hoare. It was the composure of the young Frenchman after things went wrong around him, by the look of it, tagged into a half spin whilst being chased down by Wayne Boyd, and then further troubles for him. He had another off, didn't he, in the as Wayne Boyd was trying to get back what was basically 2/3 of a lap. But once he'd got his racing head back on, young de Barbois managed to keep that lead at around 21 seconds and held it, and that was under pressure from one of the most accomplished LMP3 drivers on the planet, Wayne Boyd. He did well to do that.
No, very
Nemo
good.
Takes the win.
Very good yardstick indeed for Mathieu to compare against, and he lived up to the challenge. Let's hear from the winning drivers.
I'm joined here by the winners in the LMP3 category, DKR Engineering. Now, Laurence, not even changing teammates, you know, could like push you off kilter. You did it. Your second win of this season. A fantastic performance from both yourself and Mathieu, of course. Just take us through it. How did it go for you?
It was a real mix of feelings. I mean, we fell a bit back in the beginning, but the car was simply amazing, and we fought back. The team had an amazing strategy today, and I was pushing like hell to finish my stint in first. And Mathieu finished also a really great race today.
And I'm sure extremely impressed with his performance, his first time in ELMS.
Yeah, absolutely. He did a great job for his first race. I can just imagine the pressure on him. So I'm really proud of what he did.
Well done, guys.
So the voice of Laurence Rohr with Mathieu de Barbois just standing right next to him. We've heard from Mathieu a number of times across the weekend, and that really does bring them back into contention with Cool Racing leading into this round. They do continue to lead by 13 points, Matt Bell, Nicola Molini and Nicholas Cruton. But of course Cruton was desperately trying to hang on to third position, couldn't quite manage it in the closing stages after Hugo de Wilde got through. But up to second place and closing that gap are DKR Engineering, but only Laurence Rohr because of the changing teammates at this point.
And then third, that 13 car that made the podium again today. There's lots still to work out with this one. The number 2 car running back up the order with improved form after some struggles earlier in the season.
Yeah, 41.5 points, so only half a point outside of the top 3 now in the championship. RLR M Sports are 5th, ahead of the second Inter-Europol competition car. 7th place for Graf, 8th for Euro International, 9th and 10th for Lorba Corsa and Team Virage, a second team from Poland. In the GTE Drivers' Trophy, Matteo Cressoni, Miguel Molina, Rino Mastronardi from the 80 Iron Lynx Ferrari will lead over the next 2 months heading for Spa, but only by 6 points ahead of David Perel and Duncan Cameron, who were winners today. Alessia Rivera, Manu Collard, Francois Parodo from the 88 Ferrari in third position in the championship. A little further down the order, you'll find the JMW Motorsport crew, who came very close to a podium today, just fell short in fourth, and they'll be 7th place. Rather 6th place in the championship, although level on points with the 60 Iron Lynx crew. So Proton 77 Porsche is in 4th, AF Corsa 88 Ferrari in 3rd, just behind the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari that won today, and they trail Iron Lynx by 3 points with 2 rounds to go.
6 points.
6 points with 2 rounds to go.
Yep.
Thank you. John Fowl, Rui Andrade, 16 points is the lead ahead of Charlie Eastwood, Sally Jolich, and we don't have a third driver there because Logan Sargent and Harry Tinknell have been in and out of the 34 car. 2 points further back, Roberto Meri, who's been sharing at times the 25 car with our championship leaders, who hang on to the championship lead for another round. 50 points, actually 52 points still on the table with 2 more races to go. And I think all 4 championships are still wide open.
Oh, absolutely. And we've seen, some of the dramas with the team trophy there in LMP2 Pro-Am. It is G-Drive Racing lead from Racing Team Turkey. Just a drama in one race. A short season, one bad result can make a huge difference to a dominant team. But fantastic stuff through the whole 4 hours. Dramas in the first hour. After that, we got down to the more of the grind. But there was no shortage of racing in any of those classes, Johnny Palmer.
That's Graham Goodwin. Thank you for your assistance for the last 2 days, really. And we now go into a break of 2 months for the European Le Mans Series, for everyone, of course, to prepare and take part if they got an invitation in the 24 hours of Le Mans. So the next date for your diary, ELMS-wise, dates, in fact, the 18th and 19th of September, where we will be in Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps for the penultimate round, and the season ends in Portimao on the south coast of Portugal on the 24th of October. We look forward to your company, therefore, in 2 months' time. We hope you've enjoyed all of the shenanigans here in Italy at Monza. From Graham Goodwin and Johnny Palmer, it's bye-bye for now.